Welcome to Ethical Hacking Web Bug Bounty and Penetration Testing course. We have seen in our past time that personal data of users and users' accounts are compromised. Security of major Fortune companies like Facebook, Flickr, Yahoo, and in fact 2 US state election systems were hacked to steal voters' database. And yes, we have a live demonstration and mitigation of those attacks with complete case studies. Hi, this is Saksham, cybersecurity researcher and co-founder at Learn Code Online, and I have reported bugs at Google, Envato, ThemeForest, Facebook, and has done security audits in some great companies as well. This is a very comprehensive course on website hacking and mitigation with case studies, assuming that the student is a beginner and has no prior experience. Let's have a look at the course flow now. First of all, you will be getting the basic introduction on what types of hackers are there on this earth, because to catch a criminal, you have to think like one. And then we will see that how many job opportunities are there in this field. We will have a look at the platforms where you can make tons of money by reporting bugs. We will set up our own pentesting lab so that you cannot harm anyone. We will take a quick crash course on Linux so that you can get friendly with basic Linux commands, which are important for ethical hacking's point of view. We will also talk about maintaining anonymity and how you can trace the criminals with their MAC addresses. We will then jump onto the information gathering of the websites, because you should have a complete knowledge of the playground that you are playing in. We have even designed our own SQL lab so that you can try the live demonstrations of this #1 vulnerability of OWASP, that is SQL injection, as a bonus. Also, we will have a live demonstrations with mitigation of payment gateway bypass, OTP brute forcing, local file inclusion, remote file inclusion, code executions, XSS, insecure session management, brute force, and dictionary attacks, and much more. All the attacks in this course are practical attacks that works against any real website. In each vulnerability, you will learn the basic exploitation, then you will learn advanced methods that will give you more privileges and will allow you to bypass the security measurements. You will learn how and why these vulnerabilities are exploitable, how to fix them, and what are the right practices to avoid such a bad code practice. And in the end of the course, we will also make a complete penetration testing report so that you can deliver it to your clients, and also we will learn that how to make the POCs that are called as proof of concept so that you can really report the bugs onto the bug bounty platforms. Hit that green button, and I'm excited to see you in the class. Hello internet citizens. I know you always wanted to be an ethical hacker, but if you know how to hack it, then you can easily stop it. It is really important for you to know that what are the limitations with hacking, what is legal, what is illegal, and when are you crossing your boundaries and getting into the illegal stuff. Let's have a look at the origin of hacking. I know this question must be popping up in your mind that what is hacking and ethical hacking is. So let me show you my research about its origin and the keys that are connecting dots in the world of hacking. It was carried out in 1960s by some MIT engineers as they were working on some kind of harmless technical activities as a part of research, just to give the assignments and their research papers, and their outcomes were little funny and faulty. So after playing for a little while from these flaws, they have termed these faulty flaws as hacks. So even before the internet was born, several people in the US has started finding flaws to get some benefits. Like first thing they did was modifying telephones to make a long distance phone calls over the phone network illegally. And can you imagine, the circle is back again, little modified with smart gadgets, but back again with IoT hacking, for which the hacking world is getting crazy these days. Then in late 1960s and enormously in last 1980s, internet was exploding in popularity. Then you can guess, what could be the next target for these guys? Everybody knows that data is gold. So data network became the next biggest target for them. Then some people were doing malicious attacks on computer. That is called as cracking. But most non-technical persons still call it as hacking, which is actually not. The first attack that came up in media attention was Morris Worm in 1988. It was written by Robert T. Morris, again from the computer systems of MIT, and it resulted in first felony conviction in the US under 1986 Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. This Morris firm went on to cause a lot of damage, downtime of computers all over the globe. Again in 1988 only, how can I forget the living legend of hacking, Kevin Mitnick? He was performing various acts of computer crime over the decades, first convicted in 1988 only. Kevin Mitnick was born in 1963, is an American computer security consultant, author, and hacker, best known for his high-profile 1995 arrest, and later 5 long years in prison for various computers and communications related crimes. Still, right now, he is a security consultant for Fortune 500 companies and the FBI. So he is one of the finest. Aaron Swartz, the internet's own boy, a rebel hacktivist, then Anonymous, a loosely associated network of hacktivist entities. We will learn what hacktivists, freakers, script kiddies, etc. are into our next video. And you have one more legend that I can remember, that is Julian Assange, founder of WikiLeaks. He has got some serious skills in hacking. He began his career under the name of Mendix, and he allegedly hacked into the Pentagon and other US Department of Defense facilities, Milnet, the US Navy, NASA, and Australia's Overseas Telecommunication Commission, Citibank, Motorola, Panasonic, and many more as suggested by the article of Wikipedia. So you should really search about him, he is worth looking for. And then there are some whistleblowers like Edward Snowden. He is known for revealing details of classified United States government surveillance programs. So if you have searched for shoes to buy and later on someone on the internet is showing you the ads to buy shoes, and then you should have a deep thought about how can some other platform or website knows that you are interested in buying shoes. They could have shown you some other results to buy some other stuffs on their ads. Why just shoes? Think about it. Saksham here, signing out. See you into the next video. Hi, this is Saksham and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now, I hope you guys have done a little research about the sources and the name of legends that I have taken into my previous videos. And that would be really great if you will know about them all. I have converted the whole scenario of hacking from 1988 to 2017. All the legends that were born throughout this span, I have taken the name of all those legends into my first video. So if you will do a little research about them, that would be great for you and you will get that more feeling of ethical hacking into yourself, or that more feeling of information inside you. Alright, so let's get started with this lecture. If you still remember, I was considering some of those people as hacktivists or white hat hackers or black hat hackers. So there is a breed of hackers, you can say. So you really need to understand about that breed, and if you don't like the theory part, please skip this section and you can start the installation right away from to the next section. But it is really important to know the whole scenario behind the hacking and what is going around this world related to hacking. So in this way, your concepts and that feeling to learn this course from the starting to end will be more clear. So let's get started. Now we are going to talk about types of hackers in this video. The first one is white hat hacker and black hat hackers. Now I'll make you understand what are both of these. Let's talk about white hat hackers. White hat hackers are also known as ethical hackers. So ethical hackers and white hat hackers both are same. They never intend to harm your system. Rather, they try to find out our weaknesses in a computer or a network system as a part of penetration tester and vulnerability assessments. Ethical hacking is not illegal and it is one of the most demanding jobs available into the IT industry today. There are numerous companies that are hiring ethical hackers for penetration testing and vulnerability assessments. In next video, we will definitely cover that what are your chances to make your career into the ethical hacking, and that is very huge and it is a great boom these days. So that was all about white hat hacking. If we talk about black hat hacking, then black hat hackers are also known as crackers, These are those guys who hack in order to gain unauthorized access to your system or to harm its operation or to steal your sensitive information. Black hat hacking is always illegal because of its bad intent, which includes stealing corporate data, violating privacy, damaging the system, blocking the network communication, etc. So as a disclaimer, I do not encourage anyone who is taking this course to go with the black hat hacking, and that will be being very foolish to go with black hat hacking. Let me tell you why. Kevin Matnick, he was a black hat hacker. He was welcomed into the prison and he had a great loss when he was black hat hacker. He has certainly changed his life, made a tons of money when he has started a company as a white hat hacker, and now he's doing a great business as a white hat hacker, or you can say as a penetration tester. So I would always recommend you to go with the white hat hacking, because if the great legend like Kevin Matnick has switched from black hat hacking to white hat hacking, then obviously there will be some reason behind it, right? So next up is gray hat hackers. Now, gray hat hackers are really very dangerous for you. They are a mixture of white hat hacking and black hat hacking. Suppose if you have an IT company, and just for an example, I am a gray hat hacker and I'm working in your company on to the fixing basis. Like, you'll give me a project if something is wrong with your company, then I'll fix it. So what I'll do, I have all the information related to your servers and networks in your company. I'm a gray hat hacker. I'll go home, I'll mess it up, I'll make it vulnerable, I'll attack on your network, and when I'll go back to your company or office the next day, what I'll suggest you that, yeah, this system is vulnerable, please get it fixed with me. Now, the problem is that I am a gray hat hacker. I am around you and I am harming you, I am damaging your systems, and I am fixing it just to make money, right? So you should really keep an eye on the security guys that you have hired in your companies. They might be a gray hat hackers just for their own promotions or to make more money, right? Now, if you believe me or not, this is one of the biggest scenario that is America is fighting from. In fact, all the IT companies in America are fighting from gray hat hackers. Let me give you a report under it. If you guys must have heard the name of Expedia. This article says Expedia IT guy made $300,000 by hacking into the own X6. Now, a former Expedia IT professional admitted on Monday to illegally trading on secrets he discovered by hacking in his own company. Now, he is certainly a gray hat hacker, right? This is the link that you can copy and you can read about this report more. And let's continue our lecture more from here. And next up coming is elite hackers. Now, elite hackers carry a great social status among hackers, and the reason behind that is they have a very vast knowledge of programming. Like, they know all about Ruby, Python, Perl, and they write exploits in those languages, which is really a dangerous and harmful thing. Like, recently, ransomware has hit the internet all over the globe, and that ransomware was written by any of the elite hackers, and their next step is to distribute that written exploit or malware into the lower hierarchy hackers. So elite hackers are really the dangerous one. The next one is script kiddies. Now, script kiddies don't have much knowledge. They are totally dependent on to the tools. They don't know what the logic is going behind the hacking, what is the architecture behind it, what is the logic behind any attack, or how to fix them. So these are called script kiddies. They are the non-expert who breaks into the system by using pre-packaged automated tools. They don't know any logic at all behind that. So that's why it is termed as kiddie. So you can really imagine what kiddie is. So that is called script kiddie. And I would recommend you to not to be a script kiddie. Read my whole course and read the every detail behind it, so your logics can be well built and you could be a great penetration tester, right? So next up coming is neophyte. Now, they are the lowest grade of hacking, right? A neophyte, noob you can say, or newbie. They are someone who is new to hacking or freaking, has almost no knowledge or experience of the working and the technology of hacking, right? They just
get a one kind of skill or maybe two, and they just apply it everywhere and they just boast on it. So those are called neophyte or noobs, right? And the hacking breed don't even look at the noobs or the neophytes, right? So next is the hacktivist. Hacktivists, there are a lot of examples of hacktivist, but let me just tell you what hacktivist is into the beginning. A hacktivist is a hacker who utilizes technology to announce a social, ideological, religious, or political message. In general, most hacktivism involves website defacement or denial of service attacks, or to leak somebody's information that is really confidential. And if we talk about its example, then Aaron Swartz and Anonymous are hacktivists. If you will read more or if you will research more about Aaron Swartz and Anonymous, they are hacktivists, right? And recently, allegedly, it is announced that Julian Assange has leaked the mails of Hillary Clinton. So that was one of the biggest announcement, and you can also call as Julian Assange as hacktivist in that kind of category when he has done this work. So that is basically called as hacktivist. Next upcoming is whistleblowers. Whistleblowers is they are a person who informs on a person or organization regarded as engaging in an unlawful or any immoral activity that is going under that organization. These guys just stay onto the morals. If something bad is going on, they will just report it or they will just reveal it into the public and they will try to stop it. The biggest example of whistleblower that we have talked into our previous video was Edward Snowden, right? Edward Snowden has leaked a lot of surveillance related programs that NSA was using all over the internet. Allegedly, it was said that he has done so, but the people are still fighting over this issue, and you should really research about all of these. One thing that I would like to recommend you people is that you should really research more and more. More you will research, the more you will learn. I will teach you a lot of stuff. I will make your base and your fundamentals, I'll make it strong. But if you will research about it, then you will be able to feel the hacking that is going around you. So that is a great part of research, and you should research about them all. You should research about the legends that I'm taking names, so that you will be easily able to understand this scenario. Also, some of people has asked me that, sir, where we will learn about these hacking skills, where we will play for it, where is the playground for hacking, and can we use this on to anybody's website or what? I mean, where will be the exercise or playground part for us? In the next video, I will tell you that what will be the playground for you guys. And in the next video, we will also learn that what is your scope of hacking and how you can start making money instantly while going throughout this course. So that's it from this video, and then we will discover the new ways of making money as a white hat hacker. So see you into the next video.
Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now in this video, I would like to serve you a small disclaimer that I am not at all responsible if you are going to use the knowledge that I will teach you into an illegal manner. Now, if I am giving you the knowledge to pen test or to use it as ethical hacking, that is your duty to not to use as a black hat hacker. Just for an example or to make you realize about the parameter of black hat hacking, even if you are even hacking into your neighbor's Wi-Fi just for fun, that is also considered as a serious crime and you can see yourself behind the bars. So it is your moral duty to use it in a safe way and to use it as a pen tester, not at all to steal somebody's data or personal information, right? So I hope you guys will not choose the wrong path. And just for another example, the legend like Kevin Mitnick has switched from being a black hat hacker to white hat hacker. So trust me, white hat hacking is one of the finest way to make money, to get great success in your life, not at all the bad path. So that was all about the disclaimer that I wish to make you aware of. Now let's talk about the system requirements. Now it might be in your mind that you need virtual machines and a lot of big heavy machines to start ethical hacking. No, this is not right. Just the 4 GB of RAM is enough to work as a pen tester with Kali Linux. Now 4 GB RAM in what? Mac
or Windows? Now this is one of the biggest issue that student always ask me from starting the training. Well, we'll talk about it in a moment. Let's talk about rest of the hardware requirements. You need to have an access of internet. You need to have an access of your modem settings. What are those? We will learn onto the wireless section, and that would be really great if you will be having USB pen drive along with this course, so that you can dual boot your system, or you could learn some more ways to have fun around with the USB. So let's talk about the operating system, which is one of the biggest issue before starting this course. Well, there are 3 operating systems: Windows, OS X, and Linux. Some of the people are using Fedora as well, but most of the users are using either Windows, OS X, or Linux. Now, there are high chances you might be using Windows or OS X, and you guys must be loving it. But the people like me are more interested into the third option, that is Linux. Why? I'll tell you why. If you wish to know about the packets, if you wish to know about encrypting or decrypting the packets, you cannot do that in Windows. You can do that, but that will be a real tough issue, and there isn't at all any transparency in Windows or OS X. You have no idea at all what is going under the hood in Windows or OS X, and OS X is very strict with the firewalls and all that stuff. You cannot modify it, you cannot change it, and this is seriously the worst part. You cannot even analyze the traffic or the packets of internet properly because they are not open source. But I can understand you people. There might be some reasons, maybe official reasons, or maybe your project reasons that you are using Windows or OS X. So I have a solution for that as well. We'll be using VirtualBox. This is free for all, for Windows users and OS X users as well. So we'll be using VirtualBox, and we will be installing Kali Linux in VirtualBox so that you cannot face any problem at all while following this course. The best option would be if you will dual boot your computer. That means your primary operating system will also exist, and you will make a bootable pen drive, and you will put the Kali Linux into that, and you will boot your computer, and you will load the Kali Linux into that. So that is one of the finest way to start this course. Now there will be some problem in VirtualBox, like you have to bridge the connection, you need a wireless card sometimes, and VirtualBox is little buggy into the Kali Linux, like you will face a little bit of problem while installing Wine package and many much like that. So I would highly recommend you if you will dual boot your system. So just for a quick revision, don't forget your moral duty after learning the attacks from this course. Use it just for pen testing or by taking the permission of victim as a pen tester, and be clear about the operating system. You wish to use VirtualBox or you wish to dual boot your system. Dual boot is one of the finest choice right here. And if you cannot dual boot, you can just go for VirtualBox as well. There are not going to be much troubles, and if there are much troubles going on with you, then I'm here for you. Feel free to put up your queries into the discussion box. So that's it for this video. I hope you guys must have enjoyed this theoretical part of ethical hacking, which was not much lengthy, I guess. We will read about rest of the terminologies along the way, like what is XSS, what is proxy, what is SQL, and many much more like that. So you need not to worry about that at all. But that's it for this video. In next section, we will start our installation part. Thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now straight to the point, that what I am exactly looking for after completing this course, and what is the scope in penetration testing. Can I get a full-time job in penetration testing, or even if I am not interested in a full-time job, is there any way to get started as a freelancer? So let's talk about full-time job in penetration testing and freelancer as a penetration tester. So the most important question can be for anybody will be that how much I will be earning after becoming a complete penetration tester. So let's check this out by the very trustworthy article and resources. So let me show you a quick report of it. Alright, a very trustworthy source, that is dailymail.co.uk, is that a day in the life of a professional hacker, how IT spies masqueraded as employees are paid to test company security. Well, I'm more interested in this line, that large firms can pay up to $80,000 and you can say 50,000 euros for a full pen testing, and that depends on your team. Usually a team of pen testing reporters can give you a full pen test report within 20 days, or maybe it could be up to 30 days. So that's how much it takes to earn $80,000, which is quite handsome amount right there. So on to the second article, you can just note down this URL and you can read the whole article. Next up is payscale.com, which is again a very trustworthy source, and you can see right here is that the starting salary of penetration testers starts from $50,000 and it can go up to $120,000. So this was a quick report of penetration tester salary, and you can even see that you are in which country. This was the report from United States. If I write here as UK, United Kingdom, then you can see that you can get 27,000 euros into the United Kingdom as a penetration tester salary. And the beginning, or you can say that in the starting time of your penetration testing career, you can get 27,000 euros and it can go up to 68,000. Now you will find a very funny fact over here is that people in this job generally don't have more than 10 years of experience. This is the field where skills really matters rather than getting experience. It's all about information and researching more and more to sharpen your skills and to become the best in this field, that is penetration testing. Now, this was the full-time salary and full-time job as a penetration tester. If we talk about freelancer, then you can get a lot of jobs of penetration tester on Upwork.com. That is again a very famous freelancing platform. You can see people are submitting so much jobs, like they need a help with information security in SaaS company or site penetration testing, which is really very easy. You can find SQL, XSS, HTML abusing, or maybe a lot more like that. This is the easiest one, and you can easily get $100 with a single day site pen testing. Now have a look at the statistics of our freelancers on just the Upwork. There are many more like people per hour and freelancers.com. But okay, let's take any one of these freelancers randomly. Let's just view the profile of this guy. This guy charges $50 per hour and he has worked for 2,000 approximately. So just by calculating a simple maths as a freelancer, 50 multiplied by 2020, and as a freelancer he has earned this much of dollars. Can you imagine? So the result is in front of your screen, that how much you can earn as a freelancer over here. And if you find any bug onto the big platforms like Facebook, then here's a link that you can visit, that is www.facebook.com/whitehat. Now say thanks to your terminology, now you can easily understand what white hat is. Now I'm more interested over here. You can see that we determine bounty amounts based on a variety of factors that you can read in detail of this article, including impact, ease of exploitation, quality of report. If we pay bounty, the minimum reward is starting from $500 US. And trust me, there are a lot of bugs onto these big platforms as well. Now, this was your scope as a freelancer and as a full-time penetration tester. But I wish to tell you that you cannot start penetration testing without anybody's information. But if you wish to do so, then I do have a solution for that. You have a great playground for that as well, and that playground is legal. You can start or you can apply all of your skills that you will learn from this course. Okay, let's take you over there. But before taking you over there, we will also talk about bug bounty reports, which are really very important. You should have an idea that how people are hacking onto a big site platforms like Snapchat, Facebook, WordPress, and much more like that. So here is my browser once again. Now here is a platform that says www.bugcrowd.com, and here the many websites are listed like 123 Contact Forms, 99 Designs, Aquila, and there are really big giants people like Alta Vista, Amazon Web Services, AOL, Apple, and there are much more big platforms listed. Now you can go and start pen testing on our software, maybe Apple, AT&T's website, or it could be anywhere. If they're listed over here and you have your account on bugcrowd.com, then via this platform, you can report them and you can get a handsome bounty. And this is not so famous, but it is a great platform again. The most famous and the biggest bug bounty program running at this date is HackerOne. And personally, I am one of the biggest fan of HackerOne. I have made tons of money from here. And if you will log in from here, then you can see that there are really very big people that are connected to this platform, and you can report any one of them. As you can see that somebody has reported onto this platform or GitHub, or you can say Snapchat. CRLF injection was found over here. What is CRLF injection? We will learn in this course definitely. Blind SQL was found on US Department of Defense. Again, SQL injection was found on US Department of Defense. We will learn SQL injection as well. And Uber, and you can see that Uber has rewarded somebody as $5,000, and you can see that people are rewarding here on Twitter as $7,560, and they are paying a huge amounts to you people. And so whatever is listed over here, you can just report them and you will definitely get a great reward of maybe swag or maybe Hall of Fame, which would be a great thing for your resume. Or you could get a lot of dollars as well, like somebody has rewarded $5,000 to someone. Now, how they have rewarded, what they have done with CRLF injection or blind SQL or like what? So for that, the best part is to go with the unofficial HackerOne reporters, that is h1.nopt.de. You can carefully see this URL, note it down, and here you can see that all the reports are onto the disclosure type over here. You can see like just for an example, somebody has reported onto the WordPress platform that XSS is working over there. If you will look into this report, well, again, DOM based XSS, we will read about that as well. So here he has written that there is a DOM XSS in mercantile.wordpress.org that is working over there. You can just click on to this link and you will see that XSS will be working. Now they have fixed it. That's why it is on disclosure report. But you can see that somebody has applied the XSS with subcat and image injection, and somebody has reported the XSS like this. So this is a very great platform to read that how people are reporting to these guys, what is actually happening in their reports. Full disclosure is given onto the h1.not.de, and when you will refresh it, then you will see that it's 19 June today. Somebody has CSP policy bypass was found on some GretiPay, and you can see all the reports are here on to the every date. It's 28 June today, just an hour before 19 June. Report of 19 June was submitted right here. So that's how you find the vulnerabilities. This is your legal platform to test your skills, to earn money as a freelancer, and to learn as well that how people are, what exactly people are doing, like how they are finding the CSP policy bypass in JavaScript or SQL or whatever that is. You can find a great report over here so that you can also learn to pen test somebody's platform and to make an handsome money out of it. So just for a quick revision, we have learned about the scope in penetration testing in this video as a full-time job and freelancer. We have found the legal playground for ethical hackers, that is Bugcrowd, and the HackerOne. HackerOne is the most engaging one. You will find a lot of vulnerabilities and you can make tons of money from that platform. And we have also found the important part, that is bug bounty reports onto the unofficial HackerOne platform of disclosure reports. So after watching this video, visit all of it and try to read the reports. If you don't understand anything, just keep patience. We will learn everything in this course because this is going to be the master course. We are going to cover almost everything from wireless to web pen testing and almost everything. So that's it for this video. Don't forget to research about all of these points. That's it from this video, and thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now, in this video, we are going to talk all about installation and grabbing the tools that are required to create your own pen testing lab. Now, let's keep this debate aside of Windows user, Mac user, or Linux user. The best way is going to be if we will create our own pen testing lab in a virtual box. Doesn't matter which platform you are using. Of course, there are going to be very little compatible issues, but we will solve them along the way. So let's create our own pen testing lab, and people usually charge $80 to $90 from beginners to create the whole pen testing lab, in which the lab will exist, the attacker will exist, the victim will exist. All of this will exist in your single system, and that will be very idiotic if I will show you that I am the attacker and I am attacking on a victim that is some other machine and I'm recording on that. That will be a really confusion thing for you. So the best part in our own pen testing lab is that in single system, you will be having attacker and victim as well. So that is going to be the perfect for you, no matter if you are using Linux, Windows, or Mac operating system. So let's get started with this, and we have got the perfect solution for this debate as well. Don't worry about anything at all. This will take a little while to download the stuff and to create our own pen testing lab, but trust me, it is worth doing it, and you have to keep a little patience, and it is going to be really worth it, right? So let's get started. Now, our lab is going to be, you can say, a framework of virtual machine that is called a virtual box. So our lab and the operating system will be in a virtual box. Virtual box is a piece of software that runs the operating system within the single system. You can run the dual operating system as well into the virtual box. So that is going to be an amazing. We'll create one operating system as a victim and one as attacker, and attacker is most of the time going to be Kali Linux, right? For lab, we are going to use VirtualBox. As an attacker machine, we are going to use Kali Linux. So here's the URL number one, that is virtualbox.org, and here you will be able to download the VirtualBox. So for the pen testing framework, you can say VirtualBox is going to play an important role. Go to www.virtualbox.org. After going here, you need to click on downloads. Not this one. Onto the left hand side, click on downloads, and then you will be able to see the platform on which you are using, right? So if you wish to use the VirtualBox on Windows, you need to click here. If you are using OS X, you need to click here. And if you are any of the Linux distribution, on very rare chances, some of the people might be using Solaris, then it is going to be Solaris. Now, next up, our attacker machine most of the time is going to be Kali. I'm one of the biggest fan of Kali. Kali is loaded with tons of pen testing and attacking tools that I really love a lot. So most of the time, attacker machine is going to be Kali Linux. So you can download Kali Linux for free, and you need to visit on this URL that says www.kali.org. Earlier, we used to do all the pen testing onto the backtrack, but that was not on the Debian platform. So it was really messed up when any update used to come, or there was a lot of troubleshooting whenever there was any update. But Debian is really helpful with the updates and everything out there. It is very compatible at all. So these guys have switched the platform to Debian. Earlier they were using Backtrack, and now they have relaunched Kali instead of Backtrack due to Debian problems. So you need to go on www.kali.org. You need to hit on download, just download, and you can download the ISO. It is going to be of 64-bit and 32-bit. If you are using RAM less than 2 GB, you can say, then you have to go for 32-bit. But most of the time, people must be using 64-bit. There are not at all compatibility issues for 64-bit. It will run really smooth for 64-bit, and people from higher the RAM of 2 GB can use 64-bit. Another thing is that if your parent system, like you're using Windows, 64-bit is running into your system, then if you're using 64-bit Kali, that is going to be perfectly awesome. And if not, there are going to be little bit of compatibility issues. Same goes for Linux and OS X guys. So you can download the ISO and torrent. Okay, now some of the people might be feeling that torrent is illegal. No, not at all. Torrent client is still legal, but the things that were serving onto the torrent or by the torrent search engines like Kick-Ass and all that stuff were illegal, and that also depends that what are you downloading. So this is completely free, and this is the official website of Kali.org, and you can download it from torrent client or ISO. So your homework is going to be that you need to download VirtualBox and Kali. So that's it for this video. Please download all the sources that I have just mentioned. See you into the next video. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now, in this video, as promised, we are going to install our VirtualBox machine. So let's get started with the VirtualBox installation in this video. So I would like to recommend you two tips into this video. The first one is going to be managing your firewall settings. So you need to manage your firewall correctly so that you can proceed with the installation of VirtualBox. Now, you might be also suggesting me for VMware or VM Player, you can say, and that is a great option as well. But VirtualBox is on a cross-platform approach, so you can get this done onto the OS X, Mac, Windows, and Linux as well. So VirtualBox has a cross-platform approach, so you should really go for VirtualBox. Next tip that I would like to deliver you into this video, that keep patience. Keep a little bit of patience, and there are going to be some moments while installing that your screen will get freeze, or sometimes while installing your operating system, nothing will happen on your screen. Now you need to keep a little bit of patience at that time. When your screen will hang, you need to keep patience, let it get resumed, and things will be. Now this depends on the performance of your computer. So these hiccups will be there, but you need to keep a little bit patience at that time. So let's get started on to the installation of VirtualBox without if and buts, and let's proceed now. Alright everybody, so as an assignment, you guys must have downloaded these files which says VirtualBox that we are going to install in this video. Next up was Kali Linux, that was your assignment. Third was Ubuntu, and the last one was Metasploit. As you can see that all of them are of 64 bits. So you can see over here that 64 here stands for 64-bit, and same goes for Ubuntu as well, 16th 64-bit ISO. Now Kali Linux, you must have got the file with ISO extension, and same goes for Ubuntu as well. This means you've got an image of the operating system that we can easily install into the VirtualBox, as you can see that as a player as well. So if I double click on VirtualBox, then it will open up. Let's double click on this icon to install. You can also read the user manual, and user manual has a lot of information right here, and you can read all about VirtualBox in this. It has so much detailed and lengthy knowledge related to VirtualBox, or it is kind of a document that you can say, but you need not to read it. But if you are stuck at some places, you can always look into the user manual. So you can get a solution for that, right? And in any case, if you wish to uninstall the VirtualBox and you wish to delete all the files related to it, then you can uninstall this VirtualBox just by this file. So preview quit unexpectedly. Let's just ignore this warning. Let's double click on virtualbox.pkg. Let's hit on continue, and let's hit on continue once again. So now this will take 179.1 MB space on your computer. So wherever you install it, make sure that it has 179.1 MB of free space in your computer. Now, in most of the cases, there will be this much of free space into your computer, but still just make sure that you are having this much of free space. Or you can also feel free to change the directory of this VirtualBox. Hit on install. Let me just hit on my password over here, and I'm good to go. Now let me just hit on install software. It is an Oracle product. The installation was successfully done. Now, in case if you wish to tweak some of the settings with firewall, in 99% of the cases, there will not be any firewall problems, but in OS X, you can just click on settings, then in security and privacy, and you will see an exception over there. Earlier, it used to be an option here that you can install the application from any resource or any developer. Here was the option. But now after an update of Siri in Mac OS X, they have just removed this option. So you can just feel free to click here and make the changes if there is any problem while installing this VirtualBox. All right. So now VirtualBox is installed. Let's launch it. And here is my VirtualBox. And as you can see, congratulations, your VirtualBox is all installed. And now the curiosity here is about this button. This new button can install your rest of the images. Try it yourself, or if you're stuck somewhere, feel free to watch my next videos. This section is all going to be about installation, and I am going to walk all beside you through installation to every attack. So just feel confident about it and give it a go. And if you face any problem at all, feel free to put up your queries in discussion box. So that's it for this video, and thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now let's get started with the installation of our attacker machine, that was Kali Linux. Now there are other attackers machine are also available in the market like Parrot operating system. That is great as well, but Kali Linux is marvelous. This is one of my personal favorite, and 99.9% I'll be attacking from Kali Linux throughout this course. So I would recommend you to go with Kali Linux. Now there is a little mistake that beginners tend to do in the starting while installing the Kali Linux into the VirtualBox is that Kali Linux is a Debian based operating system. Now the earlier before launching Kali Linux, Backtrack was the one that was in action as an attacker's machine, but there were a lot of compatibility issues and there were a hell lot of problems while updating it. That was all in Ubuntu, but then they have switched to Debian operating system due to these issues, and offensive security guys have relaunched the Backtrack with the name of Kali Linux by switching this operating system onto Debian. So it depends on you, whichever bit is it, 64-bit or whatever you have downloaded, but make sure you put it under the category of Debian. And the last tip that I would like to give you is that keep patience. At some time your system will get blank or you'll feel like nothing is happening, but you need to keep little patience over there and everything will be fine right in front of your eyes. So let's get started with installing the Kali Linux in this movie. Alright everybody, so we were here onto the VirtualBox. We have successfully installed it into the last movie. Now I was talking about this button, that was new button. And alright everybody, so we were here and here is my VirtualBox. We have successfully installed this into our last movie. Now this is the button that I was talking about into my last movie. If you have successfully installed the Kali Linux yourself, then congratulations and feel free to skip this movie. If not, don't worry, I'll be walking beside you through each and every small and big step of ethical hacking. And if you still face any problem at all, then feel free to put up your queries in discussion box. Alright, so let's get started. Firstly, you need to click on new and let's give it a name as Kali Linux to this framework that will be appearing onto your left hand side, and type is going to be Linux and version is going to be Debian based, Debian 64-bit or 32-bit or maybe whichever bit you have downloaded. It depends on the bits of ISO, right? So 64-bit in this case, and I would like to hit on continue. Now it is asking me to allocate it the RAM size, right? So 1024 is recommended by the memory, but I'm increasing the RAM to get a better performance, right? So approximately, let's just give it nearby 2 GB, right? So let's hit on continue. Now create a virtual hard disk. Now the recommended size of hard disk is 8 GB. So by default, it is giving the hard disk of 8 GB. Don't worry, it is not going to corrupt your whole hard disk. It will just create a virtual disk inside it, right? So let's click onto this option, create a virtual hard disk now. Click on create. Now VDI is the file format in which it will be created into the directory of VirtualBox. So there are other formats as well like VHD, VMDK, but VDI is the most standard one for the VirtualBox. So I would like to suggest you to go with VDI, and you are not much familiar with the virtualization, so you need not to play with other formats. Just go with VDI over here. Click on continue. Now this is the most important part. You need to click on dynamically allocated size. If you will give a fixed size of 8 GB or somewhat like that, then what if you will install any software, or in an emergency you wish to copy any files that are little big in size. So the dynamically will automatically get adjusted in this case, but fixed size will create a lot of trouble to you people. So click on dynamically allocated, click on continue. Let's give it some more room over here for better performance once again. 19 GB is enough. This totally depends on your own wish about the performance and according to your configurations. But make sure you don't go below the recommended size or RAM, right? Now click on create. Now you can see that my session is created onto the left hand side, and you can see that it is still blanked. So let's just start it, and it will prompt me an error that, hey, there is no ISO right here. Okay. So go on to the directory and let's just give it an ISO. So here was our ISO in our tools, Kali Linux, and this is the ISO that we have downloaded, right? So let's just open this ISO by going in directory, click on open, click on start. And here it will start installing. Now there are certain modes like live mode, live USB persistence. Now live USB persistence is something that you will plug in the USB and it will work like an operating system, and when you will remove the USB, then that operating system will be removed. And live session is something that it will get started into the live session. You can work, but you cannot save anything. If you will copy any file or if you will write any exploit or payload, then it will automatically get vanished, right? But the best part is to go with the graphical install. This is for beginners, easy to install, and everything will be saved here. So let's click on graphical install. Okay, it is prompting me some notifications that your keyboard is auto captured and mouse pointer integration is always done. All right, I'm good to go with this. Now the language is going to be English, of course, and I'm living in India, so it is going to be I in India. You can choose wherever you are living right now. Keyboard is I'm good to go with American English. Hit on continue. Now it is loading the additional components. This will take very few seconds right here. Detecting network hardware now. Alright, it's done. Now it is asking me for my host name, that is Kali, great to go. Let's click on continue. And domain name. Now if you're working as a pen tester in any organization, then you wish to go for domain name and you can configure their network as it is suggesting us like .edu, .net or whatever that is. But if you're not pen testing any website or any organization, then you can leave it as a blank and you can proceed by clicking on continue, because you guys are just learning right now. And let's just give it a password as the simple one, that is tour, TOOR2, that is the easiest one. And your username is going to be root in this case, as it is saying that root's password, right? So root is going to be your username and tour is going to be your password. So let's click on continue. All right, everybody, now it is asking me for the partition guide here. Now I would like to use my entire disk so that I cannot run out of my storage or somewhat like that. So let's use the entire disk right here and let's hit on continue. Definitely a VirtualBox hard disk. Now you can make your own directory by clicking on these systems, but I would like to go with by default options, and it is also recommended for any users. So let's just go with it. And it is also giving me the detailed instructions that your ATA VBox hard disk size is 20.5 GB. All right, let's hit on continue. Now let's finish the partitioning and write the changes to the disk, right? You can even select any partition and you can make some changes right here. So let's click on finish partitioning and write the changes to disk. Continue, save changes, yes, continue. Now it is installing my system. Now it will take a little while to install it into my system, little bit of time. You can grab a coffee or something and you can feel free to pause this movie. I'm fast forwarding the movie from here and I'll get back to you within some seconds. Alright everybody, now it is asking me for the network mirror that is often used in the terminal, so you can go for yes or no as well. So let's go for this option as yes. Click on continue. Now it is asking me if I wish to use any proxy or somewhat like that, but I would like to do it manually from the terminal. So let's hit on continue from here. Now it is configuring the apt packages, so let it go. Now it is asking me to install the grub bootloader into my hard disk. Now this is really very important. Grub bootloader is something that is the starting part of the operating system when you turn your system on. So I would recommend you to go for the yes option and hit on continue. This may take a while, but let it get installed. Now don't let it go manually because it is giving me the directory of the virtual hard disk where I've installed it. So go for this second option and let's install our grub bootloader exactly where I've installed my operating system. So let's hit on continue. Alright everybody, now finally my installation is successfully completed without any error at all. If you face any error at all, then I would recommend you to restart it and solve those errors by going into the operating system. Or if you have forgotten to download any package or any file due to the error while you're on installation, then please download it. Otherwise you will get little bit of errors while attacking something, right? So let's hit on continue. It is running some live packages file and it's into the final stage right here, finishing my installation. Finally, my system is requesting for the reboot. Now there are two options right here, advanced option for Kali Linux and the Kali Linux simply. So we would like to go for simple Kali Linux and let's hit enter. Now it may take a while to start this machine onto the very first time, but stay a little patient about it. Now as I've suggested you that my username was root and my password was tour, right? So now you can sign in and alright everybody, now congratulations, finally you have installed the attacker's machine. Now you will be really happy to install this when you will learn a lot of attacks from this machine. So we have successfully installed the Kali Linux in this machine. In next video we will take a tour of Kali Linux and virtual machine as well, so that you can tweak the little bit of settings while installing yourself into your computer. So that's it for this video and thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now we were talking about taking a quick tour of VirtualBox and Kali Linux. So let's get started with taking a quick tour of VirtualBox. So in our last movie we have successfully installed the Kali Linux. Now let's talk about our VirtualBox. Now I would like to get your attention over here into these settings. These will tell you all the information about the name of operating system, the type of operating system, the base memory that you have allocated, boot order acceleration, video memory, and a lot like that. Now you can see almost every information to the front right here, but still if you want to make some changes, you cannot do that from here. What you need to do is that you need to click on settings and here you can make the changes. Like if in the general changes, you wish to go on to the basic changes, and if you wish to make any settings related to the system, like changing the memory size or changing to the RAM gigabytes, then you can do that from here, right? Now, if you wish to make any display settings, that if you wish to scale the view or somewhat like that, or if you wish to check on high DPI support, then you can do that from here, right? So you can go for the storage as well. Storage is really an important part. Like suppose if you have got some error while installing this machine, and if you will install again, then it will not allow you to do so. Why is that? Because there are some files that are already there into this directory, right? So what you will do is that you will click over here. You will see that where is the location of the directory. So you can see that by here you can simply go to the folder, and you can just get this directory written to here, and here you can go through the directory where some error Kali files are left, right? So storage is really an important part right here. If you are installing the Kali Linux 2 times after getting error or somewhat like that, well, there is a very funny part over here that you won't be able to hear any sound in Kali Linux, and you have to tweak some settings into the Kali Linux to hear the sound, which is really a long part, and that is not at all a part of ethical hacking. So we'll not be covering that. And network is an important part right here. Now in some laptops of Windows, you need to go to attached to bridged adapter, and then you need to select this port to get started with the internet connection. So make sure in the starting only if your internet connection is working, otherwise you need to select this bridge adapter settings, right? So it is working on net in my case. Then you can go for ports as well. If you are plugging any USB ports, you need to get it detected over here so that it can show up into your operating system. You can go for shared folders as well, and you can go for user interface as well. So this was your quick tour towards the VirtualBox. Now let's take a quick tour of Kali Linux. Now here is our Kali Linux. Let's just resize a little bit, or you can even go to the full screen. How is that? Go to view and go to full screen mode. Let's switch on to the full screen mode. Well, it is not at all looking good because it is not scaled properly into the full screen. Now if I hit on Ctrl+F and let's go to view, and let's go to scale factor to, let's say, 150%. And now if I go onto the view and full screen, let's switch, and now you can see that it is looking really great into the full screen. Well placed, well scaled, right? So you have to tweak these kind of settings according to the resolution of your monitor. All right, now let's take a quick tour of Kali Linux. Now first of all, here is the Firefox ESR. Well, earlier it was from the name of IC Weasel, but I'm glad that they have accepted that it is Firefox, not at all the IC Weasel. We expert pen testers already had an idea about it, that it is not IC Weasel, it is just Firefox into the backend. So now it's the Firefox. Next up is the terminal. Well, you can even tweak the settings of terminal as well. You can go to view, and you can even zoom in or zoom out to the normal size as well. And when you will go to edit and let's say profile preferences, then you can even change the color scheme of this terminal as well. Like you can change the background to transparent, or you can adjust the transparency settings, you can say, and many more like that. Like if I wish to change the text is now here from the white color. If I wish to change it, then let's say if I wish the text to go like green, like it used to be in Matrix. So you can say it's now green right here. All right. So you can change it according to your wish, according to your comfort zone. And that's how you play with terminals. Now you must be thinking that you don't know much commands about terminal. Don't worry, we will cover 2 sessions to give you a brief idea about the commands on the terminal, right? All right, everybody. So next up here is that you need to go on to this directory. You must have a great idea, and if you will hover on it, then you will get the path of these directories. Like downloads is written in the directory as /root/downloads, musics, pictures, videos, and all this stuff, right? So you can also go on to these settings. If the file is not showing up, then give it a try of showing the hidden files, right? So these are very important ones. Now you can see that Metasploit framework. I'm a big fan of Metasploit framework. This is a tool where we write the payloads and so many exploits right here. Next up is Armitage, Burp suite. Burp suite is really important once again in various factors. We will learn about it. Then beef XSS. XSS is something like cross-site scripting and JavaScript as well. So we'll be learning that into this section. And then we have Faraday and LeafPad. LeafPad is nothing more than a notepad. I'll show you right here. Well, this is simply a notepad. You can write anything, you can save it. So LeafPad is called a notepad of Kali Linux, right? So I don't want any changes right here. Then you can visit onto the applications as well. There are a lot of applications related to hacking right here, as you can see all over here. You can just visit them. So that was a quick tour of Kali. So I would like to suggest you to take a great tour of Kali so that you can get friendly with it and you can make the changes as well. And by taking a quick tour, you will be really friendly to see that where are the wireless settings. As you can see, they are here, where to switch off, where to switch on, and where are the proxy settings or root settings as well. So take a great tour of it, get friendly with it so that we can play with it into the future of this course. So that's it for this movie. Thank you for taking a quick tour of VirtualBox and Kali Linux. See you into the next video. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now, welcome to the brand new section in which we will learn the basic commands that we will use in the terminal. Now, what if I'll start writing an exploit in my terminal? That will not be fair with you people. So I've decided to teach you the basic commands that we usually use in Linux, and I bet 80% people are not familiar with Linux right here. So I've decided to take this whole section to teach you the basic commands in Linux that we are going to use in the terminal. So let's get started with this. Now, the very first command that you will be using very frequently is to knowing about your own IP and knowing about the other system's IP. So to know your own IP, you need to write here as ifconfig. And when you will hit enter, then you will see the inet, netmask and broadcast IP, or everything will be made available right here. Now, if you're using the terminal of Windows, then you need to write here as ipconfig, not ifconfig, but in Mac operating system and in Linux, you need to write here as ifconfig to know your IP. Now, this IP seems little weird, right? It should not start from 10.0.2.255. So let me tell you the reason behind it, that I've deliberately installed my network as net adapter, which is there by default, and I have not yet bridged my connection, so that is why it is facing the problem right here. Now let's try to communicate with this system from my Mac operating system. That is going to be my primary operating system at this moment of time. So let me just open my terminal into the Mac and let me just resize it a little bit, right? So let me just give it a try to ping on 10.0.2.255. Now it will show me an error. It will not send the packets. Now let me just hit on enter. Before hitting enter, I would briefly like to tell you that sending pings is like sending the very small sized packets, and if they will be successfully sent, then it will send some more packets. So in this way you can see if your network is up and running or it is down, right? So if I hit the enter over here, and you can see that the request is timed out. That means the packets are not successfully sent to this network. So this really means that my network is down and it is not working in this VirtualBox, right? So that is really a great way to fix it. If you are using the terminal commands, you can really recognize if your IP is working or not. So we have to make it working, right? So let me just close it. Now, when you will select the Kali over here, you need to go into the settings. You need to go into the networks and into the adapter settings. You need to attach it to the bridge connection. You have to attach it to the bridged adapter to make it working, and then you will see that the IP will not look awkward to you people. It will look as normal. Earlier it was 10 point something. So that was really a strange IP out there. Now, the sad part is that you really need to restart the system. So I have to do that. Let me just power it off, and I'm fast forwarding the movie from here to save your time. Alright everybody, now I've restarted my system as you can see, and I've fast forwarded the movie at this time. So welcome back everybody, and let's just open our terminal and let's see if it is still showing us the strange IP or it is alright now. So if I write here as ifconfig and if I hit enter, then you can see it is not at all a strange looking IP, it is really the perfect one. So just to make sure if it is active or not, let's just try to ping it over here. And if I write here as ping 192.168.1.255, if I hit enter, then you can see that 64 bytes of packet is sent to this IP into some milliseconds, you can see. So the connection is up and running now, and you will not face any problem at all if you will attack from this machine to some other machines. So this is really an important fix out there. Now the another important part in terminal is, let me just switch it to full screen so that you can see it properly. Alright everybody. Now the another command that is really useful to you people is that you guys are from security field. You need to keep your system clean, updated, and you have to upgrade it if there are any available out there. And in pen testing and security field, you have to stay updated so that you cannot become a victim of anybody, right? So for that, you have a simple command out there that is apt. Now apt here stands for Advanced Package Tools. It is a set of tools that will help you with a lot of programs right there. Like suppose if you wish to install the Firefox, then you will simply write here as apt get install Firefox. Right? So I'm just using it just for an example, but now I wish to update my system, right? So what I'll do is that I'll just write here as apt get update, right? But what if I wish to add another two commands, like if I wish to clean and update my system as well? Do I need to write it again and again over there, or do I need to watch my system over there? No, we can attach two commands all together just by and signs. So let me show you people how to do that. So let's just write here as apt-get space clean. Now if there are any error files or there are any unused files, they will be deleted. And if I wish to add another argument, then I will go for double and signs. And then I can write another command that is apt-get update. And I wish to do one more thing, that is to upgrade, right? So I will write here as apt-get upgrade, right? And in case if it will ask me or it will prompt me and again for my information that if I really wish to do that, then I will write here as Y, that stands for yes in advance, right? So if I'll hit enter, then you can see that it has started working. Now it will take a while to update it all. So I'd recommend you people to update your systems, to upgrade your systems and clean your systems. And it will take a little while for me to upgrade my system. So I will see you people into the next video, and thank you so much for watching. We will learn more command lines into the next video. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now after installing all the updates and upgrading your Kali, all the dependencies related to Ruby, Python and Java, of course JRE must be there into your system now. So all the dependencies that are required for Burp suite and various attacks must be there into your system now, and congratulations, you will not face any error after doing that. So that is really a +1 point for you people. Alright, so let's get started with more commands that are very usual to use while learning ethical hacking, and this is just for non-Linux users. And if you are already a Linux user, then don't skip the movie. This can freshen up your skills into the terminals, right? So let's get started with more terminal command line. Alright, so first of all, let me just get started with a very common command that is uname, and you must have already guessed that it stands for username, right? And you can see that my uname at this moment of time is Linux, right? So if I need more of its detail, then I'll write here as uname, And if I'll write here as R-R, then you can see that R is for recursive. In some seconds we will see what recursive is, but you can see that it is giving me a little bit more detail. So 4.9.0 version of Kali, and it is 64-bit. So recursive tells all the information related to that branch that is connected to username or whichever file or wherever you are using this recursive command. So R here stands for recursive, right? So if I need a lot more information about it, then I'll use A. A here stands for all. Now you can see that it is little bit much more detail right here, and you can see that it is AMD 64-bit, Debian 4.9.18, Kali version of 2017 4, and its release date and rest of the information out there, right? And of course as well if it is 64-bit or 32-bit or whatever that is, right? So that is quite an easy one. Now there is another command that if you forgot that what you have written in your terminal last night or maybe some hours back, then you can simply write here as history, and then you will see that all the commands that are written onto this terminal is all coming up here, right? So just to clear it up, you can simply write as clear and your whole terminal will be cleared up. So these were very common commands out there. Alright everybody, now that was really a common and easy ones. Now let's jump on to a little complicated one, but they are really important. Now it's all about giving the permissions and playing with the files in your directories, and this is really important for you people to catch the directories, and you should have a great knowledge to catch the directories and to give the permissions to the file. Now this is really the main reason that what type of permissions you are giving to that file and serving that to the people on a server. So this is the main reason how you can get into that, and giving a right permission is cost very important for everybody, so that you cannot get any harm or any stranger cannot execute and make the changes in that file. So we are going to talk about the permissions and managing things with directories into the Linux terminal. So the first thing out there would be ls, that is for listing, and this stands for all the possible directories that are there into your location right now. And as you can see, let me just show you a difference between this one, and let me just change my directory to a level up, and this one. Now here are the two differences. Now directories are nothing more than a folder, you can say, and there are a lot of more directories into that. And if I'll run a ls command over here, and ls refers to the files in directory, the default file list that are currently in that directory will show up in front of your people. Now you can see that this is not the basic one, this is the basic one, and somewhere the most frequently used is this one. So if you wish to go on to this one, then this is the common one, and if you will write cd, that is to change directory, this will definitely go on a default one, and you can run an ls, and you can see that the frequently used directories are here in front of your eyes. So you really need to understand the difference between the architecture of the folder. If you will search the architecture of folders in Linux, then you will really understand that which folder and directory is situated where into your system. So you really need to understand the difference between these two. Alright everybody. Now if I wish to catch the directory, then I'll use the command which says cd, and if I wish to go on a directory that is on desktop, right? So I'll just write here as desktop, and you can see that right now I'm inside the desktop directory, right? Now before going here, I would like to teach you another one, that if you wish to go a level up, then you will simply write here as cd space double dot, then this will take you a level up, right? Now you are no more into this desktop directory. Now if you wish to go for a detailed information about it, then you should really go for manual of ls. Now everything has a manual, and it is really a great habit to go through the manual, so I'd recommend you to go for the manual of ls as well. So if you will go on to the manual of ls, then you will see that I have used this command into the beginning of the uname and to give the more detailed report, and A stands for all. Likewise, there are a lot more commands right here, and I know it is not practically possible to learn them all, but this would be really great if you will read them once so that you don't feel strange about anything out there. And please read all the highlighted lines as well. That would be really a great help for you sometimes, that if you wish to get out of this and you are a beginner, then you need not to confuse. Just read this line. It says Q to quit. So I'll just hit on Q, and it's back right here. Now we know how to catch a directory. Next part is that how to create a file into that directory. So if I say that I want you to create a file into the directory of desktop, then you need to go onto this directory, right? So first of all, what you will do, you will catch this directory and you will write here as desktop, and now you're inside desktop and there is a command that says touch. Now this command creates a new file, and let's say this file name as test, and you can even give the extension to this file. You can even create a .txt file or whatever you wish to, and just in this case for the demonstration purpose I'm creating a simple file right here, and you can see that test file is just now right here in front of your eyes. So that's how you create new files. Now if you know how to create files, then you should know how to delete these files, right? So what you will do, you will write here a simple command that is rm and then the file name, and then this file will be deleted. But you have to be very careful about it. If you will delete this once, then there is no way back to recover it. So if you are deleting anything from terminal, then you should be very careful about it. Click enter and you can see that test is now gone, and bye bye to test, right? Now there is a difference between file and directory, of course. Just to be very precise, you can see that this folder is a directory right here. So just for that, to create a directory, you need to write here as mkdir, and that refers to make directory. And if I say that make a directory named as name, right? So you can see that here is my folder that has just now appeared onto my desktop named as name, right? Now to remove the directory, you cannot just use the rm command. In this case, you will be using rmdir, that stands for remove directory, right? So to remove this directory, rmdir, and just write the name of that directory, click enter, and it's gone. So that's how you create and delete the directories and files. Now next part is, what if I wish to tell you to move or copy that file to some other directory? So that is also an easy one. If you wish to move a file that is into the desktop directory, make sure you enter that into that directory in which you wish to move that file. So what if I say that move this random file to the home directory? So I'll write here as mv for move random to my home directory. So that is quite an easy one. If I'll hit enter, then you can see that random is moved to my home directory. So let's have a look at if it is really over there. Let me just go a level back and let me just sketch a directory of home, and let me just get into it and let me just run an ls. Then you can see that into the home directory, random file is over there that I've just now moved, right? So it's time for a next task. Let me just get back over here and let me just run an ls, and I'm not yet back. So let's see cd. Okay, I'm right here. And let's run an ls. Then you can see that I'm here on to, let me just sketch a directory of desktop, and you can see that desktop is right here. Now we know how to move a file. Now let me just create a new file just for an example. Let's say touch test2, and you can see our test2 file is right here. Now just on the next task, what if I say that please copy this test2 files into the home directory? You should know how to do that, right? So what I'll do is that I'll write here as cp for copy, and if there is any text or there is any other data, then you need to use the recursive command, and that is a great practice to use the recursive command to copy all the related files to that. Right, so you will write here as copy recursively test2 file into my home directory, and I'll hit enter. And now let me just go back to the home directory. So if I'll just go a level back and let me just sketch the directory of my home directory. I'm into the home directory, and let me run an ls. Then you can see that test2 is now successfully copied to the home directory, right? Now sometimes people create a lot of shortcuts like desktop shortcuts and more like that. So to create the links onto your desktop, let's say if I wish to get a shortcut of home onto my desktop, then what I'll do is that I'll write here as ln, and okay, hold on a second, I'm not yet into the desktop folder. I wish to create a shortcut on desktop of home, right? So let me catch a directory of desktop once again. While I'm doing this, again and again so that you can really grab in your mind that how to catch the directories properly. So this is the reason I'm repeating this again and again about catching the directory. Anyways, let's get on to making a link of homepage onto your desktop, a shortcut link. So we'll write here as LNS, and S here stands for symbolic link, which you can say shortcut link as well. And let me just give it a directory of a link that I wish to create, and let me just hit enter. Then you can see that shortcut is now successfully created. And if I visit this home link, then you can see that these are the files that we have just created in this video a few moments back. Alright everybody, so now you have successfully learned that how you can play around with the files. Now the important part is still left, that is to manage the permissions, and that is really a very important part. So I will take a separate lecture for that because this is getting really tedious and I really wish to make this series a very interesting one. So I'll just make a separate video for that, and of course the next one. So that's it for this movie, and thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now as promised, in this video we are going to learn about managing the permissions of this file. Let's say if we will manage the permission of this test file only, that is here into the desktop that we have created into our last video. Alright everybody, now managing permissions is really not an easy task, but not an impossible one as well. Not so complicated if you will see this properly. Okay, so the managing permission has a very simple concept. Now it is giving the permission in the form of numbers, and that is really a best practice to give any permission. So let me just show you that how to first recognize that what type of permissions are being given to any individual file. Let's say just to this test2 file. So to know about its permission, you will simply write here as chmod. Now this command is used to change the permission or to know about the status of this permission. Okay, just to be very precise about it, to know the permission, you will have to write here as ls and l and then file name, that is test2. And let's just hit enter. Then you can see that here is the permission of this file. Now this might look strange to non-Linux users. We will read about this. Let me just keep it aside over here and let me give my leaf pad over here. Well, that's really great now. Alright everybody. Now this is divided into the groups, you can say. The first one is for user. This permission is for user, that you can say read and write. The second one is for group, and the last one is for others. This happens exactly same into the cPanel as well. If you are a web developer, then you must be having an idea about it. Then it is divided into three parts. I repeat, first one is for user, second one is for group, and third one is for others. Others here refers to everybody out there into the world, right? So if we read about its permission, then you can see that R here stands for read, W stands for write, and there is another permission, that is the executable permission then that we can easily give to this file. And there is a very small command about it, that is chmod, and chmod is used to change the permissions. So if I add the permission, that is executable permission to this test2 file, right? So what I'm doing is that I'm giving the executable permission to this test2 file. Okay, I've given space by mistake and you have to be very careful about it. Let me just run it one more time by removing the space, and you can see that successfully executable permission is given to the test2 file. Let's just check, and if I run ls and with L command, if I write the name of test2, and this L command is used to know the file permissions. Let me hit enter, and you can see that earlier it was this, and now the X is also added. But the problem is that this executable condition is added to all the three groups. That is for users as well. These three are for users, and this is for group, and finally this is for people. So this is really a dangerous one. This means that everybody out there in the world can make changes to this file. Not just me, not just group, everybody in the world that is connected to my computer can make changes to this file. Now this is where the security and the knowledge of people lack in creating such files that are easily vulnerable, and anybody can execute anything out there into that file, and this means that it is really a dangerous one from the point of view of pen testing, right? So I need to change the permission of this. But the problem over here is that I've given the chmod, that means changing the permission to the executable, to this test2 file, and it has gone to this whole file to all the 3 groups. What if I wish to change the permission to any individual group? Well, that has a simple logic behind it, and I'll be teaching you that into this notepad. Okay, now hear me everybody very carefully. It goes on to the numbers. It has a number game right here, that is 1, 2 and 4. So first of all, let me just write here as the sum of 1 plus 2 plus 4, and this is 7. So 7 is the most vulnerable permission. How? 1 here refers to execute, right? So it is really a bad idea to give the permission to the whole group, the executable permission, just by X command. So you shouldn't do this, people, right? So just to understand these numbers 1, 2 and 4, 1 is for execute and 2 is for write, and 4 here is for reading it. So if anybody can do all these steps, that is executing, writing and reading, that means you have granted all the permission to that individual group, user or other people out there. That is why it is giving the sum of 7, right? Now just for an example, if I wish to give this test2 file as just the executable and read permission, then how will I do that? Well, that is really an easy one out there. Let me just resize it a little bit so that you can understand the concept right here as a note, right? All right, everybody. So just for this, I will write here as chmod, and this time I will not use any x plus x or somewhat like that. I will just use the numbers right here. So as I've told you, people, I want the people to execute and write, not to read it. So the first group should execute it. So the first group is just going to go with 2. Second group can write anything to it, and the people cannot read anything through it, right? So I will write here as 0. 0 stands for nothing, right? Username, group or others, right? Now I'm going to give this 1 to 0 permission to see it under the chmod to test2 file, right? So if I'll write here as test2, and let me just run a test once again. So let's say ls -l and then the file name, that is test2. Then you can see that the permissions are now changed. You can see that the first user can only execute it x 1 and 1. So the user can only execute it and the group can only write it, right? So the second group should show right here with w, and the people out there in the world cannot do anything about it. So that is why it is referring here as the blank one. Last 3 are for the people out there. So that's how you change the permission right there. You really need to learn this so that you can manage the permission out there, and in future as a developer or a pen tester, you can guide anybody that one should really manage the permission of every individual files so that it cannot get leaked or any stranger out there in our network cannot execute or write anything about it, right? So according to your understanding, you should manage the permission, which is really important in the part of pen testing and for the Linux as well, and that's how you do it, people. So just practice about it, and just for the safety, because I have so many employees over there in my company and they always keep on doing something like this. So let me just remove the file, that is test2, to save me from anybody out there doing something strange with me. So you have to be very careful and to the field of pen testing. Alright everybody, so thank you for watching this video. In next video we will learn more about such of these commands. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now welcome to the final level of learning so many commands into your Linux terminal, right? So let's get started with it once again, and after this video we are going to proceed with the proxy chains and a lot of stuff like that. So let's get started with this final level, and we will learn some commands that are important from security aspects as well in this video. So let's get started. Now, first of all, what if I ask you people that what is sudo command? Like if you don't have an idea, and suppose even if I don't have an idea and people often use it on terminal, then terminal can give the explanation about it as well. How is that? That is simple. If you will write what is sudo, then terminal give a one-line explanation about your query. That is sudo in case. So sudo basically executes a command as another user. If you wish to log into your terminal as a root user or maybe some other user, then you can use sudo command, right? So that's how you get it. And I would like to bring one thing more into your notice, that every command that you write into your terminal is case sensitive. So just for an example, if I write here as what is sudo with capital I, and you can see that there is an error into this command, right? That is what is. It does not exist into your bash file. Well, bash is a file where the collection of all your commands exists, right? So that's how it goes. And now what if I give you a task to download a HT track onto your desktop using your terminal? So if you know how to do this, pause this video right away and start doing it. If not, then just keep on watching. So first of all, I'll grab a directory from CD, that is the CD desktop. And I am into the desktop now into my terminal. So I will write a very famous command that you already know about, that is apt get download, and I'll write here as ht track. Now this is a software that is used to clone the websites, but we'll read about it in detail. Just for the time being, our main mission is to download this piece of software from terminal onto your desktop. So if I'll hit enter, then you see that it is connecting all the possible ways, starting from kali.org to all the educational websites and a lot of track like that. Instead of wasting your time by surfing on your browser, the first thing that you should do in your future, that just go on to terminal and write apt get download and whichever software that you wish to download. So that is a great idea to save your time as well. And you can see that ht track is right here and it is successfully downloaded. You can even install it with apt get install ht track. So that is quite an easy one, right? Now there are some commands that are really important if you are in pen testing field, or even if you are running any organization as a pen tester. Then there are high chances that people will try to sneak into your computer in your absence, right? So I often do this. Suppose if I am on a vacation, then whenever I visit my office next, then the first thing that I do is checking my log files. So that is into, let's catch a directory for that. So that is into var directory and into the log. Now you have an idea that what I'm going to do right now to get the details of all the logs. I'll simply run a command that is ls. Great idea if you have got this into your mind. Now if you are an experienced guy, that you can easily read the authentications log files of messages, and if you are just a beginner, then let me give you a more idea about it. If you are a beginner, you will write a detail command with ls-l, and now you can see that it is showing that on 26th June somebody has logged on to my computer. Now if I am not there in my office, then how can somebody log into my system on 26th June? So if somebody has not logged in, then it will eventually skip this date. But if somebody has done this, then it will get you all the details from date and also from that which user he has logged in, from the root user or admin or temporary or whatever way he has opted to log into my computer. And you can see in this detailed report, the log is also showing that what permission it has. So permission has a great role into Linux. And suppose if somebody has uploaded an executable database into your cPanel, then somebody can easily run XSS or maybe SQL in that case, or for a file, somebody can run XSS. So this is really a great part that you should keep care of. It's all about permissions in hacking, right? Alright, so now the next case is, what if I find that somebody has sneaked into my computer? My next step is that I always find that there are mostly text files. I keep rest of the files into the protected ways. So there are high chances that guy has tried to get the reverse connection or has left a payload into my system, or there are high chances that he has made some changes into my text file, right? So to find that how he has done this, how he has made any changes into my text file. So to find that, I'll run a simple command into the CD. Let me just make any changes to any text file, so that in this case I can find that somebody has done something wrong. So let me grab a directory on desktop and let me just create a new file. So let's say touch.txt. Okay, touch test.txt. Okay, so here I have my text file. Let me just move it to trash to avoid the confusion. Okay, now let me make some changes over here. Let's say I've written Saksham was here. Let me just save it, and I have now made the changes. Let me just close it. Now I need to find that if somebody has made the changes over here, right? Now what I'll do, I'll run a simple command to find space dot space. I'll write here as my extension of file, like if somebody has made any changes to my text file. So I'll write here as txt and as my extension. I can also use that doc for doc files. And I'll write here as if somebody has done this into last 15 minutes, just for an example. And if I'll hit enter, then now you need to find out, like in future you will have to find out a lot of packets that are really confusing one. But in this case, this is really easy. Somebody has, okay, it is finding into the trash shells file. Now you need to target .txt files. So you can see that somebody has made changes to my desktop directories test.txt file. So that is quite a suspicious one, and I should double check it. Now there are a lot of injections to get the reverse connection, like micro injection, and somebody can inject something into your txt files as well. So if somebody has made any changes into your txt file, or if somebody has injected it with any kind of trick to get the reverse connection from txt or document file, then I can find this out with this command, that if somebody has made any changes out there. Alright. So let me just clear it up. It has done quite a lot of things right here. Okay, so if you still remember that I have written Saksham was here into this test.txt file some moments ago. So now suppose that saksham.txt is the password of something right there into my computer, or in case, let me just make some more changes right here. Let me write here as my credit card details. Now some people are in a practice to save their credit card details or any password into a txt file, and there are high chances that, let me show you. Okay, into this directory, let me run a ls. Alright, now there are high chances that people will keep this file that contains all the information related to their credit cards or password in documents or in download section, or into the last case they can keep it onto the desktop as well, or maybe in templates. But there are high chances about these two cases, documents and downloads. Alright, so let me just find something which says, okay, let me just make a quick check. Now we'll find a file which says credit card details. Alright, so let's initiate this task. Now what I'll do is that I'll write here as find space dot space hyphen name, and then in statics I'll keep it a command on to the go. Now I'll execute grep. Now grep is a command that is used to search the files. In all the cases, this command is used to search the files, right? Then I'll write here as -i. Now if you still remember that -i is used to print index number of each file, right? Now next was -h. Now if you still remember about this as well, or if you have read the manual, then -H follows the symbolic links that are listed onto your command lines, right? So if I give it a space and let's write here as credit card, and let me just close it, and let me just close this, you can say string. Okay, so let me just hit enter, and you can see this is a little mess out there. Now the reason is that he has searched this into the whole of my system. Now believe me or not, this was done deliberately to show you that how important it is to know that which command you have to run in any directory or outside the directory. Alright, now let's get into cd ls, and suppose in this case, as an exception, my credit card detail related file is on desktop. So let's sketch the directory of desktop, and to be very precise and to save our time, let's just run that command once again. Okay, the upper arrow gives you the recent commands. Alright, so let's hit on enter. And you can see that grab testing has given the result that credit card details are into my test.txt file. Alright, so this is how you can see. And now if I am the thief or you are the victim, then I would like to attack directly onto this file. I will not find rest of the files into your computer. I will just look at this file. I'll quickly take your data and I'll just go away. So I would recommend you people to not to keep your credit card details or any password details into a machine where you're doing any kind of pen testing or any such practices, because there are high chances that people will sneak into your computer. In fact, this is how the social attacks were done into the history of hacking. So you have to be very careful about it. And in fact, if you're running any pen testing organization, then you have to definitely keep your eyes open about it. So this was all about running some commands and running some security related commands into your terminal. And now you're all set to get started to write exploits and do a lot of big stuff into your terminal. And let's get started with the real world of maintaining anonymity, knowing about darknet and a lot of attacks and how to prevent them. So let's get started about it from the next section, and I'm so excited to see you there. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now let's get started with this movie. We are going to learn that how you can install Tor and can maintain the anonymity, right? So let's get started. But before installing Tor into your system, you need to have some precautions and you need to know a little bit about Tor so that you cannot touch the illegal parameters that are related to Tor. And it's my duty to keep you stay away with all of that stuff. Alright, so let's get started. Now, first of all, if some of you might don't know that what Tor is, then quickly we will go with some FAQs, and our first FAQ is what is Tor? Now, Tor aims to conceal its user identities and their online activity from surveillance and traffic analysis by separating identification and routing. It is an implementation of, you can say, onion routing, which encrypts and then randomly bounces communication through a network of relay run by volunteers around the globe, you can say. Our next FAQ that I've collected is the origin of Tor. Well, if we talk about its origin, then the name Tor is originated from the acronym of the onion router basically. And it was developed by US Navy, and it refers to the way in which data encrypts is layered. Being re-encrypted multiple times, it passes between randomly selected nodes, you can say. Tor is also considered an extremely secure way to access the internet while keeping your true identity hidden, right? Now, next question that is really an important one, that is Tor legal or illegal? Well, let us just touch the parameters of its illegalities and legalities. So just using Tor to browse the internet is not illegal, and downloading is free as well. And hiding your IP address and browsing history is not illegal as well. But if you will use Tor for doing some illegal activities with darknet, like buying some bitcoins and using them onto some bad way, which we will learn in this movie, that what is darknet and how to do that. But I would recommend you to stay away with darknet. But as a pen tester, you should have a knowledge so that you cannot accidentally go in a way of doing any crime or somewhat like that. So don't go for any illegal stuff onto the darknet, and that is basically what is Tor is used for. So our main aim is going to use the Tor just to get safe with the surveillance and network analysis, you can say. So be safe right here. Now, the next question that might be coming up into your mind, that if we are keeping ourselves anonymous and using and our proxies are bouncing and somewhat like that, then is Tor is considered as a VPN? Well, if we talk about it in detail, then Tor is an, you can say, anonymity network that provides free software designed to allow you to access the internet anonymously. But unlike VPN, where the VPN provider knows your real IP address and can see your internet traffic at the exit points, but with Tor, your signal is routed through a number of nodes, each of which is only aware of the IP addresses in front of the node and behind it, so that at no point can anyone know the whole path between your computer and the website you're trying to connect. So basically VPN and Tor are two different things, so make sure you don't consider them the same. VPN is different thing and Tor is a different thing. Alright, so let's get started with the installation of Tor. And let me just jump onto my Kali machine. Alright, so you can see that I am logging into my Kali as a root, which is never a great thing, and it could be really very dangerous if you will install Tor as a root. So first of all, we will create a new user in Kali. Some of you people might not be knowing that how you can create a new user. Then you need to go onto this navigation settings, and here you need to go onto the roots navigation, and here you need to click on account setting. And here you can create a user. Never ever use Tor with a root user, that could be really dangerous for you. So you can here add a user, let's say Saksham, and I'll allow user to set password when I log in, add, and you're done. So it's so easy to add a user in Linux, right? You can add a standard user and administrator as well. Alright, so now let me just log it out. And this user is now logged out, and okay, now I'll write here as my username Saksham, and I need to set a password. Make sure you set a strong password. Alright, it's now letting me to signing into this account as a username of Saksham. So this may take a while. Alright, we are here now. So the next thing that you might want to do is that you need to open this Firefox, and then you need to visit a URL, and the URL is going to be www.torproject.org. So here you can install Tor into your browser. You can even install Tor browser by going in terminal. We have learned that, and that is a really easy one to do that. apt get download Tor, as easy as that. But just in case, you can visit www.torproject.org and have a look at this line, Anonymity online, and its subtitle says protect your privacy, defend yourself against network surveillance and traffic analysis, as I mentioned earlier. So let me just hit on download Tor. And now we are going to use 64-bit. Well, Tor is available for Mac users as well, but that is never a great idea to install Tor into a Mac or even in a Windows operating system. That can compromise your security, definitely. We will talk about do's and don'ts of Tor into our next video, but at this moment, let me just hit on download Linux 64-bit, and let me just save this file. And you can see that Tor has started downloading. It is a small piece of software, just of 66.6 MB. Okay, till the time it is downloading, well, soon you are going to stay away with the habit of finding something on Google, right? Alright, now on to the Google. Let me just show you something that is related to Darknet, and that is Hidden Wiki. Now, Hidden Wiki contains the URL of Darknet websites, and let me just show you a quick tour of what exactly the Darknet do. Well, Darknet serves a lot of illegal stuff right here. They will give you a lot of data, bitcoins, and PayPal information, UK guns and ammos, and a lot of illegal stuff. So basically, Darknet serves the illegal stuff, and they will get the payment from you into the Bitcoin, and this is the way they are doing the illegal stuff right here. So this is a hidden part of internet, and as you can see that their URL are not so easy. They are just some random letters and numbers right there, so that people cannot easily access it. And the best part is that if you will open these URLs from Mozilla Firefox or from any other browser that is not using any onion network, then you won't be able to access these URLs. So basically, this is a dark side of internet, you can say, where the illegal stuff is served, and you have to stay away with these guys. They could be really dangerous. But just to give you an information as a pen tester, you should have an idea what is going around the internet. Alright, my file is now downloaded. Let me just open this folder. Okay, now let me just drag it onto my desktop so that it cannot lead to any confusion right here. Right click, extract here. And my extracted folder is right here. Let me just open it up and let me just go into this folder, browser, and there should be a file over here. Okay, it's here. Tor browser setup, double click over here and you can see here is an icon that you can even copy onto your desktop or onto your tray right here. I would like to make direct connection to the Tor networks. All right, we are not using any local proxy so you can really go for this first option, connect, establishing the network. And ta-da! The Tor is now launched into your system. Now you're all anonymous, nobody is tracking you, and you are not anymore the victim of surveillance and network analysis. So that's all about Tor. In next video, we are going to talk about do's and don'ts of using Tor. Keep watching and I'll see you guys into my next movie. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now in this movie we are going to talk about do's and don'ts while using Tor browser. Alright, so let's get started. Now first of all, you need to get rid of your habit that if you go and search anything onto the internet, or if you try to find out about something on internet, then you go with www.google.com and then you search about it, right? It is allegedly recently reported that Google is also attempting the surveillance and network analysis. So after using Tor, you cannot trust on Google. Now you need a new search engine, right? So now the new search engine for you people is going to be DuckDuckGo, which is really a great search engine out there. So stop going on to google.com to find anything. Now you will have to go to DuckDuckGo. Alright, now first of all, as I've told you, well, on Mozilla you can go with google.com, right? Now first of all, let me just show you my IP address after installing Tor. So let me just write here as what is my IP. Now I don't need to type whole of it. And let me just write the same thing in my Tor browser as well. Now have a look at our IP. Okay, what is my IP? Alright, so now my Mozilla says is that my IP is 182.64.223.97, and let's have a look at our Tor browser. Let me just open this first link over here. Okay, now it says that my IP is 199.87.154.255. Now you can see that these are two different results. And this is what I was talking about. You are totally anonymous now. And if we talk about my location, then it says that I am in New Jersey, United States. And this is not at all the truth. I am right now sitting in India. So that is really great thing about Tor. Nobody can even access your location after using this browser. So it is keeping you totally anonymous right there. Alright, now next thing that we will talk about not doing in Tor is that never use a Tor on Windows operating system. Well, Windows is the most used operating system. I accept this fact, but Windows is full of security flaws that allow hackers to gain leverage over a user system, and after that his sensitive data is gone. And it's no use using Tor to hide your identity when Windows operating system can cause your sensitive file to be hacked. So I would recommend you to not to use Tor browser while using Windows operating system. And the second thing that I've told you is that never use Google as your search engine. Now DuckDuck is going to be your next go to find anything out there on internet if you wish to stay anonymous. Third mistake that people do while using Tor browser is that they enable the JavaScript or Adobe Flash. Well, these are the dominant browser languages that can be used by hackers and spies to gain access to your system. So these languages use virtual machines and run via user accounts, so that they have a lot of permissions which can be used to share your personal data online. So even if you're using Tor to hide your identity, keeping these enabled will do you no good, right? So you have to take care of it. Now the third thing that you need to take care of is no P2P, and that is peer-to-peer. Sorry, but again, no torrenting on Tor. BitTorrent and other peer-to-peer clients provide information like your IP address to the peers and the end nodes. So if you use peer-to-peer while using Tor, then again it is a cancelling out factor. Anyone in a peer-to-peer pool can see your IP address, and thus your identity can be compromised. So these are just the small tips in this videos that I wanted to bring in your notice while using Tor browser. So you need to take care of it. And that's it for this movie. In next movie, we will talk about how you can install some proxies and what are SOC 5 proxies and why you shouldn't use the HTTPS proxy. Well, this is another note that I just got in my mind. Never use HTTPS proxy while using Tor browser. That will be of no use because it is not encrypting any data out there. So you have to keep in your mind that you don't use any HTTPS proxy while using Tor browser. That will not work, right? So in next movie, we'll learn all about proxies, SOC 5 proxies and proxy chaining and all of that. So that's it for this movie, and thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now in this tutorial, we are going to talk about proxy chaining, which is really a great thing out there. Now, if we talk about what is proxy and why it is used, then I still remember my college days. I used to use it. Actually, my college was not a great fan of Facebook and torrent. So I used to borrow somebody else's internet in the form of proxy, and then I used to surf on the restricted content, and those content was made restricted by the admin of my college's network, you can say. So using proxy is like borrowing somebody else's internet. And let me just zoom into my terminal so that your visibility can be a little high. Alright, so we were talking about proxy. So proxy is basically like borrowing somebody else's internet, and if you're borrowing somebody else's internet, then the location of your ISP will also be changed, right? So that is why we use proxy. And proxy chaining is something like changing your location frequently again and again according to the availability of your internet connection, right? So let's get started. And first of all, you would like to write proxy C and hit tab. And if proxy chain is automatically appearing up, that means proxy chain's configuration file is already there into your system. Now you already have it, and in the 99.99 chances, Kali is all loaded up with these kind of stuff. Okay, so let's hit enter, and you can see that if you wish to read more about proxy chains, then you can visit this URL which says proxychains.sf.net. Okay, now our next step is to configure my proxy chaining file, right? And to do that, it is a text file, and we can edit any text file into the terminal with nano command, right? So with nano command, we would like to jump on etc directory, and here are my proxy chains configuration file, and it will be there into your system as well. So let me just hit enter, and you can see that this text editor is now right here up in front of my eyes. Now you can see here's the option of dynamic chain, and by default strict chain is the method that is followed by my proxy, right? Now strict chain is something like, I'm not a great fan of strict chain, because if your proxy A is down, then it will not jump onto proxy B. It will say that your internet connection is not working or some kind of error. So I'm not a great fan of strict chaining. Let me just comment it out, and I would like to activate the dynamic chain. And dynamic chain is really great out there. For an example, if your proxy A is not working, then it would like to hit a try on proxy 2 or proxy 3 maybe, if you have given the options, right? And there is a random chain which will be done via a random proxy. That is great, but again, it is not jumping onto my plan A to B to C. So these are the three kind of methods with proxy chaining. And make sure there isn't any comment with proxy_DNS, and DNS request should not be meant to be in comment. So make sure you double check it. Okay, now it's time to read about examples, which is really an important part right there. Now let's try to understand. There are different kind of proxies. You can say there are HTTP proxies, there are SOC 4 proxies, there are SOC 5 proxies. Okay, SOC 4 proxy, we used to use this a long time ago, but now we have the updated version of these SOCs as SOC 5. So I prefer SOC 5, and they are the most trustworthy one. HTTP, as you can figure out by its name, that it is not at all secured. It doesn't has S and it doesn't really encrypt your data. So there are high chances that your anonymity will be leaked with the help of HTTP proxies. But SOC 5 are really the great one and you should trust on SOC 5 proxy. Okay, let's read about its example. The first column refers to what kind of proxy you are using. The second here you can say this is the IP address. Onto the third column you have a port number. Onto the fourth one you can say lamer, in this case is the username, and the last one secret, this is the column for password. I repeat, the first one is the type of proxy you are using, HTTP, SOC 5 or SOC 4. Second one is going to be your IP address. Third one is going to be your port number. Fourth one is going to be your username, and last one is going to be your password, right? So that's how you write and configure the SOC 5 proxies. Okay, let's get started with the practical thing right here. Okay, now you still remember the way of writing proxies, and I'm not going to put any username or password. So I'll write here as SOC 5 and I'll write a wrong IP address this time just to show you an error and an example as well. Control+O to write down, enter, and written the sixth line. Control+X for exit. Okay, now I will tell my terminal to use the proxy chaining method in my Firefox, that is my browser, to open www.duckduckgo. And my request will get timed out just to show you that what is happening with my DNS right there. Okay, here is an error as expected. Problem in loading page. Okay, now let's try to read this error. Now as you can see that the DNS request was sent and the dynamic chain method was used. That's why it's dchain here. And this was the IP address that was used while going on www.duckduckgo.com, and you can see that it was timed out. Okay, I've written the wrong URL, but trust me, the error is going to be same right here. Okay, and the request was sent, but it was sent back because the server has given the error of timed out. That means the packets were not successfully exchanged. Okay, this was meant to be happen. Okay, let me just clear it up. Now the next step is to configure your proxy chaining properly, right? And to the working condition. Okay, just to be very quickly in nano, I will go with /etc directory proxy chains.configuration file. Okay, everything is great right here. Go down, 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 down. Okay, now as we all knew that this is not a working proxy, and now it's time to know that where can you get the working proxy, right? So let me just minimize my virtual box and make sure before trying any kind of proxy chaining method into your terminal, make sure you just close this browser, because if the browser will be opened, your active session and cookies will be there and it will be using your old internet connection. So that will be a problem for you people. Okay, let me just open my Mozilla into my Mac system. Okay, let me just Google something which says SOC 5 proxy list. Now this is what I exactly want at this moment of time. Let me just open this second link which says proxy lists, right? Okay, now these proxies keeps on changing within the matter of time. You can just reload for the best country out there. Okay, now United States, now he keeps on running behind the data, and you can say it often try for the network surveillance and network analysis. So I'm not a great fan of United States. Italy is great, France is great, Canada is somewhat great. Denmark doesn't leaks the data. China is not at all great because there are a lot of websites that are banned onto the server of China. Okay, let me just reload it for the last time. Okay, so finally we have these proxies. Bangladesh. Okay, Bangladesh doesn't has a great bandwidth out there, so I wouldn't like to go for Bangladesh. Now there are 60% chances that these IPs are not working. So you have to check that, and if you wish to get a trustworthy IP that must be always working, then you need to pay these guys $30 per month for a trustworthy IP address. Alright, so I would like to go for Italy, and let me just check it if this is working. France, Canada, Denmark, let me see which of them are working. Okay, Italy is working, but it is far away from my country. Japan is still checking out right there, and I guess their bandwidth is really slow, so let me just close this down. Canada is also checking as well, and you can see that this does not work, so let me eliminate this one. Okay, Canada is still checking out there. Let me try some more options right there. Sweden is great. It doesn't leak your data, and I'm a great fan of Sweden. And these IPs are also working out there. And let me just explore some more of the options. Okay, this is the recent one, and this is not working again. So you have to keep on trying with the working IP. Norway. Refresh, and let me see if there are any changes in the list. Okay, we have got a great IP here, that is Canadian IP. Let me just check this one. Okay, this Norwegian IP is working, and United States is working as well. So what I'll do is that I'll just copy this thing into my configuration file of SOC 5. So I'll grab two IPs from here. Let me just eliminate this one. Okay, these are the two working IPs. Okay, let me just keep it aside and make sure you write down this IP somewhere so that you can configure into your proxy chains configuration file. Okay, as you can see, SOC 5 is right here. And just for an example, it will first of all try for the SOC 5, and let me just write here as the IP address of the Italy's SOC 5 IP. Alright, let me just switch it to full screen. Switch. Okay, it's here. So I'll write here as SOC 5, and its IP was 94.177.182.201, and finally the port address, that was 38591. And let me just give another option, that is SOC 5. Okay, let me just remove my second option, otherwise it will take a real longer to respond. Okay, the another option that I would like to give from the SOC 5 list is going to be from the Netherlands, and I've taken this IP of Netherlands just by the same way from the proxy list of SOC 5. So its IP is 108.86.15.44, and the port address is 11470. Okay, so I have given two options right here. This one is of Italy and final one is of Netherlands. Control O to write it out, Enter to save changes, Control X to get back to our terminal. Okay, let's give it another try. Proxy chains from my Firefox browser, and Firefox, I would like to go www.duckduckgo.com. Everything good. Hit enter, and let's see what is going to happen right here. And finally, as you can see that my duckduckgo.com is right here in front of my eyes, and this may take a while because of the bandwidth and the speed of internet connection that you are sharing from. Okay, just let's run a quick test that says dnsleaktest.com, and let me just search this one, and let me just go on to this first link to see that where I am right now. And as you can see that here the request was made okay, not a great deal. So this is how you read the packets into the terminal. And finally, after running a DNS leak test where you find the location, you can see that I am in Arezzo, Italy. And this is from where we have taken the IP some seconds ago. So this is how you change your location with the help of proxy chaining. And as you have seen that my Norwegian IP wasn't working, that's why it has tried from Italy. So that's how you do the proxy chaining, and the internet connection might get slow, but it will definitely work by this way, and you are all anonymous. And in fact, your whole system is all anonymous right now. And if somebody will try to track you, then it will show your location from the Italy or from wherever's IP you have taken from. And trust me, I'm not at all sitting in Italy right now. I am way far away from Italy. Right now, I'm sitting in India. So that's how you do the proxy chaining. Don't forget to try it, and see you into the next class. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now in this tutorial, we are going to talk about MAC changer, or you can say masking over MAC address. Now, if you're a beginner and you have no idea that what MAC address is, then let me tell you, it has nothing to do with Apple out there. MAC changer is actually, you can say that many technologies, and you can precisely say that many network technologies, among them Ethernet, use your unique addresses to identify the network card, which is used to access the medium. Well, these addresses are usually called as the media access control address or MAC address, and each device is assigned as a MAC address by its manufacturer. And if we talk about MAC address in a little bit of geeky term, then MAC address of a computer is a unique identifier assigned to a network interfaces for communication at the data link, and it is a layer of network segment actually. And MAC addresses are used as a network address for the most IEEE 802 network technologies, including the Ethernet and Wi-Fi. So we cannot change the MAC address, but you can say that we can mask it because the real MAC address is burnt and embedded by its manufacturer. But if we can mask it, then everybody will see your masked address if somebody will scan our MAC address. And just for a time being, in a technical term, we can successfully say that we can successfully change our MAC address. So that was all about changing your MAC address, and this is something that beginners don't really change, and we catch a lot of criminals because they usually don't change their MAC address, and that is not at all a great part, and that is not at all a hard part out there. But beginners usually think that I'm the king now, I've changed the proxy, I'm all anonymous with the Tor browser. But this is not enough. You have to change your MAC address, and this is how we catch the criminals out there. And if you start your pen testing, then it is a great habit to change your MAC address before doing that. So let's get started, and let me just open my terminal out there, and let me just zoom in a little bit for more visibility, and I'm good to go now. Alright, now you need to write here as MAC changer, MACC, hit tab, hit enter, and you can see that GNU MAC changer, and MAC changer define its own name that it is used to change the MAC address. But you need not to get scared about anything at all while using terminal. Everything will be defined over here like MAC changer help. Okay, let me just write it here as MAC changer help. Okay, now here you can see that there are a lot of options which says help version show. Okay, now I'm interested in showing my current MAC address, right? And we can do that with simply ifconfig, hit enter, and you can see that my Ethernet MAC address is this one. If you will write ifconfig, then your Ethernet port will show up with your MAC address, right? Now we wish to change this MAC address, and let me just mask it with a new one. Okay, great. Now let me just write here a small command to change it, and let me just scroll it up a little bit. Okay, now it says S for showing, or you can say print the MAC address and exit. And make sure you write the name of device that you wish to get information of. So you will be writing here as MAC changer, and then S to show its information, and our Ethernet port, you can say Ethernet 0, hit enter, and you can see that my current MAC address is this one, and it is developed by Cadmus Computer Systems. Great enough, we are halfway there. Be a little patient out there. Alright, now let me just clear it up once again to avoid the confusion, and let me just open help panel once again. Okay, now I would like to do is, okay, let me just give you a small example that how do we trace the criminals out there with the help of MAC address. That would be quite interesting for you people. So I will be writing here as ifconfig, hit enter, and suppose this is my MAC address, and I will just copy 3 bits of Ethernet, you can say, that is 080027. Okay, now I would like to take you on a link. Okay, now I would like to take you on a link where you can easily track that who has developed the machine where victim is using anything that is not legal, right? So you would like to write down this URL which says PWACHTER. I don't know how to spell it. It is a Wester, or I don't know, .lart.info and /tools/mac.cgi. Hit enter. And now you can see that Mac manufacturer lookup is right up here, and I will just copy and paste these starting 3 bits over here. That is, okay, 08001. Oh, it's 27. Okay, so just by pasting this thing over here, you can say this thing, let me just hit on go, and you can see that our address is right here, company's name is right here, and by rest of the 3 bits we catch the criminals out there. If you have a legit reasons to catch them, then you can just give these last 3 bits to this company, and they will help you that in which country this MAC addresses machine was ported, and there are high chances that they can even track that what is the address of that client, and they have sold this MAC addresses machine to which client and which person out there. So there are high chances to catch the criminals by this way. Okay, interesting one. Now we were talking about how to change your MAC address, right? Okay, let's get back to it. And let me just scroll up a little bit. Okay, now we have a great command over here that will randomly change your MAC address. And it's really easy. Just by this R command, you can do this. And you can even go for this option as well. That is for -E. And you can see that don't change the vendor's byte. It will just change onto the starting part. Let me just try this ending part first of all. So as suggested, let me just write here as MAC changer -E and then the name of my adapter. And you can see that my new MAC address is this one. My current MAC address was this, and my permanent MAC address is this, and this is the new one. Okay, let me try once again. And you can see that here it is 69 and here it is F8. So it is giving me a new random MAC address once again. Let me just go once again, and it's 70 this time. So you can see that it is assigning me the different, or you can say random MAC address. Okay, great way. Now let's proceed more. Now we were talking about this one, that is the random one. Well, this is talking about setting the fully random MAC address. That is really a great one. Okay, let's go over here and do this. So if I write here as MAC changer -R and ETH, that is Ethernet port, and you can see that it has given me the whole, you can say all the bit of this MAC address has been changed. Currently it was changing last few digits, you can say, but now here in this case it is changing all the digits, or you can say all the bit of this MAC address. Okay, pretty legit one. Let's play some more with it. I guess your purpose is now solved. You have successfully masked your MAC address, but I would like to play a little bit more with it, right? Okay, now let's have some more fun with it, and that is going to be completely manual one, like changing your MAC address, fully manual one. And here's the instruction that set the MAC address and you can insert your own random bits, you can say. And that is going to be the last level for changing the MAC address. Okay, let me just give it a try with this one. So the syntax is going to be the easy one right here as well. MAC changer -am, and now I'm going to give it a totally random one. So let me just give it like 08 and 00, or you can say 46, or let's say 12 AC and 22. And now you can see that there should be a combination of 6 bits, you can say. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, right? So we are good to go. Let me just hit enter, and you can see that it's here. And let me just run ifconfig to see if my new MAC address is, you can see it's D6AB58. Okay, let me just cross check, and well, it has not yet changed. There must be some problem while writing out here. It is giving up this one, this completely random one. Let me give it another try. And okay, now I've done a little terrible mistake out here, is that I've forgotten to give the name of my adapter. Let me just hit enter. All right. Now this was the random address that I have written few seconds ago. I've forgotten to give the name of my adapter. That's why it wasn't changed at this stage. But now I've done that. And now you can see that here is a new Sony wireless address that I have assigned to my new Mac. And how come this is Sony? Let me tell you how. There is a whole bunch of list of MAC addresses, and you can just see that just by this option where it is. Okay, here is the list option to see a lot of MAC addresses, and you can assign them. So just to take out that list, you can simply run a command. Okay, so that says MAC changer and L for list, Ethernet 0. And you can see here are a lot of lists out there, like of very famous giants out there, like Samsung, Excellent, and Titan, Huawei, Toho, and a lot more people are right here, Cisco, and a hell lot of people. So I have assigned this one into my recent random one process. So that has solved both of our agendas to give a random, you can say totally a random one, or you can say just something that is listed over here. Okay, so I have listed this one. You can just rewind the movie and see back that I have listed these digits to my Ethernet adapter. And if I verify it with ifconfig, then make sure you remember these digits, that is 080046. And let me just run here, and here it is 080046 080046. So this is how you can give complete random bits over there, and this is how you can give any of the listed bits over here. And Cisco, Apple and corporations, and a lot of big names are right here. So that is how you change the MAC address. Okay, let me just play it a little bit more once again, and let me just write here as MAC changer, and this will make you aware about all the possibilities, or you can say nonsense, that can run with your MAC address. So into the 6 bits, you can say I am just assigning AAA, which is not at all a name of any bit out there for your MAC address. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I'm good to go. Now my MAC address should be AAA, which is a complete nonsense, and that would look really suspicious if I'll do something with this one. And the network admin can easily notice that something is wrong going on. This can't be a MAC address, but you can say this is a flaw, or you can say whatever that is. This looks really suspicious. So these are all the possibilities that you can do with changing the MAC address, and you can see that my current MAC address was of wireless Sony card. Okay, now this is really interesting. I have converted my wired card to the wireless card just because of giving this Sony's bits. Well, that's really great. Okay, so my current MAC address was this one, and my permanent MAC address is this one, and my new MAC address is a complete nonsense, that is AAA. Now they should really fix this, but you can say they should not fix it because this is just spreading the parameters of changing your MAC address, and it is just opening our possibilities to change the MAC addresses. So changing the MAC address is really important before starting any pen testing, and that is really very easy to do that. But you should be aware of it that when you will restart your system, everything will be back to normal. So that's how you change the MAC address, and that's it for this video. And congratulations, you're all anonymous by all the means out there, from IP to proxy to MAC address. And that's it for this video, and thank you so much for watching. Greetings internet citizens, and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course, and welcome to the first lecture of Information Gathering module. So let's get started, and what we have here in this movie. Okay, so in this movie we are going to talk about a very useful tool that is used for information gathering in pen testing, that is DNS-enum, you can say, and some people call it as DNS-enum, DNS-enum, you can say whatever you wish to say, but let me tell you about DNS-enum quickly. Well, DNS-enum basically gives more information about your target, or you can say any domain, and it will even try to do a zone transfer, which is really a great vulnerability out there, but it is not found these days because zone transfers are far and few these days, because DNSSEC and places like Cloudflares, and they're using other third-party providers. But other than that, it will give you some information that will help you to pinpoint your target. So DNS-enum is really useful out there. And before DNS-enum, I would like to take you to some websites, and here are some of the websites, and I'm so thankful to these websites, and they will allow you to run the tests onto their website. Like here's a URL that you might want to note down that says www.hackthisite.org, and you will be here onto this page, and you can here scan your website for XSS and SQL injection here. As it is written over here, we will read about it in detail, but here is another website where you can do the Nmap scanning, which is really a great tool out there, and we will read about Nmap into our upcoming movies. And the last URL is digi.ninja. You can Google about it from the zonetransfer.me, and these are the three websites that you can use for your testing purposes. And a big hooray to these people that they have developed the testing environment for us, so you can just do all of the scanning and all of that stuff into these websites. Alright, so we were talking about DNS-enum, which was really a great tool, and its name defines that what this guy really do. It basically scan your all the DNS related information from a domain, you can say. Alright, so DNS-enum is here into the applications, information gathering, and here into the DNS analysis. Here is your tool, which is DNS-enum. Okay, we are great to go. Now, here is a great idea for you people, is to keep this DNS file aside and open your new terminal. So hit on open terminal, and here is your new terminal, and let me just keep it this way. Okay. Now you need not to get scared with these much of commands. It's really so easy out there. You don't have to do anything much out here. You just need to write here as DNS-enum, and you need not to write this .pl because it is already created. And on to the options, you can implement any of these options, which are really great. That is DNS server option, and this option use that DNS servers for AA or MX queries. You can even go for enum option as well, H for help, and help will show up these commands. And there are a lot other options like no reverse, that will skip the reverse lookup operations. You can even find the subdomains, and you can do a lot of stuff right there with this DNS enum, which is really a great thing out there. You can see subdomains and brute forcing options to read the subdomains, and you can perform a lot of information gathering with this great tool that is DNSNM. And trust me, I find a lot of pinpoint, or you can say great targets, with the help of this information gathering by DNSNM. Alright, so now the main part is to get started, right? So if you want any help with DNSNM, then you can simply write here as DNSNM and H for help. And I'm just running this simple command. You can say this highlighted one into my terminal onto the very beginner part. Let me just hit enter, and you can see that everything that is over here onto the left hand side is into the right terminal as well on the name of help. Well, that's really great. Okay, now let me just clear it up to avoid the confusion. Alright, now I'm going to go with the next step, that is to scan any website, you can say. So I'll just write here as DNSNM, and I'll write that URL that says scanme.org, and I'm so thankful to these guys once again. Okay, this was a really quick scan out there. Let us just try to read this. Okay, so I have scanned scanme.org. Don't worry, this is the beginner level of DNSNM. We will proceed to the advanced one as well. We will try all these options as well. Alright, so we have done the scanning, or you can say information gathering, for scanme.org, and make sure you don't run these kind of requests again and again, so that its server cannot get messed up out there. This is a small request by the developers of these websites. Alright, so now the scanme.org, the host address of scanme.org, or you can say IP address, is this one, and you can easily figure this out after this scanning. And you can see that the name servers there are 5 name servers, you can see, and these are all directed from linode.com. And okay, let's move further. And this is interesting stuff out there. Their subnet IPs are all same. You can see all of them are same, just the last bits are changed over here. So this is a point to be noted over here. Okay, now here are the mail servers. It is using the Titan mail servers out there, and sometimes the mail servers really help you a lot, like, you know, in social engineering attacks, or maybe in brute forcing. And you can just see that which mail server they are using, and if that is vulnerable, then you can get a lot of wealthy information from their mail servers. So that is also a great part. Now it has tried the zone transfer, which was really a great vulnerability out there, and you don't see this vulnerability these days because these people are using a lot of third-party platforms like Cloudflare and DNSSEC and a lot of like that. And earlier, you know, this vulnerability was found that anybody out there in public get tons of wealthy information and can transfer your whole DNS, which is really a big vulnerability out there. And you know, the time passes by and they keeps on fixing these kind of stuffs, and there are very little chances of finding this vulnerability, but still there are chances. So this is a great part, that all the people all over the globe are taking this pen testing thing seriously out there, and they are proceeding with the secure ways out there. So DNS query is failed by its DNS server. So the zone transfer request is failed by its name server, you can say. So this was a small request done on scanme.org. Okay, now let's proceed to the advanced level, right? Now let's just try out these options as well, but on a different domain, so that it will be a practice for you people. Okay, now as suggested, DNSNM, and now I'm going to use a server, and that is the Google's public server, and that is totally free. So here I'm going to write here as DNS server, and here is an option. You can read all of this file so that you can see that this DNS server is what I'm applying over here. Pretty easy and simple enough. Okay, and the IP of that Google's server is 8.8.8.8. Pretty easy one, and feel free to use it. And in 2009, Google has announced that this is the DNS server that anybody can use, and it is free to use. Great part out there. Okay, now let's try our next command, that is enum or enum, some people might be saying. And I'm not going to fight on that stuff right now, but you can say that this is the command, and there are high chances that some people or pentester will recommend you for using some kiddish Amex query tools and a lot of like that. But we are on Kali, and it is loaded up with such tools that are far better than Amex tools and a lot of like that. So we are going to use enum again. Now I am going to use an option of no reverse, that is right here, no reverse, so that it can skip the reverse lookup operations, and this will save over time. So I'm going to write here as no reverse, and now I'm going to use another thing over here for -f, and let me just scroll down, and you can see that -f is used to read the subdomains from the target that I will tell this guy to perform a brute force on. Alright, so that is a great thing out there, -f. Okay, now here is a great part out there. You need to know that where are these DNS enum file. You should have an idea about it. So I would like to go into the places, computer, and that is a plus point of my experience. You need not to find it much. Alright, so here onto this directory, you are going to find the USR directory, and into the share directory, you're going to find here, let's say DNS enum, and here is my DNS enum directory. So you need to have an idea so that you can create a whole new report onto, let's say, desktop, and let me just create a report that will be created in a text file in this directory on desktop. So we will take help of this dns.txt. Again, I'm telling you it's directory that is under USR directory, share, and DNS enum directory. You'll find this .txt file, which is loaded up with these kind of tools that you are able to work with right now. Okay, so this was a quick piece of knowledge, of experience, you can say. Okay, let me just minimize this. So as I have told you the path right now, and -f is used to create, subdomains to perform the brute force. So I will write here as -f, and I will give it a directory that is usr/share/DNS enum / and then finally my dns.txt file that we have seen over here, dns.txt. Okay, so good enough right now, and this command is getting a little bit big, but don't be scared of it. Now we are going to create a subfile. So subfile is all here. So see guys, nothing is all complicated over here, and everything is just given up here in terminal. So -- for subfile. Okay, I'm going to write same over here as -- subfile. And I'm going to create that subfile into my desktop's directory of, what was the name? It was report. Okay, so report, and here I'm going to create a file. Let's say, okay, let's perform this test on a new domain, that is hackthisSite.org. So let's write here as hackthisSite.org. Okay, let me just create it with .txt extension, not org. Okay, then space, and finally, as you have seen here into the starting, that DNS enum, and then your options, we have written all the options right here. Till here you can say we have written all the options all together. And finally the domain name, don't miss the domain name, that is really an important part. Okay, so I'm going to write here as my domain name, that is hackthisSite.org, and let me just hit enter, and you can see that we have some error over here, and let me just recheck it, and DNS enum is all good here, and then DNS server -DNS server, and then 8.8.8.8 -enum, no reverse, and then -f, and then the directory usr share DNS enum, and finally dns.txt file, and here is the sub file, and into this directory. Okay, now I have done a real nasty mistake, is that I've forgotten to put the dot after hackthisite.org. Okay, apology for this. So let me just rectify it. hackthisite.org. Let's hit enter once again. Okay, now we are going to get a great detailed report this time. And let's just try to read it. And brute force will take a little bit of time right here. Okay, so finally we are done with this, and we have got a big report out here, and I'm so happy to see that. The more information you will get, the more you will be able to hit on the target, or you can say pinpoint. Okay, let's try to read this. We have done this on hackthisite.org, and thanks once again for this great testing environment. And you can see that host's address is hackthisite.org, and again the same subnet, just the last bits are changing. Again, a point to note on. And the name servers, you can see that this time 123 and .ns.buddyns is not the name server. You can see that there are other possibilities like F, C, H, J, and a lot of like that. So every time 1, 2, 3 are not going to pop up into the name servers. They have different name servers right there. So they are using BuddyNS name servers. Great enough. And you cannot do anything with their mailbox, because they are using it, I can say they are using the Google Mail services, which are far secure, but some people use the mail servers of their own, which is really vulnerable sometimes. Okay, and while trying to zone transfer and getting bind version, it has corrupted the packet. So this is again a great thing out there. They might be using any third party once again, like Cloudflare or somewhat like that. Okay, now it has scrapped the subdomains from the Google, you can say. And from the Google search pages, it has scrapped the subdomains. And here is the result of Google about www.hackthisite.org. Nothing much fancy and much useful. irc.hackthisite.org. Okay, let's proceed further. Now we have brute forced with the subdomains. Now this is something that I like, admin.hackthisite.org. Okay, let's proceed further, and you can see that forum.hackthisite.org is with canonical link, you can say, like if you will visit this link, you will be automatically redirected to this link. Alright, let's proceed further, and now you can see that all the subdomains and all the information related to this hackthisite.org is all here. Okay, so the mail.hackthisite.org and everything is over here. Okay, now it has some net ranges, and it has blocked some of the IPs, and you can even see that what IPs this guy has blocked. Alright, so this is a great part to gather all the information, and you should gather your information. Trust me, I've got a great help with pen testing by getting the right information, and this is how you proceed with the bug bounties as well. You have to know about the playground you're playing in before hitting your target. So that's all about the first lecture of information gathering. Hope to see you into the next one. Greetings to internet citizens, and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now in this tutorial, we are going to talk about zone transfer vulnerability that we were talking about into our previous video. And we have not found the results on that because that server might be using any third-party platform like Cloudflare or DNSSEC, but there are high chances that you can still catch this vulnerability and can be rewarded as a bug bounty hunter. So let's get started with finding the zone transfer vulnerability, and that could be really huge out there. You can gather a lot of information with this vulnerability, like the mailboxes, and in fact the information inside the mailboxes, or if there is any txt file into the server. Alright, so let's get started. And if you guys haven't yet started the zone transfer vulnerability, then you have to keep your eyes open. I have shown you this website, that is zonetransfer.me, and this is what zone transfer is. And thanks to these guys that you can play with the zone transfer vulnerability with the practical approach just for the learning purpose with this website that says zonetransfer.me. And I would recommend you to read this article, but just onto a very important part. The domain of zonetransfer.me and the name server are going to be nsztm1.digi.ninja, and this is the name server that we are going to use. So everything is going to be same, and let's get started with the zone transfer vulnerabilities practical. And let me just switch on to the full screen. Alright, now let me just open my terminal, and I hope most of the commands might be there stuck into your brain now after my last lecture. So to save over time, I am not opening any help file of DNSNM. I'm just getting started directly from my terminal. So DNSNM, and now I'm going to name here as my DNS server. If you still remember, everything is going to be same, DNS server, and this time the DNS server is nsztm1.digi.ninja, and this was suggested by zonetransfer.me. So we have used his DNS server this time to check it, and --nm, and we are going to go for no reverse this time once again, and have to create a new, or you can say brute forcing the subdirectories. Now / user, we are going to write the path of zonetransfer.txt file. So user / share, and then DNS-nms directory / and then dns.txt file. Now we are going to create a subfile as well. And if you are not able to understand anything in this lecture, then I would recommend you to go back into my previous movie, and I've given all the explanation of these commands into that. So I'm just saving our time. So I'm just going to create a subfile now, and for that I'm going to get it done into the same directory once again. Onto the desktop I have a folder whose name is report, and this time I'm going to name my file as zone_t.txt, let's say. And now finally I'm going to write the URL, that is zonetransfer.me. Now let's just hit enter, and you can see that it has started searching for it all over there. And this may take a while this time once again, but we will definitely get the results. And let it get completed, and then we will scan our terminal that what has happened over here. Okay everybody, now it's done, and let me just scroll up a little bit, and it has shown me all the previous type of information over here. But right now I'm interested in trying zone transfer and getting bind versions, and it was not showing us enough of the information into my last video, but we have taken a new reference to just show you that how this vulnerability actually looks like. So on to the zonetransfer.me, I have a little bit of knowledge about the servers, you can say, and this has helped a lot to me into this field of pen testing. But if you don't know about it, let me just tell you about it quickly. So we have here of SOA type, and into the server we have SOA files, where SOA stands for start of authority, and this is an important record type into the domain name system, or DNS you can say. So this is really a great and important file out there into your server. And then we have some NS name servers and our IP. Okay, this is not much important. And then you can see that there was some text file from which it has scrapped the data and it couldn't scrap much of it, and Casio is just what it has scrapped. So this looks suspicious out there, and you can get tons of information from this vulnerability. And that's really good that into the starting phase just of the information gathering, you're getting aware with the vulnerabilities. Alright, so it isn't able to scrap the whole data. We will read about the detailed report into that website, or you can say its blog. And let's just move down a little bit. Then you can see that there are certain MX files that are for mail servers. Let's go a little bit down once again. Again, it isn't able to fetch anything. And this happens sometime from the DNSNM tool, and I don't like it at this moment of time, DNSNM. But it is really great to find the vulnerabilities, and especially the zone transfer vulnerability. Okay, let's move down a little bit. And then we have DNS key, and you can see that TCP files of zone transfer that are really the important stuff out there. And you can see that some dat beef that is used to help in XSS is also right here. And you can see that email.zonetransfer.me is going to be the syntax of setting up the mail IDs. Okay, let's proceed a little bit more further. And you can see most of the important files are right here in front of us. Okay, now you see again a file that says Robin is right here, and Robin Wood must be some user out there. And this user, you can say, or you can hit a try that this user could be there using any mailbox or any mail servers out there. Okay, let's go down a little bit. And you can see that robinwood.zonetransfer.me, and if we replace dot from @zonetransfer.me, then it becomes the whole email ID address. So you have to act smart over here. And again, some text files aren't able to show up. This might be due to my slow internet connection, but at the most of the times they will show up. Okay, let's go down a little bit, and you can see that somebody can try this kind of XSS, which will alert you for the boo. Okay, funny enough and loaded with sarcasm over here. We will learn what is XSS into the upcoming lectures of this course. But for this moment, you can try some XSS vulnerabilities onto this platform. There must be somewhere around here, as somebody has tried it, and you can also try it with this simple script. So we will read about XSS vulnerabilities first, and this way somebody can attack, or someone smart like me will directly go for some XSS attack. Or in fact, this is also considered as a vulnerability that your personal information is showing up here into the text file, you can say. And if we read about it in detail onto the zonetransfer.me, so let me just minimize my VirtualBox and let me just head on to this website. Okay, so it has given some screenshots which will show you into the more detail and the exact details. So we can see that Casio FX700 Windows XP wasn't able to show up onto there, and Windows XP is again a great vulnerable server out there, and you can easily attack on it, and you can find a lot of ports that are open into your server. So that is again a harmful thing out there. And let's just go down a little bit, and you can find a lot of ton of informations out there. And here is a quick report. So now your assignment will be to read all of these reports. And into our last video, you have seen that it was sharing some Google connections. So into the mailbox, it was here, and you can see that here as a proof that it is sharing some APIs from Google. So now I'm pretty sure that it is using the Google Mail services. So like that, CNAME, which is again an important part in the website right there. And I would recommend you to read this whole report so that you can perfectly understand the zone transfer vulnerability, and we are done with the practical as well. So now you're all aware to get started with the zone transfer vulnerability. That's it for this video, and thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now, if we talk about information gathering, then in our last video, definitely I wasn't at all happy with the result that was given by DNSNM. It wasn't showing me the complete results. Like here in H-info, this wasn't showing me up that if it is onto the Windows platform, or you can see that into this. It is showing me the complete results, that is Casio, and its rest of the content is not showing up here, you can say. It's just showing up Casio, not the whole content like Windows XP. Well, that is not at all a great part, and definitely I wasn't happy with this kind of information gathering. But some part like finding out the name server were really good, and finding out about the Amex files and a lot like that were really good with DNSNM, but we were not getting the complete data just with this individual zone transfer vulnerability. So what I'll do is that, let me just hit on full screen once again. Okay, now there is another tool that is called Dig, and Dig is also used for information gathering. So I'll just open a new terminal and I will keep it over here, and I'll show you the difference between Dig and to this one as well, that is DNSNM. So the best part is to find about Dig is it is also a tool, and I'll write here as Dig, and you can see a lot of information related to Dig is right here, and it is going to be same as well, just your options and finally the domain name, and you can get to know about that individual domain like pretty much like anything out there. Okay, so the best part, okay, let me just clear this up. Now to find anything like finding a manual or asking for help, there are 4 parameters like -h, or you can go for -h, or you can go for -help, or you can go for -help. Now these are just the 4 parameters. You can try any one of them and one of them will surely work. So if you wish to know about any of the tools right there, just write its name and try any of these help options. Or maybe you can go for the manual of it, like manual of Dig, hit enter, and you can see that manual of Dig is right here. And to save our time, I am just quitting it and I'm writing the option that I'll use to scan my zonetransfer.me's website. I'm writing it quickly and you can see the options like we have done into the DNSNM. So let's get started. So I'm writing here as Dig to use the Dig tool, and AXFR is going to be the option in this case that I would like to build to find out the options with zone transfer vulnerability. You can find it into the manual or maybe into the help options of Dig. And just to save our time, I'm just writing it quickly and directly, you can say. So this was our name server this time. So this was nsztm1.digi.ninja, and it was suggested by zonetransfer.me's website. And I'll write here as zonetransfer.me. I'll hit enter, and okay, this was a pretty fast and quick result out there. So here the Dig tool is winning out there with the DNSNM, and I'm really a great fan of Dig now. It has really given me the quick result out here. Okay, so if we talk about the Dig, let me just try to filter out the data from it. And if we were comparing it from this H-info file, and you can see the whole result is right here, Casio, not just the Casio, it is fetching me the whole data, that is FX700G and Windows XP. But it wasn't happening over here. That is, it was fetching us just the Casio, and this has happened into the more cases. So in the information gathering, you try to gather the information with all the tools that are best for you and you just gather the information. In some cases, DNSNM will be good, and in some cases, dig will be good. So you have to try both of them, and from whichever tool you feel satisfied with your pen testing project, just gather the information, because information is what matters in the end. So this is another option, or you can say another tool to get started with the information gathering. And everybody has its own charms, you can say. Like, it is giving me an organized way of serving the information, and it is a little bit messy out here, but you can just copy and paste this whole content into a text file. Okay, with the text file, I remember that my reports were here into this directory, and I've taken some reports like zonet.txt and hackthisite.txt. So you can see that report is also made up here when we were doing some information gathering with DNSNM. And you can do the likewise with dig as well. So I would like to recommend you to read about dig and DNSNM once again, and you have learned a lot of stuff already. Now you know how to read the manuals and how to do the research, or how to read about something, and how to manage the permissions, directory, Kali. You're all friendly with Kali, and in fact you're using the tools of Kali. So great progress out there, and the course is still left out there, and you will read a lot of stuff. So see you into the next lecture, and don't forget to read about this all once again so that it could clear up your base once again. So that's it for this video, and thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens, and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now in this tutorial, we are going to trace our route from our packets to the servers and to the whole route out there, which is used while using the domain, or you can say the path of sending and getting the packets. So that is really an important one, and I was here into my last movie. And while I was closing it, I have got this really interesting line which says, remember to call or email Pippa on to this number, or you can even email him. So I have got this information out here. So this information was dumped while trying for the zone transfer vulnerability. So this is quite an important one, and this is just to show you the example that how dangerous or how important could it be. Alright, now we were trying to trace our route from our packets that were sent or that were brought into your browser, and you have the right to do so. You should know that what is going to be served onto your browser and how, and you are jumped onto what number of servers. So now you might want to write down this URL which says ping.eu/traceroute/. Alright. Now here you are going to write the IP address or the host name. So in this example, my host name is, let's say, gmail.com. And if I'll hit on Google, then you can see that the certain requests were made while sending the packets, or you can say while making the connection. This core 21 FSN1 name server, and then it was redirected to the second one, that is core 22. Then to the fourth, and finally to the Juniper one, and you are tracing your IP address as well, and you are tracing your speed as well, which is quite good and impressive one on their Gmail server, that is 4.871 milliseconds. That is a really great speed out there. Okay, so you have just checked your path thoroughly, but if you wish to check about it in a detailed manner, then you have to switch to Kali once again. Alright, now to trace the route, you have a great option here in Kali into the applications, information gathering, and into the DNS analysis. You have this tool called DNS Tracer. Let me just open it up, and you can see that all the information related to DNS Tracer is right here, and it was developed by this guy. And C is to disable the local caching, and a lot of commands are right here. And to read more commands, again the same thing, you can open the manual of DNS Tracer, and now you know how to do that just with MAN manual. So you can open the manual of DNS Tracer and you can read all the commands related to it. Alright, so let's get started. Okay, so now I will write something which will trace my route to their servers. So if we talk about the format, then DNS tracer, and then these options, and finally your host name, which could be any URL right there. Alright, so let's do what it has suggested us. So let's write here as DNS tracer, and I will go for verbose. And verbose, you might be familiar with verbose. Verbose is like getting a detailed report, and -o, and -o is, you can see that it is used to enable the overview of received answers, right? So let's get the received answers of, just for an example, let's write here as gmail.com. Pretty quick report and results out there. Pretty impressive one as well. Okay, so it has given us the DNS header, which is an important file right there, but we haven't got any much information right there. And the more query names and DNS headers again, and the answer RR from the domain name, that is gmail.com, and the class internet TTL, and then your resource data with the IP address, and finally this is your IP address. And into the gmail.com, this is the important part, is about getting their IP address. Well, quite an impressive one once again. Okay, let me just give it another try. So this time, let me just clear it up to avoid the confusion. So now DNS tracer, let's give it a go with some another command. Okay, let me just teach you that how you can analyze your traffic. And we have a great tool for that. That is into the sniffing and spoofing option, Wireshark, quite a famous one. And this is used to analyze the traffic. Let me just avoid it by hitting on go. Alright, now you can capture your packets in a pretty more in detailed way with the help of Wireshark. Well, I will take an individual class for Wireshark as well, but for the time being, let me just show you that how you can trace your packets in the more detailed way. Alright, so let me just write here a command. Let me just cook here a command, you can say. So I will write the same command right here, but this time for Yahoo. So just for an example, let me just try once again for the yahoo.com. We have just got one IP address, and the thing that I want to make you notice about Yahoo is that you are going to get some more IP addresses of Yahoo, and it is still searching. And this happens. Sometimes it may take time, and sometimes it will show you the results within the fraction of seconds. Okay, so I have done it with the verbose. That is why it is showing me the detailed report, you can say. And this is the interesting part right here. The resource data bits are also given to us. So that is quite an interesting one, and it is repeating again and again. So let me just interrupt this operation with Ctrl+C. And I'm back here. All right. So now you have seen some difference with the different domains and the name servers, or the DNS, you can say. All right. Now let's try to capture, or you can say, let's try to analyze our traffic that we will exchange in the form of packets. So this time, let me take it to a next level, that is DNS tracer. And this time I will find onto the queue, let's say I will find MX files. You can just do that with the MX files onto, let's say, gmail.com. But onto a very quick part, I will just trace my route with the verbose, you can say, of, let's say, Yahoo this time. And again, these commands, if you have forgotten it, then feel free to pause the movie, get back, read about it, or even open the manual of DNS tracer, or you can even open the manual of DNS tracer and read about them. And I'll write here as gmail.com. And to start capturing these packets, I haven't yet hit the enter. So you have to go into the Wireshark, capture, options, and you can select the Ethernet port of 0. That is used for the wireless and the communication of the packets. So I've selected the Ethernet 0 port, and I've clicked on start. Now it has start capturing my packets. So now you will see I've hit enter, and you can see that some data has started sending and coming up right here. Okay, so I'm done with it, and I will just stop capturing these packets. So there are a lot of packets, and if you can notice that gmail.com is right here, but we cannot read this properly, so we will write a UDP port filter, which is quite a common and famous one. So for that, you will write here as UDP dot port space equals equal space equal sign and 53, which is quite most famous port out there. So I'll hit on enter, and you can see that it has now filtered my posts and 85 standard query responses that we have got from gmail.com and 69 standard query responses again from gmail.com with different IPs. So that's how you capture the packets, and you can even, go into the request time, or you can say the domain name or IP version settings, and we will read about this Wireshark tool, which is really great in detail, but this is just to show you the quick overview of Wireshark, that how does it work, so that you don't feel confused into our detailed classes of Wireshark. And that's how you trace the DNS. So we have collected tons of information right here, and trust me, that is really great one, and you have seen a lot in front of your screen already. But make sure you just practice them. I am doing all of these things very smoothly because I've been into the pen testing field from quite a long time. So practice makes the man perfect. So I hope you guys will practice on it, and see you into the next movie. Greetings to internet citizens, and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now in this tutorial, we are going to talk about how you can gather the information with the help of several websites that are really useful for information gathering. And now you're all familiar and you have a great hands on Kali Linux. And there are some people who doesn't like to gather the information with the help of Kali Linux. And in that case, web pen testers are the one who don't really gather the information with the help of Kali much, but still some people love to gather the information with the help of Kali, and sometimes that is really great. So I just don't want to leave everything out there in this course. We are going to cover everything and as much as detailed information as we could. So I have decided to make some videos in which we are going to gather the information with several websites that helps in gathering the information. So let's get started. Okay, now the first domain that you might want to write is whois.domaintools.com, and here you can get a lot of information about the site's owner and their emails and a lot of like that. Let's take an example. Just let's say poloinandsweets.com. Let's just try to search about it, and I've developed this a few years ago. Okay, now just by hitting a query of Polo In and Sweets, okay, just like the pen testers like me will look at how the query is injecting into the URL. Anyways, now Whois Records has given the information about poloinandsweets.com that the email of its website's owners is this. That is my personal email as well. Hi, Saksham Choudhary @gmail.com, and the registrant is Saksham Choudhary, and Saksham Choudhary is associated with 2 other domains as well. Okay, then we have name servers and the date of expiration and the creation. Okay, so this is the IP address, and you can see that 916 other sites are also hosted in this server, which is really a great thing. The location of my IP address, and I've taken this from public domain registry. Great enough. And the website's title. And we have the information that is really important, that it is hosted on Apache Fusion Passenger, and its version is 4.0.10. SEO score is 69%. Well, and here is all the same report as over here once again, and you can see that it has registrant's email and admin street, city, admin state, postal code, his personal number. So you can get pretty much information over here, and you can even see that it is hosted on Apache, that is a Linux server, or it is hosted on Windows server as well. So you can just figure out that, and here you can make the strategy that you are going to go with the Apache servers attacks on a lot of like that, or if you wish to contact the admin of this website, then how you can do that. Okay, let's take a Detailed look. Well, I'm not a great fan of whois.domaintools.com, and the reason is that I'm not getting any detailed reports out here, but some people use it because they just quickly wish to get some information about the admin of that website and somewhat like that. But to get the detailed report, you might want to write down this URL which says toolbar.netcraft.com. Okay, so onto the Netcraft's websites. Let's go to site report. So let's enter our URL over here, that is www.poloinandsuites.com. Let's hit enter, and to get the detailed report we use Netcraft, and I just love it. And you can see that site title and date first seen, and it was built in 2016 November. Primary language is English. Description are the keywords. Okay, keywords are really great sometimes, and the SEO part, and some people try to even steal the keywords so that they could get the better ranking like the other website or maybe their competitors. Okay, let's proceed further. Network is site is this, domain is this, the IP address of this website is this. We already know how to take out the IP address, but once again, 103.21.58.122 is the IP address of this website. Domain registrar is again publicdomainregistry.com, and the organization or the address of admin is this, and it is used for commercial entities, hosted in India, and its owner is this company. And the net server, you can see that this is where this website is hosted, and the DNS of admin is this. Reverse DNS, name server organization is this one. Hosting companies, Endurance International Group, and I'm interested in this one, hosting history. Now, if somebody has switched their hosting, then their hosting history will also be shown onto this column. And you can see that if there are any spam host block list or the privacy block list, or if there are any risk over here, and I cannot see much of the risk over here. So that is a great report coming up right here. Okay, now if I'm using any third-party APIs like Google, or maybe you can say APIs of Google and anything that is used to track the audience and a lot other like that. So we can see that over here, that are web trackers. Now then we are going to have a look at very important part, that is site technology. And into the server side, I'm running PHP. So if I'm going to write any exploit, or if I'm going to inject any exploit related to PHP, then I have to be careful about it. That means onto the server side, PHP is going to run. And you can say if you're injecting any exploit into the Ruby Rails and somewhat like that, that is not going to get executed onto the server side. Only the PHP and the XML is going to be executed into my server side. So now you are all focused that you are going to attack with some PHP techniques if you wish to inject anything onto the server side. The rest of the technologies are not going to work onto my server side. Okay, fair enough. Onto the client side, I can use the JavaScript, and that is going to be executed on only to the client side, not to the server side. So you have to take care of it. Okay, now this is again an important thing out here, client side scripting framework. I'm using Font Awesome, Web Fonts, jQuery, not much important. Blog, I have a blog onto this website, and I'm using WordPress self-hosted. Well, that is really a great information out here. And the technology that I'm using is WordPress. Well, WordPress is secure, but only if it is all updated every time. So you can find a lot of exploits related to WordPress, and you need to visit this URL to find exploits that says www.exploit-db.com, and you will find a lot of exploits onto this website. So you can search, and like suppose if I write here as WordPress, I'm not robot. Let's search, and okay, let me select the bridges. Verify. Okay, now let me search it. So after hitting the query of WordPress, as you can see that WordPress is not at all secure if it is expired. So you have to use the latest and the updated versions of WordPress. Like in fact 4.7 is going on right now, and we have an SQL injection vulnerabilities exploit on to the 4.22 edition of WordPress. So you have to stay updated into this world. So you can find something related to like this and you can give it a try if this is working over here, or if this site has not updated with the latest WordPress version, then you can pinpoint this target with any of these exploits. Well, this is just an information gathering section, so we will also learn that how you can inject these exploits definitely. Okay, let's proceed further. Then doc type is HTML, HTML5. Okay, so this is really a great information gathering for web pen testers. Usually you're all focused that the PHP application used is WordPress. You have a lot of exploits, and next you can see that you can take out a lot of exploits related to PHP of server side just onto that website, that is www.exploitdb.com. And this is how you do a great information gathering if you are a web pen tester, or if you are not a Kali Linux fan while doing the information gathering. So that's it for this video, and thank you so much for watching. Hope to see you into the next one. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now in this tutorial we are going to talk about how you can get the comprehensive information gathering of DNS settings and server and the name server and all of that. And another important thing that we will be gathering in this video is that how you can get all the domains that are hosted on an individual IP, or if there are a lot of other websites hosted on the IP where your website or domain is hosted. So this is all about DNS. And if I talk more about DNS, then let's say if I'm opening a website that is www.robtex.com. Now the work of DNS is that this URL will go to DNS, and then later on this DNS will convert this domain name into some individual IP, right? So this is the work of DNS basically. So to get the more comprehensive report, you might want to write down this URL which says www.robtex.com, and here I have written poloinandsuites.com. Well, okay, there is a huge difference between www and then your website's URL, or just the name of your website URL, you can say just the name of your website and then .com. Let me show you how. Well, just for an example, if I'm opening this website which says lightscameraselfie.com and there is no www over here into my URL, and now if I try to open www.lightscameraselfie, then you can see that it is saying that server is not found. But if we remove www from it, then you can see that our website is live. So definitely there is a difference between these two things of including www or not including www. But sometimes, let's say if I write here as www.poloinandsuites.com and here if I write here as poloinandsuites.com, then these are all same. poloinandsuites.com is all here and www.poloinandsuites.com is also here. And the reason behind this is that from the cPanel settings, by a canonical way, you can redirect poloinandsuites.com to www.poloinandsuites.com. As you can see that it is automatically redirected to www.poloinandsuites.com. So you have to take care about it. You have to analyze that what technology the website is using before putting it into the query box of robtex.com. And you can see that it is already showing us our DNS IP description, that I'm from India, Delhi, and my current IP address and my IP description that is situated in AS24560 India, Gurgaon. So my ISP is operating from there. Okay, so just on Robtex, onto this box, I have inserted the query which says poloinandsuites.com. Now sometimes Robtex don't give you the best results, but it will definitely give you the best results if you will wait for like 5 minutes or 10 minutes. So if you don't get the perfect or the detailed report, then just wait for 5 to 10 minutes and try again. Well, this is the best and the most detailed report that you can get on any domain. So poloinandsuites.com. So who is IP? And these are the common things that we have already gone through into our last videos. Now I am more interested into these shared websites, you can say. Now just on my IP address, all of these other websites, or you can say that my hosting provider is serving a lot more websites just onto the same server, or you can say that there is a machine somewhere and the server is running and all of these domains are running onto this 103.21.58.122 IP. Okay, let's take a quick test about it, and let me just open my terminal. So this test will show you that what exactly I'm talking about. Okay, so I am here onto my terminal. Okay, now if I try to ping www and let's say sharing IPs, any of these URL, let's say ucd.com, and hit enter, and you can note down this URL, that is 103.21.58.122. If I search my current website, that is poloinandsuites.com. So if I ping over www.poloinandsuites.com, and if I hit enter, and let me stop it, then you can notice that the IP of this website is all same and matching up with the other website, that is iucd.com and poloinandsuites.com. This really means that all of these websites are hosted on a same IP address or a same server. So if you are unable to pen test or to breach into any of these websites, you can try for other websites that are also situated onto the same IP, and then you can literally create a backdoor into that system or that server, and you can access all these websites. You can even do a great damage. But we are not here to do any damage. We can just report that all of these websites on this server are vulnerable. Anyways, so my main agenda was to prove you that the IP of this iucd.com and my poloinandsuites.com is all same because they are hosted on a same IP. So this is how you find out all the other domains that are situated onto your same IP, which is a great thing out there. Okay, so this graph will show you on a detailed manner that how this poloinandsuites is, you can say, serving into your browser. You see how this is going up onto the name servers, and then it is converted with the IP address and finally to my web hosting machine and giving the output back again with the poloinandsuites that is referred with the purple. Okay, so let's proceed further, and it will give you a more great detail out here, and the rest of the details are common enough. We already know about it all, but the best example or the best way is to directly go for robotex.com if you wish to find other DNSBL options as well. And DNSBL options are really the great, and if you have a great knowledge of server, then you can even analyze these files as well. But don't worry, we'll learn about this stuff as well into our upcoming videos. Okay, now it has also a great graph just for your information that how poloinandsuites is served to your browser, where it is going with the name servers and how it has now converted into your IP address with SP confluence and given back onto your browser with a green mark as poloinandsuites.com. So that's basically how your website is served into your browser, right? So you can go through this graph, and this is really a great option right there. And you can see that name servers and their IP address are more coming up. Now you can see that names pointing to same IP. Now, if you know how to point out during hosting any domain, then you will get the more detailed understanding that how this is pointing onto the same IP address. But basically it is saying that all of these domains are situated onto the same IP, or you can say same machine or server maybe. So these are the tricks that ethical hackers opt while information gathering. And if they are unable to breach into the security of any one domain, their next step is to directly breach into the main server so that they can get the access of all these websites that are situated into this IP address. So that's how you get the detailed DNS report, and that's how you find all the domain that are hosted on any individual IP. So there are high chances that if one site is vulnerable, you can crack down its whole server and can breach it into its security system. And by doing so, you will be rewarded as a great bug bounty out there. So this is all about information gathering in this section. We are definitely going to learn all about it. But that's it for this movie, and thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now in this tutorial we are going to move on a very important part of information gathering, is that finding the subdomains. Now you might be thinking that how finding a subdomain can be so useful. Well, let me tell you that if you are trying to brute force on any admin panel, and if you don't know the address of that admin panel, then there are high chances that the admin panel of that website is hosted on a subdomain maybe. Or suppose if any professional or a great website is making any changes, then in 99% cases, they host a testing environment on beta dot and whatever the name of that domain is. So just for an example, we have a lot of subdomains like mobile.facebook.com, and in fact, Facebook also has a beta version and it is still running over there for testing environment. So it is beta.facebook.com. So it is really important to find the subdomains. And in fact, a guy named Prakash from India that is currently living in Bangalore has found a great vulnerability with the help of this great piece of information gathering. He has found the subdomain as a beta.facebook.com, and as I've suggested a few seconds back, he tried to brute force the Facebook forget me digits, by which he was able to hack into anybody's Facebook account. So if you don't believe it, let us just try to read his quick report. So let me just Google Facebook beta brute forcing. So you will definitely find an article related to this. And onto this first link, you can find a detailed article that how with the information gathering, this guy has found a domain that is beta.facebook.com. And you can see that onto this link, here is a detailed report about it. And here is how the flow works. The vulnerability actually resides in the way Facebook's beta domain handle forgot password. Let's move on further. So Prakash discovered the social media giant had not implemented rate limiting in its password reset process on the beta sites, that is beta.facebook.com. So Prakash tried to brute force the 6-digit code on Facebook beta pages into the forgot password and discovered that there is no limit to set by Facebook on the number of attempts for beta pages. And this is a smart way to just brute force. Well, brute forcing the N successfully allowed Prakash to launch a brute force attack into any Facebook account by setting a new password and taking complete control of any account out there. So you can see that this was happening an year ago only, and the Facebook was not at all secure at that time, or some people keeps on finding these kind of flaws. So if you have a strong information gathering, then there are high chances that you might be successful into the bug bounty and all that. Okay, let's read more. Prakash discovered the vulnerability in February and reported it to Facebook on February 22. The social network fixed this issue the next day and had paid him $15,000 as a reward, considering the severity and the impact of vulnerability. So see how handsomely he has done the information gathering and has got a reward of $15,000 just by a simple trick and just by a simple brute forcing attack. We'll definitely learn that what is brute forcing attack is, but this is really one of the easiest attack that any pen tester can try. So this is how much interesting and how much important the information gathering is. Okay, let's move on further now. So to find a subdomain, there is a great script and you can say repository on github.com, and that is available onto this link. Now, if you think that you can use it, then visit this URL and try to do it yourself. Otherwise, keep on watching this video. We are going to try this script to find the subdomains. So let me switch on to my Kali machine. Alright, to get that sublister, I would like to simply Google on, let's say, into the search box. Okay, so I'll write here as GitHub sublister and make sure it is 3 instead of E into the sublister. And onto the first link, you can see that fast subdomains enumeration tool. So you can simply download these files, or you can even clone it into your terminal. Just copy this clone with HTTPS link, open your terminal, and you need to simply write here a command that says git clone and then paste this link and hit enter. Then you can see that it is cloning into Sublister. Till then, let's read more about Sublister. So you can see that this is what Sublister is going to look like, and you can see that you can go for installation and their dependencies. Well, this is a great thing out there in dependencies, that you already have Python into your system because we have upgraded our system. So it is always a great idea to upgrade your system before doing any pen testing out there. Alright, so you can see that this is what you all would like to see. That is usage. Well, everything is there in documentation. You need not to get scared about anything at all, and you can easily use any pen testing tool out there if you will read its documentation in a great and well manner. So if I move on to the usage, then first of all I would like to move on to the directory of Sublister. So I'll run a quick cd command, and first of all I will navigate into the files that you can see that here into my command directory. Sublisters folder is right here. All right, so after cd I'll just try to grab this Sublister folder into my terminal. So capital as it is, make sure Sublister tab, enter, you're inside it. And now I would like to use these usage. So it is a Python script, so it is necessary to write Python over here, and then you are going to write here as sublister.py because it is written in Python and Python extension is there. So you are going to write here as sublister.py. You can also navigate into your directories that sublister.py is going to be the magical script for here. And here it is, sublister.py. So this is the script that is going to work for us. Alright, so you can see that you can brute force and enable the subroot brute force module, you can say, or the useful one for us is the domain name to enumerate the subdomain for us, right? So this is what we are looking for right now. You can try rest of these as well. They are going to be great for you people, and the important one is this one as well, to get the output into the text file. Alright, so let's get started. So I'll write here a simple domain. Let's say for a time being I'll get studioreneteam.com. I'll hit enter, and okay, I've forgotten to pass an argument with D. So I'll write here as python sublister.py -d, and I'll hit enter. Okay, now it is searching now, and you can see that it is using Baidu, Yahoo, Google, Bing, Ask, Netcraft. Netcraft is really great. We are already familiar with that now. Also, we are familiar with DNS Dumpster as well. So it is finding all of that, and it may take a little bit of time, but it will definitely show the result. Okay, so here are our results. I have not created much of the subdomains, you can say. So my cPanel is hosted over here, and autodiscover.studiorene.com is also there. Webmail subdomain is over here as well. Well, not pretty much information because there are not much useful subdomains on StudioRene team, but again you have got the cPanel subdomain, which is really a useful one. Okay, let's try something great out there, that is facebook.com. Well, this may take time because facebook.com is really big, but it will definitely show the results. Okay everybody, so I've paused this video for like 3-4 minutes maybe, and I've got the results out there. So if you are able to find the vulnerability, or if you are trying to sneak into the server of Facebook, then these are the subdomains that you can also try on. And if you're successful to do so, then you can report it to the Facebook. So you see, it spreads the parameter to attack onto any individual website as a pen tester. So you can see that there are a lot of subdomains of Facebook out there, and this is the reason why it has taken so much time to give us the results. So there are tons of subdomains out here on Facebook. Alright, so here is how to find the Facebook, and we have done a lot of and great information gathering out there. Into the next section, we will start that how you can get started with the web penetration testing, which is really a great, interesting and fun-loving topic out there. Well, if you are not interested in web pen testing, then you can jump on to the next section that is about wireless, and the next one for Metasploit. But from the next section, we will get started with the web penetration testing. That is really the interesting one, and that is often used to win the bug bounties and a lot of programs like that. So I hope you guys are excited to start that, and I'll see you into the next section. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to the first level of pen testing. Well, you heard it right. It is the first level. Previously, I was just creating your base so that you can feel friendly out here into the world of ethical hacking and pen testing. But this is the first level in which we will attempt to learn the web pen testing, which is really a fantastic topic into the field of ethical hacking, and you can hit a lot of bounties as a freelancer with the help of this module. So let's get started with the web pen testing. Let me just open up my Firefox and let me just introduce you to the world of web pen testing in this movie. Okay, so the number one link that I want you to visit before starting the web pen testing is owasp.org. You might want to write down this URL. It's owasp.org. Well, this is a great and very mature project running out there to secure the web applications. And as you can see that OWASP stands for Open Web Application Security Project. So you can go and visit the top 10 of OWASP projects. And you can see that a lot of great things, or you can say that it is hosting a lot of great events out there that are related to web pen testing and its security and all of that stuff. And if you visit this link that is on home page here, which says upcoming events, you'll be redirected to this link, and you can see that a lot of conference these guys are organizing into the Indonesia, Israel, Romania, Germany, and in fact in USA, Orlando, Florida, and a lot of places like that. So there are high chances that there must be some conference going on nearby you, and the big conferences are this one, that is Black Hat USA 2017, and this is the one to keep an eye on. So you can see that OWASP keeps on trying to make your web apps super secure with these kind of conferences. So if you get a chance to make sure you do not cancel your plan, so you can visit these type of conferences to nourish your knowledge into this field. And OWASP is like, everybody knows about OWASP if it is related to web security. Okay, next up is OWASP top 10, and you can see that here are the OWASP top 10, and most of the time here it is going to be A1 injection onto the number one position, that is SQL injection. Quite a famous one, and we are going to learn all of these attacks, and these are really the important one. And you can see that OWASP keeps on releasing its top 10 list of the attacks that was the reason of vulnerability in 2017, 2013, 10, and it keeps on releasing. So you can see that injection, XSS, and a lot of like that are listed over here, and we are going to learn all of that, right? And next up is that here is a very great tool that was launched by these OWASP guys, that was Zap Proxy, and this is really a great tool out there, and in Kali it is already there, but if it is not there into your system, then feel free to download it from this link, and you can just hit on download Zap and it will be downloaded into your system. Alright, so the main and the most important part is that I never ever promote hacking onto any website out there. So the best part is, once again, we are going to create a practice lab. Now you might be thinking that, hey, what happened to that old practice lab? Okay, we'll be using that lab too, but into our upcoming sections that are going to be for Metasploit, wireless, and a lot of like that, where you pen test on somebody else's machine but here we are talking about the web pen testing. And if you are not at all interested in web pen testing, then feel free to skip this movie, and into the next module you will find a lot of attacks out there that we use to pen test in somebody else's system or some other machine, you can say. Alright, so we will begin our lab with DVWA. So let me just take you to that link, and if I hit a query on Google which says DVWA, it is a great project out there. Now you can see that DVWA simply stands for Damn Vulnerable Web Application, and you can just download it by clicking over here. You can click on save and hit OK. Now the problem that people are facing with DVWA these days in 2017 is that it is using PHP that was the 5th version, 5.x version, and right now in 2017 it is going 7th version of PHP. So this is the big issue for people out there, and if you will find out on forums that how to install DVWA, then it will be a lot of trouble for them. So into the next movie, we will configure DVWA into our system, which is really a challenging task in 2017 actually, due to the PHP version problem out there. But you need not to panic. We are going to install it into our system, and we are successfully going to complete all the challenges of DVWA, and this will definitely help you to hit the bounties and to earn a lot of money with the help of bug bounty out there. So this is one of the most important part if you are attempting to learn the web pen testing. So this was a quick introduction about web pen testing. From the next movie, we are going to learn that how you can get started with installing the DVWA and how you can start learning all those web pen testing attacks with the help of this exercise. So that's it for this movie, and thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens, and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now I have left this movie over here on the www.dvwa.co.uk. Alright, so we are going to configure DVWA into this movie, but I'm going to install everything like a beginner so that you can actually know that how you need to research about any individual thing if you wish to configure it or by any means at all. Okay, so I have forgotten to show you one thing that is very important out there, that is GitHub link of DVWA. So the best part is to before configure anything, you really need to know about its dependencies, right? So onto this GitHub link, you can read all about DVWA and about its disclaimer and license and all of that stuff. Now you can install DVWA, and or you can say you can download DVWA from here, and here are some installation videos, but they are very typical and lengthy out there. In some of them they are just I'll tell you about PHP within few seconds. So you can see that here is a lot of mess out there that you need to do is about PHP configuration and a lot of that stuff. And you can see that default username and default password is admin password. Okay, this is the important information out there that we have got. You can see that it is suggesting us to apt-get install Apache 2 MySQL server with PHP 5. And now the problem is that let us just check the current version of PHP into the Kali in 2017. So for that, you simply need to run a command which says php ---- version, hit enter, and you can see that it is 7.0 that is installed into our system. And to degrade the PHP version, it will like hell of a trouble out there. So I wouldn't recommend you to do that. But the smart thing out here is to install XAMPP, which I don't know why these guys haven't yet told that they are, running a different server with different PHP, and then they are linking that onto the same network and a whole lot of mess. And some of the people are in fact degrading our PHP from 7 to 5. And that is really a big trouble out there. So the best solution after reading all the forums and everything out there I have got is to install XAMPP into your Linux machine. And Linux machine, or you can say Kali at this moment of time. So let's say XAMPP and hit download. Now XAMPP has its own localhost with its own PHP, and you can see that luckily 5.6.3 PHP is still alive on XAMPP, and that is available for Linux as well. So why to interrupt your current PHP version, or why to get another Ubuntu server, and why to even degrade it? We have the great solution out there. So you need to download the 5.6 version of XAMPP. So let's just hit on download, and you can download the 64-bit. Let's just save this file and make sure you don't download the 7.x version of PHP, otherwise it will be a hell lot of problems out there. And you can see that people are struggling a lot to degrade the PHP. So that is again a big problem out there. So I'm pausing this movie till it is getting downloaded over here. Now again, as a beginner, you might be thinking that you are going to get some different extension file if you are not at all familiar with Linux. How will you install it? You cannot just double click and install XAMPP into the Linux. So as a beginner, I would recommend you to click on this link which says Linux FAQs, right? So you need to go onto this link. Now you can see that here are a lot of helpful FAQs for beginners, like how do I install XAMPP. So here's a very important part right here, is that you need to change the permission to 755 of our installer that you must have got after downloading it. And let's just have a look at it. And let me just close. Okay, let me just keep my terminal aside. I will be using it. So let me just drag the XAMPP over here, and let me just drag the DVWA as well, because we are going to work with it. All right. So though I know the commands, but I'm just behaving like a beginner so that you can really learn that how you can do the research work and everything out there. Okay, now what I need to do is that I need to cut this file, and let us just paste it into the CD directory so that you will not face any problem to just paste this command. And you can see that, okay, let me just go into the CD directory. You will understand well by that. So I'm running here as CD. So I am into this directory, and now I can change its chmod permissions, right? So I'll be pasting this command that was here. I'm going to copy it, and let me minimize. Let me paste this into my terminal. Enter. I'm done with it, right? Now the next thing is to run the installer. Let me just paste this command that says sudo /XAMPP -Linux installer. That is the name of this file, and I'm going to run it. So let me just paste it. Let me hit enter, and you can see that setup of XAMPP is right in front of your screen. Make sure, I would like to remind you once again that we are installing XAMPP 5.x version of PHP into our Kali Linux machine. So let me hit next. XAMPP core files and developers files as well. Next, XAMPP will be installed into this directory. Make sure that you remember this directory, which is /opt lamp, and you can see that LAMPP is the Linux version of XAMPP. So let us just hit next once again, and okay. Thank you for your publicity. Let me just close it down. Let me minimize it. I'll hit next once again. It is preparing to install XAMPP into my system. All right, everybody. Now we have successfully XAMPP into our system with PHP 5.x version into the localhost, not in our machine, because we still have 7.x version into our machine, but we really hardly care about it now because we have 5.x version of it now. Okay, so after installing, I have intentionally closed everything out there so you can really get to know about the directory that where you guys have really installed your XAMPP, right? Or you can say LAMP now, because we know that XAMPP is not XAMPP anymore, it's LAMP, right? So here it is, into the OPT folder, LAMP, and then LAMP start. You can simply start the XAMPP by this command. So to find this directory, onto the OPT folder, right? So onto the places, you're going to go into the computer, and you must find here something which says OPT, that is OT, and you can go into the LAMP, and here you can start its manager, that is manager Linux 64-bit. Okay, So XAMPP is all here, and make sure you don't forget this directory because we are going to do a lot into this directory in few minutes, right? So you can see that all of my servers are running. You can configure them, you can stop them, you can restart them. So make sure before configuring DVWA, all the MySQL databases, ProFTDP and Apache web server is running. And now you can also open the directory with the help of open application folder, right? So what I'll do is that I'll simply extract my DVWA over here. Here it is, extract here, and I'll check if XAMPP is successfully installed or not. To do that, you can just open your browser and into the URL, you can simply write here as localhost, hit enter, and you can see that it is saying us that welcome XAMPP. Let me just close these URLs. We don't require it anymore. Okay, so now the XAMPP is successfully installed into your system. And the next part is that we need to copy it and we need to paste it into the htdocs, and here you can paste it. And I would like to rename its folder so that I can catch it easily into the URL. Let me write here as small dvwa. So now to catch this folder, what I'll do is that I'll go to Firefox, and instead of dashboard, I'll write here as dvwa and / I'll hit enter, and you can see that dvwa system error, config file not found, and config inc.php. Well, you can see that dvwa is successfully configured into our system, but not successfully. There are a lot of errors, but this movie is getting a little bit bigger. So into the next movie, we are going to solve all the errors related to DVWA that you need to do, or you can say that you need to fix after configuring the DVWA into the XAMPP. So make sure we are onto this screen after configuring DVWA into the XAMPP. So that's it for this movie. Into the next lecture, we are going to fix these errors. See you into the next lecture. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now this was our problem solving class, and we are going to solve, or you can say fix, these errors that people are facing a lot these days after the updated version of PHP that is somewhat near 7.x, and our DVWA is running 5.x, right? So let me just minimize it. Okay, let me just teach you how to read the errors. Now what DVWA is saying that config file not found. Why? Because config/config.inc.php.dst to, okay, so basically it is saying to convert this file with this name into my config folder, because this is not going to support .dist, right? So quite an easy one. Okay, so I am here into the htdocs of my XAMPP, or you can say LAMP. Now I'm going into DVWA and into the config folder. I'm going to rename it, and let me just rename it till PHP extension. I'm going to remove .dist, rename it, all done. And Firefox, let me reload it, and you can see that I am all connected. Okay, so we have a lot of errors are here, like PHP function allow is disabled, reCAPTCHA key is missing, and required privileges are not given to these files. Okay, great enough. Let's start with this one. I am copying the destination of our first file. It is currently giving the executable permission to no. So we are going to change it to yes, right? So let me open it. And to the chmod, let me just give it an executable permission and 766. Let me just paste it, hit enter. Let me go back, refresh. Okay, so it says yes now. Same is what I am going to do with the second error, and this happens a lot with Linux. It is all about permissions in this operating system, right? So I am going to give 766 once again. So 766, and let me just paste the path, hit enter. Let me go back. Let me reload it, and it is now converted into yes. Pretty easy enough. Okay, so now my next target is about PHP, and what I need to do is that I'll need to allow the function of URL to include anything, rest of the things maybe. And this is really important. If these red errors will not be gone, then you won't be able to perform certain attacks into this practice lab. So we have to remove all these red errors, right? Okay, so we find this error into, okay, let me just go into the directory of dbwa htdocs. Let me just search a file which says php.ini, and here it is. Let me open it. Okay, just for this php.ini, still remember one more thing is about its documentation. That, let me show it to you. Well, this is the reason why I tell you people to read its documentation. You will troubleshoot a lot of problems with the help of this one, right? So if I go down a little bit into the troubleshooting action, and here it is, troubleshooting, and .htxs, and it's all same. So what I need to do is that I need to copy this thing. I need to replace this with this one, right? And make sure you just recheck this thing over here. Let's just paste it, and let me just save it. All done. Okay, this part is done. So for these kind of settings, we have a file called php.ini, and here it is. Let me just open it with my text editor. Let me go with Control F, and to be very precise, let me just find something which says allow_URL. So I'll find here as allow_URL, and to be very precise, it should be include. I have to turn it to on. Okay, here it is, include. So you find this error into php.ini file. It is by default off, so I'll turn it on. I'll save it. I'll close it. So it was here in php.ini. Okay, so if I'll reload it, it will not fix up because I really need to restart my whole SQL and Apache. So here it is, and let me just restart all of my services so that it can fix up, and this will take few seconds. So I have restarted all my services. Okay, let me give it another try. Let me just reload it, and you can see that it has now turned to enable, right? Okay, next up is my reCAPTCHA key. Make sure your SQL username is root. Okay, so let me just minimize it, and let me just fix these two issues about my configuration file, and my reCAPTCHA is also missing, right? So let me minimize this for a moment now, and let me just go back into the directory of my XAMPP, into the XAMPP htdocs, and to the dbwa configuration files. Let me just open my config.inc.php. Okay, so now the default password is none in XAMPP, so you need to remove this, and let's just set it to localhost. Okay, perfect. Now if you still remember that we were getting reCAPTCHA key error, right? And that is because everything is blank over here, and we can create our own key by going on to this link. So after going on to this link, you need to log into your Gmail or any Google services, because that is providing the different kind of captchas. So I'll write here my personal email, that is Hi, Saksham Choudhary @gmail.com. I'll go next. And I will write down my password. I'll hit next. Okay, let me just try once again. Next. Yes. And never remember. Okay, so now there are three kind of captchas in today's world. Earlier there were used to be only reCAPTCHA version 2, but now here are some invisible captchas and captchas for Android as well. Now we are interested in reCAPTCHA v2. Accept the reCAPTCHA terms and services, and you can see that we have two keys, site keys, or you can say public keys, and secret keys that are called private keys, right? So let me copy this and let me paste it into this file. And now we need a private key, and private key is also called as secret key. Let me copy it and let me paste it over here. Okay, now let me just save it and let me reload it once again, and I hope all the errors must have gone now. Okay, so all the errors are now gone. Everything is now turned into green, right? Now let me just create and reset my database, and you can see that database has been successfully created. Users table and everything was created out there. So the default username is admin and password is password. Let me go and log in, and congratulations, people are literally fighting over configuring the DVWA successfully without getting any error, and we have finally done this. Now I would recommend you to go and visit the instruction page, or in fact you can again see that we have turned all the errors into the green ones, which is a great sign. And if you will not do so, then it says status in red, indicates that there will be an issue when trying to complete some modules like file upload vulnerability and a lot of like that. So we will learn about all these vulnerability, which will make you a fantastic bug bounty hunter into the web pen testing. That's it for this video. From the next video, we are going to learn all about these vulnerabilities. Thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now in this tutorial we are going to talk about command injection vulnerability. You can also call it as a remote code execution, and it exists on a wide range of web apps into the current era. Actually, it allows a remote attacker to execute, you can say, arbitrary command in the system with administrator privileges without the attention of the owner on to any targeted website. It's just not a hole to avoid, but an extremely risky vulnerability which can endanger your site to different attacks depending on to the mood of a hacker. You can say he can delete your data, or even if he is in a very bad mood, then he can even deface your whole website. And onto the worst case scenario, if we individually talk about it, then you can even get a reverse connection using the operating system commands, which is very common out there. And you can even upload any file or shell using the wget command into the Linux, and you can do a lot of damage, of course, if you can upload a shell onto it. Okay, so let's go on to the practical approach of command injection vulnerability. Alright everybody, now let me just take a quick tour before we start with the practical of command injection vulnerability. This is the DVWA. You can go through its home section. You can also visit its instruction. You can even set up or reset the databases, make sure everything is turned into green, nothing is into the red. And you can go on to the DVWA security. You can turn it into the low, medium, high, or impossible. That is a great thing out there. We are currently going on to the low because you're on beginner level. We'll definitely jump onto the medium and high as well. But into the starting, I'm selecting the low level. Now, if we talk about command injection vulnerability, right, and brute force, we are definitely going to jump onto the brute force as well, but that is not very useful and it is also a lengthy one, we will definitely get brute force, but not at this moment of time. We are starting from command injection, right? So this is a box that you will see in a lot of websites, and if you see this query box, then it means you should definitely try for command injection in that, right? So let's get started. So just in case, let me open my terminal and let me get my IP address with ifconfig, and here is my inet address. Let me try to put it into this query box and let me see that how it will behave, right? Let me just adjust it a little bit out here. Okay, so if I put here as 192.168.1.12 and if I'll hit submit, then you can see what it is doing is that it is sending the packets. I have not even written the ping. It is directly sending the packets onto this IP address, which is the IP address of my machine, or in fact, into the technical terms of an attacker, you can say that this is the system in which my local host, or temporary, just for an example, we can say that this website is hosted, right? So I can ping on to a system where this whole website is hosted, which is really critical out there. Okay, let's proceed a level up. Now into the Linux, what I can do is that if I run a quick ls and if I wish to run a second command along with ls, then with ls you can use the sign, and let's say if I wish to use my present working directory, then you can see that both of these commands are giving me the output, that is I am into the root directory right now, and the quick listing is here, you can see, right? So it is running up in terminal, and just by the definition in the theory part, it should also run in this box as well, right? So let's just do the same thing. Let me just write down here my IP address, and let me just also run, or let me just try to get my present working directory. If I'll hit submit, then I should be getting my present working directory over here, that is opt lamp htdocs dbwa vulnerabilities. Well, this is where this hosted file is located, or in fact you can see that I'm getting the access of this whole machine where this practice environment is hosting. Same as like in practical world, you can get the access of the server or machine where that website is hosted. Real critical now, right? Okay, let's proceed a step further. Now you don't know that which technology is used here. There are a lot of technologies, and I have written a cheat sheet for you people of command execution right here. Well, if you are using bash, bash is usually used with Linux, so most of the times this will run. Or if it is using Perl technology, then this is the code that is going to run. Python, PHP, Ruby, and Netcat. These are the technologies that are often used by these guys, right? So let's say I'm going to run with Netcat because I know this Netcat is present over here into this practice environment. So let me just clear it up to avoid confusion. And for Netcat, you can even go for the detailed documentation of Netcat, but just to use the Netcat, I would like to run a small command, nc for netcat, v for verbose, and I would like to get onto my port, and that is 8080 port, and let me just start it. Now you can see that it has started listening on any 8080 port. That is, whatever I'll write here onto the server of this individual practice environment will be listened to this terminal, right? Okay, now I would like to get a help of my cheat sheet, right? Okay, so here is my cheat sheet. So let me just copy and paste this command after my IP address, right? So this is my IP address, and this is my first command, you can say, and I am joining it with this cheat sheets command of the Netcat because I am using the Netcat technology at this moment of time. So I am going to paste it after, you can say, second command, that is netcat, and with my machine's IP address, and with this individual port. So if I'll submit it, then it should get connected to my netcat onto the victim, right? So let me just hit submit, and you can see that the attacker is connected onto the server where this practice environment is hosted, or if we talk about the practical world, you can say that where this website is hosted. Now it is getting so much critical now. So if I run a quick ls over here, you can see that all the listings are right here into the front of your eyes. And if I run for ID, then you can see that you can easily get the UID, GID groups. Okay, critical enough. Just to confirm, you can even get uname, that is Linux, great enough. And you can even, upload the shell as well, which I have suggested you some seconds ago. So this is how you can get the reverse connection to the server where the website is hosted. And you can do pretty much anything with the help of your terminal as an administrator without getting noticed by the owner of that website. And you can even delete anything, and you can even upload a shell. So that is quite dangerous one right here. Alright, so we have successfully completed our first challenge. The best part is that the security level is low right here. That is because of the poor writing of the code. We will read about the code as well, but just into the free time, you can just check out that how this code is not written well, and you can even view the source of this code. Okay, let me just close it down so that it can respond. Okay. So you can see that this is not a great piece of code, and we will definitely discuss why not. And if you wish to get a detailed information, this is why I was talking about OWASP, and this is certainly the best way to read all about it. So I'm hitting onto this OWASP link, and you can get a detailed information about command injection onto this OWASP website. So that's how you perform the command injection vulnerability that is so common these days, and there are high chances that you can find these kind of boxes onto the websites. And if these kind of boxes are there onto these websites, then you should definitely give a try for command injection vulnerability. But that's it for this lecture. We will definitely try a level harder of command injection vulnerability into the next lecture. So that's it for this movie. Greetings to internet citizens, and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now, as you all know, and you are all aware about vulnerability, that is command injection, but on a very low security level, right? And you can go into the DVWA security, and you can change its filter to medium, and the new code will be generated with a little bit of security. So in this tutorial, we are going to try to breach out the security onto the medium level, right? So after submitting, let me just go back to command injection. Okay, so now first of all, I would like to run the same command that I was running into my previous lecture, into the easy level, you can say. So this was the command, and to make it less lengthy, let us just write my IP address and pwd, that is present working directory. This is the same thing right there. Okay, so let me just hit on submit, and you can see that nothing is happening over here, and that means that the security is increased to a level up, right? But don't worry, we have a solution for this one as well. So this is called the black boxing guessing, because you really don't get the source of the PHP code, so you don't know that what filters are going up right there. Okay, so just for an idea, I'm hoping that in this case, all the operators that are held to join two commands should be filtered out, or you can say restricted out with the filtering in PHP into the backend, right? But okay, so let's say this sign is restricted out, and like you can say end command as well, which is used to add two strings over here, or you can say to add two commands. So I have gotten another thought in my mind that these guys must not have restricted the piping command. Okay, so piping is a very common command that is actually not used to join two commands, Actually, pipe is a form of redirection that is used in Linux and other Unix operating system to send the output of one program to another program for the further processing, you can say. So just for an example, let me show you that if I'll pass first command to send the output from second command, let's say ifconfig, or to make it less lengthy, let's say pwd, present working directory, then you can see that ls command isn't showing any output because it is showing the output by passing through the second piping command. So that is what basically piping is. Alright, so let's try the same thing over here, and I'll use the sign that is used for piping, and I'll hit submit, and you can see that it is working. Pretty nice and neat. So what next I'll do is that I'll run the same command, but this time I'll use the piping sign with a space, and I'll hit submit. And let me just wait a little bit over here, and you can see that it is already running, and congratulations, you are now connected from Kali once again into the medium level of security. So this is how you breach the medium level of command injection. You have to just keep your mind open with really great, or you can say tricky thoughts out there. And the next challenge for you people is to change the security level to high and try to read the source code. You can say, though it is a black boxing, or you can say black box guessing over here, but just for a challenge, because you are just into the learning phase, you can just view the source code and just run your brain that how you can breach it into the high level of security, you can say. So that's it for this video. If you're unable to do that, don't worry, we are going to proceed with the high level of security as well into our next movie. But that's it for this movie, and thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens, and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Okay, the previous movie was getting a little bigger, so I have made an individual video for the case study. Okay, so here is a very interesting case study that I have gone through into my life, and you might want to write down this URL, that is www.ubercom.com, and this was posted in 2014. Okay, so his name is Reginaldo Silva, and somewhat like that, apology if I'm pronouncing his name in a wrong way. He's a Brazilian computer engineer. The main heading of this case study is "One Bug to Rule Them All," or how I found a remote code execution flaw affecting Facebook server. Okay, this guy is really very smart out here, and I would recommend you to read this whole report, and it is very interesting out here. And actually he is also accepting that he was so naive at that time when he has started this. He didn't even bother to check if anyone else is vulnerable, as he was trying all the ways to run the remote code execution right here. And as I have given you the source file, or you can say the cheat sheet to use the remote code execution in PHP, Perl, Java, and a lot like that. So he was also doing the same thing when he was into his learning phase. What he has done, that he has tried to handle the code that was running inside the Google server, and he has tried the remote code execution flaw into the Google, by which he has got a reward of $500 bounty. And trust me, this has happened in 2014. So $500 was handsome amount in those days. And as you can see that libraries implemented in Java, C#, PHP, Ruby, Python, Perl, and more. Right, so he was just checking of what he has really learned from XYZ source. So you can do the same and can check for remote code execution vulnerabilities out there. And you never know, you can find a lot of vulnerabilities because there are high chances that remote code execution vulnerabilities are running. Okay, let's proceed further with this case. Let's go to the important part because this guy really writes a lot. Okay, so the important part is that what does a Facebook remote code execution bug has to do with all this? Well, he knew to allow the OpenID login in the past. Well, this is the reason why I ask you people to notice the URL, that what is going in that. Right, so however, when I first found the OpenID bug in 2012, I couldn't find any endpoint and that would allow me to enter the arbitrary OpenID URL from Google search, right? So you have to keep on finding and you have to connect the dots to hit the bounty. You have to make the bounty. They are not gonna serve in front of your eyes, right? So from a Google search, he knew that in the past you could do something like www.facebook.com, then OpenID consumerhelper.php, and then OpenID mode check ID setup, and then user claimed his ID and his ID was into this area, and the request was 0 and no extension to false. I still remember this URL that was right there, and similar to it is something what Facebook is still using, and to the login to false. Okay. So another interesting vulnerability that was also found on, okay, let's just read here only. So for more than a year, I thought Facebook was not vulnerable at all until one day I was testing Facebook's forgot your password. Well, the brute force was also done on forgot your password, and this remote code execution was also done on forgot your password. What an irony. Okay, so the functionality, and I saw a request to http www.facebook.com and this OpenID receiver PHP. Okay, so when you will read the more detail, you will get the whole idea, but just by his report, what you can see that he is exploiting with the bash command right here that I've given you into the resources, and you can check the resources of the first lecture of this section and you will get this bash command written over there, and this is what his terminal was prompting. Like it was prompting in our case that Kali is connected to this IP, same as like about to connect to www.facebook.com, port 80, trying to connect, and finally connected. This is exactly what our terminal has prompted us, right? So then he has got the Facebook session open into his terminal and he was pretty much playing. He was literally doing whatever he wished to. And the great part about this guy is that he has extracted a lot of database information right here, but the best part about this guy that he has reported this vulnerability to Facebook to get rewarded or to get listed into the white hat hacker list of Facebook. I still remember like 5 to 6 years ago, Facebook was not rewarding any bounty to white hat hackers. They were just listing your name under the white hat hackers category. But in the past some years, they have promoted the ethical hacking and they are giving a handsome bug bounty amount to whoever is finding any flaw into the Facebook's website. So that is really a great report. I would again suggest you to write down this URL and read the whole of this report, or you must have got an idea already that how common and strong this remote code execution vulnerability could be. So that's it for the report reading about the incident that is related to remote code execution, and I hope you guys have got a better understanding after reading this report. So that's it for this video, and thank you so much for watching. Greetings internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Okay, I hope some of you guys has completed the task to breach into the command injection vulnerability with a high level with your research work or somewhat like that. But if you have not succeeded in doing so, then don't worry, I'm going to walk throughout these kind of information with you all the time. So let me just change my DVWA security to high. Okay, and let me just terminate this one so that my DVWA can respond. Okay, so let me change it to high. Let me hit submit. Okay, now let me go to command injection once again. So I have suggested you guys to go through the view source of this PHP code into the high security. Though this is a black box guessing, I can say, but still, just to teach you people, let me just show you the logic behind the high security. Okay, in high security, into the array, he has restricted all of these commands. But if you will notice carefully, then you can say that there is something called syntax abusing that is usually used in SQL as well. If server has blocked your request of several attacks, then you just abuse the syntax of that individual command, right? And what I can see that they have restricted the AND operators and all of the piping and all of that stuff that joins two commands. But what I can see that here is an awkward space out here which people usually have to give into the piping. So here is a space and I am going to play with it now. Good news for us. All right, everybody. So just for an example, we were doing the piping by, you can say, IP address space piping space, right? But it will also work if I'll remove the space, because space is already there to get executed into my PHP command, right? So let me hit on submit and you can see that it is successfully executed. Okay, let's take it to the next level. This time, let me write something which will dump the whole data into the query box, right? Okay, so I have a wonderful command for that. Let me just do the piping. The more harder it will get, the more my brain push me to get into the extreme level, right? Okay, so here's a command that starts with cat /etc/PASSWD password. Okay, so this is the directory. If it will get executed in any case, then the whole database data will be dumped into the answer of my query, right? So this is a pretty neat trick out here. If you will hit submit and let's just wait for some seconds. Okay, pretty quick. Then you can see that whole data is dumped out here in front of our eyes, and we can do pretty much anything from shell to dumping the whole database in front of your eyes. So you see that command injection can be really deadly out there, and you really need to check the code behind it so that you cannot be a victim of it. But I'm just taking a special session into the next movie that how to write a secure code where it becomes impossible to execute the command injection, right? So that will be fair enough for you people, and we will be doing one case study as well so that your concept can get more stronger, that how people do it into the real life, or you can say for bug bounties. So that's it for this movie, and thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now in this tutorial we are going to talk all about writing a clean piece of code that is not at all vulnerable. So we will do a quick study of which code is vulnerable and which code is not vulnerable, and what are the flaws that are getting detected which is making this code vulnerable. Alright, and we will also do a quick study that how this command injection vulnerability was found on Facebook few years back. So we'll do that quick case study as well. Alright, so let's go into command injection, and my security level is really lower here. And the best part is that you can see the source code in DVWA, right? Okay, so now the problem in this code is that neither it is converting my query into any array or somewhat like that, and neither it has any filter out here. And whatever command that I am typing is directly getting executed into the server. So this is the super vulnerable code right here. And if I change my security to medium 1, let me hit submit and let me go to command injection once again and let me see its source code. Then you can see that here are the filters, but there are not all the filters available over here, like the piping is not here and a lot of other operators are also not here, and the code is directly getting executed into the server, which is really a bad part out here. There is no filter at all here, so that is not at all a great part out here. Okay, let's take a level up once again and then we will find the flaw in that code as well. So right here, if I switch it to high and if I switch it to submit, and if I go back to command injection, let me hit on view source code. Okay, so this looks really neat one and really a good one, but not the perfect one. He has followed all the blacklisted commands that cannot be executed into this box, but not all of them. And again, the query is directly getting executed into the server. And just for a case, he could have written another argument over here without the space of piping, but that would again be a vulnerable way of writing PHP. Let me tell you what the secure way could be. Let me just open my leaf pad and let me just close it. Okay, so just for an example part, don't worry if you don't know PHP at all, or even if you will learn it into your future, so that would be great, and you will be writing the secure code from the starting of your life. Or if you already know the PHP, then it would be really a great brush up for you people to write a secure code out. Alright, so what I really feel that they should divide the IP address with some dot, or you can say any filter should be made over here into this box. So this should be the first filter right here, and the another filter should be that this should get converted into the array, like 198, then 198 once again, for just for an example, then 425, and like this way, so on. This should get converted into array so that your query can get filtered from two cases. The first one is that if it is asking for ping, then user cannot write anything else than integer. The second case would be that it is getting divided with dots, which is really necessary out here. And the final filter is that the code is getting executed in the form of array. So it is not directly getting to the server, right? So let's see how our DVW is suggesting to us. And let me just go to impossible. Let me hit submit. And let me see the most secured command out here. Let me just view the source. Okay, so this is also a great option right here to generate the tokens, or you can say cookies, so that it could expire real quickly. But our main focus is to explode the query because it is IP, and I was suggesting that it should get exploded with the help of dots, right? So it is doing the same thing right here. It is splitting up my IP address into the 4 octets, as you can see into the comments as well. Right, so this is the first filter. The second filter is that it is only taking the numeric values with the above given filter of octet, and it is also, you can see that it is executing into the form of arrays. So this is really a great piece of code and the most secure way of writing code. Well, the filters are always necessary to implement into the code, whether it is about file upload vulnerability or it is about command injection vulnerabilities. The more filters you will keep in your code, more secure it will be. So that is the base trick to write a secure code right here. Alright, so now we know all about writing a secure code that cannot be breached by the help of command injection vulnerability. So that's it for this section. In the next section, we will learn more modules of DVWA, but that's it for this movie. Thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to the new section. And in this section, we are about to learn about insecure session management. And before moving on to with CSRF, that is really the most famous and the common attack out there, and you get a lot of bug bounty amount if you can find the CSRF, and it is easy to find, but you should have a strong fundamentals before learning CSRF. You should know how to manipulate the cookies or what are the cookies. So to teach you that, I am going to suggest you something which says Mutilidae, and onto Google you can hit a simple query which says Mutilidae, and onto this first link that is of sourceforge.net, you need to download this small size which is of nearby 24 MBs. And just for your more information, Mutilidae is a OWASP project, and that is really a great project out there. So you need to download this file, and in this movie basically we will learn about how you can manipulate the cookies and how you can switch to the different accounts by manipulating the cookies. So cookies are basically for authentication of users, and they play a really main role into the session management. So you need to have a little information about cookies so that you can learn CSRF with strong fundamentals. So let's just save this file. And till it is saving this, we need to download one plugin for our Firefox, that is cookie editor plugin. So onto the Google, once again you need to write as cookie editor Firefox. And I like this plugin that says Cookie Manager Plus. That is really great out there. And let me minimize it. Let me just hunt for my file that I've just now downloaded. It is just of 23 MB, right? So let me just go to the directory where it is downloaded. Let me just drag it onto our desktop to avoid confusion. Let me close it. Okay, so we were talking about this add-on that is Cookie Manager Plus, added to your Firefox browser. Yes, we are definitely going to use Burp suite as well, but just onto the basic level, we are going to deal with this great plugin out there by which you can edit the cookies. So let me hit on to install, and we need to restart the browser, though I hate it, but I have to do this. Let me just close it. So you can see that Cookie Manager Plus is now configured into my browser. So now next you need to extract this file and into this folder. Let me just go inside and let me just copy this folder into, let's say, computer, OPT, lamp, htdocs, and let me just paste it over here. So within few seconds you can configure Mutiliday into your local host. So it is all done. You need to go on to the local host and you will now hunt for Mutiliday and hit enter. And you can see that the database server appears to be offline. All right, I'm good to go. Try to set up the database. Okay, click here. And you can see that no PHP or MySQL errors were detected when resetting the databases. That is really a good news for us. Okay, so I'll hit on OK. And you can see that I am right here, and this is really a great project running out there by OWASP. And you can see that all the vulnerabilities of OWASP 2017-13 are all right here. Okay, so we were talking about insecure session management with the help of cookies, right? So just to show you an example, what I'm doing is that I'm logging into here. Okay, first I need to register here, right? So I'm registering with a username which says Saksham, password, anything could be my password. So some password over here and signature, create account. And you can see that account created for Saksham, 1 rows inserted. Well, you will learn the meaning of inserting a row into a database when we will learn about SQL injection. But let us just try to log into my account. And let me write down my username and password. Let me try to log in. And you can see that I am logged in as a user of Saksham. Now notice when I'll visit onto some other pages, let's say this one, then my cookies are not expiring. And it is just saying that this user has authenticated once and it need not to expire the cookies, right? But let me tell you that it has inserted a row. So it is just authenticating my row, or you can say the username with an individual ID, of course, right? So let us try to read its cookies and see if we can manipulate something into our cookies, right? So let me hit on Alt to get more options. Into the tools, I would like to go on Cookie Manager Plus. Okay, so we have different cookies over here. Some of us of Google accounts. Let me just go down and find something that could be of my use. Okay, now I have found something that is localhost UID. Right now, this could mean that this localhost UID is coming up from this URL. Great enough. And with experience, you can easily filter out these cookies. This will take a time, but trust me, you will get it, right? So you can see into our localhost, which is this one right here. Well, we have opened a lot of things into our browser some seconds ago, like Google and a lot of that. So those cookies are also showing up here, but you can see that with localhost, you can easily filter our UID. Now UID is the user ID which I was talking about. This is a cookie that I would like to manipulate. So I'll hit on edit. So you can see that my UID is 24. Okay, great enough. What if I convert it into 1, right? So, or if I remove 4, let's hit on save and let me close it down and let me just refresh it. And then you can see that I am logged in with some other user and it says user authenticated. So you can see that it is authenticating the user ID with the help of cookies. It is not using any other filters. So we can easily manipulate and play over the cookies, and we can even log in as admin with some username. And this means that it has a lot of user IDs. So we can get into any account out there. And this is what CSRF is indirectly all about. Getting into anyone else's account and catching the sessions or manipulating the cookies and changing his account information, right? So let's give it another try. Let me hit on Alt, Tools, Cookie Manager Plus, and let me try to log in with some other user ID. Now it has shown me that it has 24 user IDs. So if I'll write any number from 1 to 24, let's write 22 this time, or let's say 20, just a random guess, and let's save it once again. And let me just close it. And when I'll refresh, then the cookies are saying that UID number this is authenticated from this cookie. So if I'll hit refresh, then you can see that this time I'm logged in from user ppan. So this is how you manipulate the cookies and can get into with insecure session management, right? So now you must be having a great idea that how you can do this. And from next video, we are going to learn the CSRF, because your fundamentals related to cookies are all clear up now. Cookie is just for authenticating the user, and it could have a lot of parameters that are related to time. It can have user ID and a lot of like that. So I would recommend everybody that if you are setting up any user account in PHP, then it should have dynamic cookies that can keep on changing and somebody cannot manipulate it easily, right? Well, we will learn about it secure code later on when we will learn about CSRF. But now from the next movie, let's jump on to the CSRF now into DVWA. That is here, CSRF, cross-site request forgery, right? So that's it for this movie, and I would recommend you that please visit this plugin and read more about this plugin and try to read the cookies. This will really help us when you will learn CSRF. So that's it for this movie, and thank you so much for watching. Greetings internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now in this tutorial, we are going to talk about a very serious vulnerability, that is cross-site request forgery. Now CSRF attacks target functionality that causes a state change on the server, such as changing the victim's email address or password, or playing around when he's purchasing something on the internet and something like that, right? And the deadliest impact is that it is sometimes possible to store the CSRF attack on the vulnerable site itself. Such as vulnerabilities are called stored CSRF flaws that we will be reading onto the medium and the higher level of security in DVWA. So this is the reason we are going to solve CSRF onto the low level security, but trust me, that is the most reliable way for CSRF. We are going to move on to the higher and medium level after we will learn the XSS, because solving it on higher level requires a little bit of knowledge of XSS. So when we will complete the module of XSS, then we will again come on to the CSRF, and then we will learn about the stored CSRF flaws, right? Now there are some preventions that people think that they work, but the fact and the reality is that they don't work. The number one prevention that do not work is using a secret cookie. Now remember that all the cookies, even the secret ones, will be submitted with every request. So all the authentication token will be submitted regardless of whether or not the end user was tricked into submitting the request. So using a secret cookie will not prevent the measures of not working the CSRF attack. Next up, people think that it only works on accepting the post request. Now let me tell you the reason. That applications can be developed to not to accept post requests for the execution of business logic. The misconception is that since the attacker cannot construct a malicious link, a CSRF attack cannot be executed. But unfortunately, this logic is incorrect. There are numerous methods in which an attacker can trick into victim submitting a forged post request, such as simple form hosted on attacker's website. This form can be triggered automatically by JavaScript or can be triggered by the victim who thinks that the form will do something else, and we will definitely learn about it into our upcoming movies that are related to CSRF. The next thing that people think that it will not work on multi-step transaction. Now, multi-step transactions are not adequate preventions of CSRF. As long as an attacker can predict or deduce each step of the completed transaction, then CSRF is possible. Now, some people think that URL rewriting will stop the CSRF attacks. This might be seen as a useful CSRF prevention technique, as attacker cannot guess the victim's session ID, right? But however, the user's session ID is exposed into the URL. So in a funny way, we don't recommend fixing one security by introducing another, as simple as that. And in fact, even the HTTPS does not defend anything against CSRF. But now the question that you might be curious to know about that how this attack works. Okay, so in step 1, we will develop an exploit using the URL or script, and then the second step is to trick the victim to open any individual link of our exploit URL or script that we have made. So let's jump on to its practical in DVWA. Okay, so here we are into our DVWA, into the CSRF section, and make sure the security level is low. So here you can change the password of our DVWA, right? So for the CSRF attack, I am interested in cloning this part. There are two boxes made in HTML, right? So my first step will be to inspect this element and get this box as it is into somewhere into my HTML file. Okay, so I'll hunt for something which says forms, and the form tag is starting from here to, let's say, here. The best way is to right click onto the form and click on edit as HTML. So I'm interested in this code, as I have mentioned that I will clone these two boxes and this change button, right? So I'm interested in cloning the code of HTML in which this form is built, right? So let me close it now, and let me just go into my leaf pad and let me just paste it, and let me just paste this HTML code. Okay, so our code is here as it is. Now you might want to save it as .html. So let's say csrf.html, and let us just save it on to our desktop. And let's quickly see that how is this guy looking like. Double click on it and you can see that it is as it is. This form is as it is into my new HTML form that I've just now built into the leaf pad. Now that's really okay if you don't know much about JavaScript or HTML. Just clear your base up that here are the code of 3 boxes. Here are the code of these 2 boxes in HTML. Okay, so the next thing that you might want to do is that let us just try to change the password of my DVWA to, let's say, admin and admin once again. Let's change it, and now I am interested in the file where this password is stored, right? And you can see that password is admin and admin, right? So I'm interested into the path where this password is stored, right? So let me just copy it and let me just go into the form action, and instead of this hash, I would like to paste down this code. Let me just remove this hash. Okay, great enough. Now I would like to check if this is doing the same thing that is happening into my DVWA. So let me hit on Ctrl+S to save it. Let me close my older one and let me just open it. and let me just reload it. Okay, so nothing is here. So if I try to change the password into this form of my DVWA, let's say this time I'm writing admin1 and I'm confirming the password with admin1. Let me hit on change, and you can see that automatically it says that password is changed. That means the password of DVW is changed. So in a way, we have manipulated the query from the URL where it is storing our new passwords, replacing the older ones. So this is how we have successfully initiated our CSRF attack. But this movie is getting a little longer and it requires a lot of fixes so that it could look like a smarter one and it can get auto executed and our victim do not need to write his own password into that box. So that's it for this movie. We will tweak some changes, or you can say some smart changes that are required with CSRF attacks into our next movie. So that's it for this movie, and thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now I just got a thought that before winding up this topic, that what if I'll just host a link of your CSRF file? That would be really great and helpful if you will try to trick your victim with the help of social engineering skills. And that would be little suspicious for the victim if you will tell him to execute any file, right? But that would be really easy for you. Like if the guy is interested in reading novels, you can just trick that victim by saying that, hey, this is a free coupon for this great novel. Please visit this link to check it out, right? And you can even shorten the URL so that he can not really understand that what is going on with its URL, right? So in this movie, I have decided to host my CSRF HTML file so that you guys can get a link of that file. You can do this on to a lot of free hosting websites as well. The process is going to be same. And in fact, if any website is having this kind of vulnerability, then don't worry that CSRF file is going to get hosted onto their server, right? So no port forwarding and all of that stuff is needed over here. We will just host our CSRF file so that you can get a link of it, so that you can use your great social engineering skills to just trick into the victim, right? So let's get started. Okay, so let me just enter into my DVWA and admin password. Oh, hold on a second. We have changed the password with CSRF attack into our previous movie. I just forgot it. Let me just open it with applications, leaf pad. Okay, so this was our password 123123. Okay, thank you. So this is again a proof that our password was really changed with the CSRF attack that we have done into our previous movie, right? Okay, great enough. Now let me just put it aside for a moment and let me just host this file into my local Apache server from Kali. Let me just open it into my leaf pad once again and let me just change the password to, let's say, admin this time, and we will host it into our network, and I will open it with some other machine and will attack with CSRF, right? So this time I have inserted the password as admin. I'll hit on save and I'll host it on to my Apache server of Kali machine. Let me close it. I don't need it anymore. Okay, so before doing that, I would recommend you to stop these services of your XAMPP, otherwise your Apache of Kali will not work. It will show a quick error. Let me show you how. Service Apache 2. Okay, the Apache server has stopped, so it will not show any error now. But make sure you stop the XAMPP before starting the Apache services into your Kali, right? So I'll write a simple command which says service Apache 2 start, and now my IP addresses server is live into my network. Next thing I want to do is to copy this file, and into the computer I would like to host it into a where folder and in www directory in HTML, and here you can paste anything and it will be hosted onto your IP. Okay, so on a quick note, we need our IP as well. So I'll write here as ifconfig, and here is your IP address. So it is 192.168.1.12. Okay. Let me minimize my VirtualBox. So let's try to run DVWA into my Mac machine. and let me just go on to the local host. Okay, it is already running into my Mac OS X. Let me open my DVWA. Okay, so here it is, and just to show you people, let me log it out. The username is admin and password is password as well. So just to be very precise, I am just copying this password over here into the password section, and let me just remove it. Okay, so you can see right now it is password, that is my password. Okay, let me minimize it now, or you can say let me just execute the file that we have hosted onto our local network, right? So I will write down here as 192.168.1.12 and then the name of my file, that is csrf.html. Okay, let me bring it in center so that you can be the witness of this action. Okay, so if I hit enter, then you can see, boom, password changed. Okay, so for a further proof, let me log it out and let me try to log in with admin and insert my password as password. So let me just copy it into here. Let me remove it. And if I write down here as login, then you can see login failed. Okay, so now my new password is which I have inserted into my CSRF file. Okay, I have to open it with my leaf pad, not with Firefox. I can close it down. Okay, so we have set the password to admin as well, right? So let me just give it a try. Let me try to insert the password as admin as well. So admin, and let me just copy it and let me paste it. And let me hit on login, and you can see that we have successfully attempted the CSRF attack with the help of a link. So this is how you attack the CSRF. We will learn more about XSRF, which is a level up of CSRF, and XSRF requires some XSS skills, that is DOM and reflected. You just drop an image or a file with the help of stored XSS and then you execute it and then your password is changed. So that is another trick in which the CSRF of high level or medium level will be solved of CSRF. But I'm just pausing that. I'm going to take that session once again into the harder level once we will learn about the XSS. So into our next movie, we are going to learn about file inclusion, and that's it for CSRF now. Thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now we have successfully solved this CSRF challenge in DVWA, but now the problem is that I don't find it fair enough if our victim needs to change the password. I mean, how can you guess that what password he has set when he has got that form, right? So it is not a legit attack out there. I would like to make some changes into my HTML form, right? So let's just open it into my leaf pad, and here you go. Okay, so I have this buddy over here, and now I would like to make some changes. Let's say you are the victim, and this time I want to change the password to 123123. Okay, and you are not aware about it and you are not going to change the password. The password will be auto executed when you will just click on this link. Fair enough, right? Okay, so the first tweak I would like to get is I would like to remove all of these headings because it is going to get executed. We don't need that headings out there. Okay, fair enough. Now I would like to type in here as hidden because I don't want to show up this box anymore, and my victim should not know about the type of it. It should be hidden. He should not be able to see that what is going around. So I would like to do the same into my second box as well, that is type equals hidden. Okay, fair enough. And finally I would like to convert my submit button into hidden as well, so that it can auto execute it. He need not to submit it, right? Okay, fair enough. Now what I would like to do is that I would like to give it an ID so that ID can be executed with the help of JavaScript, right? So there was a misconception that we cannot use the get method so that CSRF method can be saved, right? So we are going to bring that misconception into the action over here. So for that, let me just give it an ID so that I'll be able to catch this form with the help of JavaScript if I'll give it an ID. So this time let's give it an ID of CSRF, great enough. Now we have given this form an ID, and now we can catch this form with the help of JavaScript because we have given it an ID, right? Okay, so JavaScript is initiated with a script tag, and here is a very famous function that is document.getElement by ID. So it says we are getting a document that is form in this case by ID, and our ID is CSRF in this case. Great enough. And now we are going to submit this document with the help of JavaScript. So when you will just click on that link, it will be auto submitted by the execution of JavaScript. So that is a smart trick over here. So let us just close the script tags. Okay, great enough. Now the final part, our final mission was to change the password with our wish, not our victim's wish, right? So suppose I wish to change its password, that was my mission into this movie, to 123123, and here as 123123, and this time the type is going to be a value. So we are going to change the type as value. Okay, fair enough. We have changed the ID, and then we have converted the input type to hidden. Great enough. We have changed our own desired password, and the victim will not be able to know about this password. Great enough. And we have changed the type to hidden instead of submit. And finally, we are just auto executing it with the help of JavaScript. So that if you'll just click on that link and it will be auto executed, and boom, your password of DBW is changed, right? Okay, so let me just save it, Ctrl+S. And before saving, here is a small error that I've got, that we write JavaScript into the camel case. Okay, so it's time to save it, and let me close it. And now when I will execute this file, or when I will just open this file, then let's see, it just says password changed. And now your victim must be thinking that what has just happened? I have not changed the password. I just clicked on a link and the password is changed of your victim, right? So this is one of the safest ways to trick your victim with the help of CSRF, and you can do a lot of things with the help of CSRF, like tricking your victim into changing his password or changing his email ID, or you can change his phone number, or you can even get the access or control over his transaction details, and a lot like that. There are endless possibilities with this. So you see, this is one of the deadliest attack that you should really know, that your code isn't vulnerable where CSRF can be executed. Okay, great enough. We will learn more about CSRF into our next movie, and definitely we are going to learn about its preventions as well. So that's it for this movie, and thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens, and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now in this tutorial, we are going to talk about fundamentals that are related to HTTPS and a quick training about Burp suite, right? So before moving any further in DVWA module, you need to know about HTTPS requests and what kind of data is fetching to you, what kind of requests that you are making if you are visiting anything at all into the browser, right? So before moving any further with the file inclusion vulnerability or file upload vulnerability, you really need to have a great knowledge of Burp suite and HTTPS protocols, right? So that is why we are going to have a little bit of training of HTTPS and Burp suite, so that your fundamentals can be really strong. And in case in future, if you need to make any own logics to hit the bug bounty, then you can stay strong at that point and can use your own logics. And that is only going to happen if your fundamentals are strong, right? So let's get started with the quick HTTPS tour, that what HTTPS is. Okay. So HTTPS stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol, and it allows communication between a variety of hosts and client, and supports a mixture of network configuration, right? So the communication usually takes place over the TCP or IP, but any reliable transport can also be used. The default port for TCP IP is 80. But other ports can also be used, but in most of the cases, the TCP or IP port is going to be 80. right? So this is the thing that you need to remember. So the communication between a host and a client occurs via request or response pair. Okay, so let's get out of this nerdy stuff and let me just give you a real life example, right? So suppose if you are visiting any website, let's say www.google.com or any www.xyz website, then you are making a request to server, right? And server, you can say in the form of any IP on by taking all the details of your port and all of that stuff. You're making a request onto a server, right? Then server is fetching you back some kind of response. Okay, so in short summary, you are making a request and the server is fetching your response, right? So if I think about it with an eye of hacker, then I can intercept its request and can trick my server to give me a response that is useful for me in getting some data and a lot of like that. So the eye of a hacker will stay into the request path, or if you are going to try for any stored XSRF or XSS, then you can even trick the user, or you can even trick the client side into the response, right? So we don't care much about the server. All we care is about the request and the response path that we are going to intercept with the help of Burp suite, right? So this is why it is important for you to know all about the terminologies of request, response, and HTTPS, right? Okay, fair enough. Let's move further. Now, if you are sending a request, then requests are going in the form of URL and verb. So there are a lot of verbs like get verb, post verb, delete verb, head verb, and these are kind of really important for us that you will realize while we will take a training of Burp suite. But okay, we will talk about it in detail in upcoming seconds. But you are making requests into the form of URL plus verb, right? And you are getting response in the form of status code and message body or any data. And you know, there are a lot of status code, like the redirection codes are 3xx, and the most famous one is 301 moved permanently, or there are some client side of error like 400 bed request and a lot of like that. So if you have the knowledge that what kind of request your server is fetching you and it is a client side error or it is a server side error, then you can easily proceed further with your pen testing, right? So let's brush up that what kind of request is anything making to us. And before moving further to that, let's talk about URL, right? So if we do a detailed study quickly about URL, then let's say HTTP or HTTPS is a protocol, and you know, there is not much difference. HTTP is for secure communication and the default port is 80 as I have told you, but one can set explicitly and the default port is 80 once again. And if we talk about www.anyxyz.com, then this is your host, right? And if you must have visited the cPanel, then you must have got some numbers, then these are called port, right? So if you have any number right there after your domain, then these are called port numbers. And there are some requests which says path to resource, then these are called resource path, like it is fetching you some kind of file and somewhat like that, then this is called as resource path. And finally we have a query, like we have some SQL queries and a lot of like that, where let's say A is equals to B and X is equals to Y and a lot of logics. There are tons of logics out there. So if you see something like that, then that is called as query, right? Now it would be great for you that if you will know in detail that what is verb and what is message body or data or what is status code, right? So let's talk about verbs. Now the most important verb for us is get request. Now get request fetch an existing resource. Like let's say if you are hitting any query on Google and you're getting some kind of data back with that request, then that is called a get request. The URL contains all the necessary information the server needs to locate and returns to the source. That is simply called as get request. And next upcoming is post request that creates a new user. The post requests usually carry a payload that specifies the data for the new source. Like if you are updating any file or if you are uploading any file and you cannot see any action into the URL, then that is called the post method, right? We will definitely take the real life example of get and post request because that is really very important for us. And some other verbs that are not so much important but still important for us that you need to know is put request. It updates an existing resource. The payload may contain the updated data for the resource. So that is quite logical out there. And the final one is head request. Now this is similar to get request, but without the message body, right? It is used to retrieve the server headers for a particular resource, generally to check if the resource has changed, like any timestamps, and there are a lot of ways to verify it. So we will read about the head into our Burp suite, right? So that is really important for us. Next up, I was talking about some kind of status codes. So that are really important for us. Now the number one is for informational messages. Now any code that is 1xx, like 101 or 1.1, now any status is fetching you into the number of 1xx is called as information message in front of your browser. And this is not much important because it is related to HTTPS, and it is just to send the information messages and telling the client to continue sending the remainder of the request or ignore if they had already sent it. These kind of requests are made by 1xx. Now the second is successful request. Now this tells the client that the request was successfully processed. The most common code is 200 OK, right? So for a GET request, the server sends the resource in the message body, and there are other less frequently used codes like 204, no content, there is no message body in the response, 205 for reset content, 206 for partial content. So these are called the 2xx successful requests, right? Now third one is quite a famous one out there, that is redirection request. Now 3xx, let's say this requires the client to take additional action, and there can be a lot of reasons like that, like let's say 3xx for 301, that is moved permanently, the resource is now located at a new URL. You might have got these kind of requests so much into your browser. And then there are 303 requests, 304 requests which states not modified request, and finally the important one for us is client side requests, right? So there are a lot of famous requests out there, that is 400 bad request, the request was malformed, 401 that is for unauthorized request, 403 that is a forbidden and server has denied to access the resource, 405 that is also an important one for us that a lot of ethical hackers can face, that is method not allowed request. So 405 defines for method not allowed, invalid HTTP verb used into the request line, or the server does not support that verb. And finally we have 409, that is conflict request. The server could not complete the request because the client is trying to modify a resource. So that is quite a funny and something that pen testers can face. Okay, so finally in the very end we have some server errors, and there are only 2 server errors. This class of code are used to indicate a server failure while processing the request, right? The most commonly used error code is 500 internal server error that you might have faced already into your past life. And there are 501 not implemented requests, the server does not yet support the requested functionality, and 503 server unavailable requests are also there, right? So this was a quick study about HTTPS and how you are requesting the data from a browser to server and what kind of things are fetching up into your browser, right? So finally, if I wish to intercept or inspect or modify the raw traffic passing in both the directions, I mean if you are requesting something from a server and if server is fetching you or responding you in both the direction, if I wish to intercept or inspect this, then we have a fantastic tool right here, that is Burp suite, right? And Burp suite is presented to you by Portswigger Web Security, and it is a graphical tool for testing web application security, and this tool was written in Java. So if you don't have a JRE into your system, then make sure you download it, and if you have updated Kali, then you need not to worry about it. But in case if you are installing it in Mac or Windows operating system, then you need to have updated JRE into your system. And for Kali users, we already have it into our system, but if you wish to use the updated version, then you can download this Burp suite from this link. So Burp suite has a lot of things that I love most is HTTP proxy, and it operates a web proxy server and sits as a man in the middle between the browser and the destination of web servers. And we have a lot of other functions in Burp suite like scanner, intruder, spider, repeater, decoder, and these are really fantastic tools out there. And if you wish to solve the further DVWA practices, then you really need to have a little bit of knowledge about Burp suite. So in upcoming movies, we are going to configure Burp suite into our Kali, and in case if you wish to download it in Mac and Windows, then you can use it there as well. But it is really great to use it in Kali because we are going to use Weebly and backdoor and making a shell into Kali. So we have the tools that are already there in Kali. So I would recommend you to use Burp suite in Kali if you are pen testing into your career. So that is really a great thing out there. And that's it for this movie. And in upcoming movies, we are going to have a basic training about Burp suite, so that you can solve the further DVWA challenges, right? So that's it for this movie, and thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now in this tutorial, we are going to talk about Burp suite, how to set up the Burp suite, and a quick introduction about Burp suite. So basically, Burp suite is a graphical tool for testing web application security. And this tool is written in Java. So make sure the Java is installed into your system, whether you are using Kali or whether you are using Mac OS or Windows OS. And the good news is that we have already updated our Kali into the starting. So after upgrading our Kali, Java runtime environment is already there into our Kali Linux. So we need not to worry about that. So Burp suite by default comes up into the Kali. You can see Burp suite is right here. But before launching the Burp suite, let's understand the terminology that how this Burp suite actually works, right? So let's take a quick real life example. Let's say you are going on a URL, let's say www.xyz.com. So what is happening is that this is going into our DNS, and DNS helps it into converting our domain name server into some kind of IP. So let's say 123.324. You can say any random IP, that is, right? So basically what is happening, you are writing a URL that is www.xyz.com. This is going from our browser to DNS, that is domain name server, and machine doesn't understand the letters as we already know. And we need an IP address to communicate with the servers, right? So DNS is converting our URL into an IP address, right? Now we need to check out its response or request. We need to intercept the request. So we are going to catch the request that must be here somewhere. Okay, so before sending any signal to DNS, we are going to put a proxy with the help of Burp suite. So if you will put a proxy in between the DNS and our URL, then you can easily intercept the request with the help of proxy, right? So when you will send any packet or you will request any packet, you can easily intercept into this proxy, right? And we have that proxy into our Burp suite, right? So let's launch our Burp suite, and update is available. You can download the update. And the good news is you can even use the Burp suite for Mac OS or for Windows operating system as well, as I have given you the link into my previous movie, and you can feel free to download it into any operating system. But Kali is going to be great because we are going to play a lot of times with the DVWA to solve the further challenges. You need to have a great knowledge of Burp suite, right? And we also call Burp suite attacks as the man in the middle attack, right? So as you can see, we were about to configure the proxy into the Burp suite. So we have a proxy into the Burp suite, right? Now I'm going to configure this proxy that whenever the request I am making from any URL should go to proxy first, and proxy has some IP address too, right? So into the proxy column, into the Burp suite, you have an option to intercept the request, but we cannot intercept it at this moment of time because into the options you will see that the proxy IP address is 127.0.0.1 and the port number is 8080, right? So let's open up our Firefox and let's configure this IP address into our Firefox. Okay, so we have a very great tool. If you are going to manually configure the proxy, then it will be a little problem to you because you will have to change the proxy again and again. So we have a very great tool to configure the proxy within some seconds, that is Proxy Switcher, and you can go to google.com and you can simply search for Proxy Switcher, and you can use it for Firefox or Chrome or whatever is suitable to you. So you can simply hit on add to Firefox and you can install this plugin, and you can see that proxy switcher is right here. This icon must be there onto the right hand side of your browser. Then you can see that there are different options of proxy. Then here is an option of manual proxy as well. Now I have previously installed it, that's why it is showing me the option, but you need to configure it yourself. In this column, you need to write 127.0.0.1 and you need to define the port number, that is 8080. And you can see that this is the IP address of my proxy and 8080 is the port number that I'm going to write over here. Make sure this column is blank because by default it comes up with the localhost, that no proxy for localhost and a lot of stuff like that. So now I'm requesting to the proxy first according to the method, and then I'm sending the request to my DNS, right? So yes, I can get the request into my Burp suite now, which is really great, right? So onto the intercept section, if I'm turning the interception to on, and if I am onto the proxy mode of the manual one, that means the Burp suite one, and if I am visiting google.com, then you can see that the request packet is right here into our Burp suite now. Now you already have an idea that what do you exactly mean by 1.1 message. Into our last movie, we have read all the kind of verbs, what kind of message is for information or server side response, or you already know about it now, and you already know about what is get response as well. If you're forgotten about it, make sure you just go back and watch my previous movie because that is really important. So as you can see that it is a get request with HTTP and 1.1. But hey, here is a problem that HTTP, Google never runs on HTTP, right? So, okay, we'll talk about HTTP and HTTPS. That is a problem with Burp suite. But you can see the packet is right here. We can manipulate this packet and can forward it to Google's server, right? But the thing is, there are different packets. Not only the one request packet, there are a lot of packets. So until and unless you will not forward it, nothing will show up into your browser. But now I forwarded the packet and it is saying that your connection is not secure. Things are very simple because it is intercepting the HTTP request and Google never runs on HTTPS obviously. So that is why it is showing that your connection is not secure. So now the problem is you really need to install the certificate of Burp suite that will allow you to intercept the HTTPS request as well. So in current scenario, my Burp suite is able to intercept only the HTTP request. But what we need to do is that we really need to intercept the HTTPS request as well. So for that, you need a certificate to install into your browser so that you can easily intercept the HTTPS request as well into the Burp suite. So in next movie, we are going to learn that how you can install the HTTPS certificate into the Burp suite, which is really a big headache for everyone out there into the world, but not for us. We are going to do that so easily. And then we are going to read about all the functions that are spider, scanner, intruder, repeater, and all of that. So into the next two movies, we are going to read all about the Burp suite, but that's it for this movie. And thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now we are facing a little bit of problem with HTTP and HTTPS, and as I have mentioned that we need to install this certificate into our Firefox to enable Burp suite to intercept the HTTPS request as well, right? Okay, so just for your kind information, if you wish to use the internet normally, then you can switch to auto detect or system proxy, and then your internet will work fine like it was working previously. And you can go ahead on google.com, but when your proxy is switched to proxy, then make sure that the request is going to Burp suite, and you might get a feeling that my internet is not working, but hey, your request is directly going to Burp suite. That is why your internet seems like it is not working. So make sure you switch to auto detect proxy before using the internet normally. And if you wish to intercept the request with Burp suite, then you can switch to manual proxy, right? So right now I'm going to switch it to auto detect proxy. Okay, so the problem is that we need to install a certificate, and you can find the Burp suite certificate for Firefox, and this is a great blog by Portswigger. Portswigger is the creator of Burp suite. Okay, so Portswigger says that you need to visit http://burp into your browser, and you need to click somewhat like this into the CS certificate. So let's try with that, and let's turn my interception as off. Let me switch into manual proxy, that means Burp suite, and then I'm going to open http:// and burp, right? Okay, so you can see that this is the screen from where you can download the CS certificate. Make sure your proxy is switched to Burp, and then visit this URL and make sure your interception is off. And if you still face a little bit of problem, then make sure into the options, this automatically update content length header is tagged and intercept server to client messages is tagged, right? Okay, fair enough. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on CA certificate, and then it will prompt me with cacert.der, which is a certificate of HTTPS. So I'm going to save this file, and I'm going to open it up into my directory. So here is the certificate. I'm going to drag it up onto my desktop so I can import it easily. Okay, now you can switch on to auto detect proxy. Now what you need to do is that you need to go into the options of Firefox, and then you need to move on to the preferences, and into the preferences you need to go into the advanced, and then you are going to choose the certificates that must be right here. Click on certificates and then view the certificates, and here you need to import this certificate, right? So into the authorities you need to import from desktop, let's say CA certificate. Let's open it up. Now this is a very important part. You need to tick on to these three checkboxes. I repeat, you need to click on these three checkboxes. If you will not do so, then you will still face the problem with intercepting the HTTPS request, right? And then if it has happened by accidentally, then you need to find this certificate into this column, and you need to delete or distrust onto the certificate. So that will be a problem to you. So I repeat, you need to tick on these three checkboxes, and then you need to click on OK, and then click on OK. Then your certificate is successfully installed. Now again, let's try to intercept the HTTPS request of, let's say, google.com. So interception is on, and I'm going to switch on to my proxy to manual one, and let's try to visit, let's say, google.com. So you can see that my packet is right here into my Burp suite. I'm going to forward the request, forward, and you can see that it is not prompting me any error of security, and google.com is successfully right here in front of your browser, and we are not facing any same error that we were facing into our previous movie. So this is a very important part. If you will not import this certificate, then HTTPS request will not be intercepted and you will face a lot of errors, right? So that's how you install the certificate to intercept the HTTPS request. And that's it for this movie. In next movie, we are going to learn about all the functions into the Burp suite. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now in this tutorial, we are going to talk about different functionalities offered by Burp suite. Now you already know what is proxy and how you can intercept a request in proxy and what are the options in the proxies. You are already aware about it. Now let's do this once again. Now what if I say that I just wish to intercept the request just of this search box, right? So the best way is to keep it manual, and whenever you wish to intercept the request of any step that you're doing, then just load up the website like completely, it is okay. And we just wish to write, let's say, Saksham, and we are going to hit enter, and I wish to intercept the request of that enter thing, right? And I'm going to manual proxy. That means my interception will be going on to my Burp suite. So I'm going to write here as Saksham, And whenever I'm going to hit enter, then you can see that into the GET request, you need to look closely. You can see that Saksham is the query that I've made into this box now. So that is the best way. You cannot just load each and every packet again and again. And if you just wish to intercept, or if you wish to attack on this individual box, then you can just directly go on to the interception onto this step, and rest you can keep it normal, right? So what you have observed that into the GET request, I've made a query which says Saksham. Likewise, if you're entering any one-time password while bank transaction or whatever that is also going to show up into this interception of your request. So this is how you can intercept and how you can closely see that where your data is going and what are the cookies that are present over here, or what type of method this website is using into search query or search box. You can see that the method used by them into the URL must be s equals to Saksham and x is equals to 0 and y equals to 0. Now this part you can see into the URL whenever I'll be forwarding this request. But before forwarding the request, I would like to take you to all the functionalities once so that you can get friendly with the Burp suite, right? So there are a lot of things right here. So I'm going to right click into anywhere. You can do it anywhere into this box, and you can send this onto the different functions like spider, intruder, repeater, sequencer, comparer, decoder, and a lot of like that. Now you must be thinking that what are those? Don't worry, we are going to take all of these one by one, right? So first of all, I'm going to send this packet to spider. So as I have sent this to spider, then it says this item is outside the current spidering scope, because yes, I got the whole point, because spider is a tool for automatically crawling web applications. It can be used in conjunction with manual mapping techniques to speed up the process of mapping on applications, content, and functionality. So it will show up all the mapping of the website. This is what the spider do, right? So next function is intruder. So if I'm sending the request to intruder, and if I'll visit the intruder, then you can see that there are, attack target host is pentestmonkey.net. The port number is 80. And into the positions, you can see that it has selected my search parameters and it has selected it automatically. But we can clear it up and we can search, or we can select any individual query or anything if you wish to attack on something like one-time password, or if you wish to brute force over any password of a box, then you can just select it and you can add it. And this is now selected, and you can then perform various attacks like sniper, battering ram, pitchfork, cluster bombing for brute force. And we are going to read what exactly the brute force is, but I'm just giving you the basic idea into this movie. Then you have different payloads. These are used for the brute force attacks only, and there are some options as well to try the number of threads and a lot of like that. We'll read this attack in detail when we'll be performing the brute force attack into the DVWA, right? So spider and intruder are done. Next is sequencer. So I've sent this request to sequencer right now. So sequencer usually help to analyze the quality of randomness in a simple data terms. So it can be used to test an application session tokens. Basically, you can see that what kind of session and what kind of length they have right here. You can manually load any session, or you can live capture the sessions. We are going to read about it in detail, but just get this as the matter of fact at this moment of time that it is used to handle the tokens at this moment of, or you can say analyze the token. So what are the length of tokens, or what are the count or transition of tokens? So we can do all of the token things into the sequencer, right? So next up coming is comparer. Now comparer is, you can compare two things, but before comparers, this is not going to make any sense if I'm comparing this thing from this thing, because hey, I've just sent only the one thing into the comparer. How come there are two? So I'm going to clear up. Before studying about comparer, you need to know about repeater. What is repeater? That is necessary. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to send this request to repeater first. So yes, I have sent this request to repeater. Now repeater is usually used to check the response, that if the server is giving the OK response, or if the server is redirecting, if I've manipulated the cookies, let's say in Pentest monkeys, if I've manipulated from 7 to 8, let's say, and I'm sending it a go into the response, then you can see that it is giving me the 200 OK response. So if I'm manipulating something into this query, and it is still showing me the OK response or somewhat like that, then it is usually used to see that how the server is responding with the query that you have fired into the request, right? But you can notice that the packet is still holding up here. Still it is showing us the response. So that is what it is made for. If you're requesting something and if you don't wish to forward the packet, firstly you wish to check the response, that if it is responding correctly or if it is giving some kind of error into this 200 OK or 3.xx or 4.xx message over here, then you can see that how this response is coming up from the server. So that is what repeater is. Now what you can do is that you can send this request to comparer. So request onto the comparer, and here into the first box, here is the request, and onto the repeater you can again send it to comparer, right? So into the first box I have request, and into the second box I have response, right? So you can check that what are the changes that are coming up. Is its length is changing, or what kind of changes are into the data, because this is the send request, this is the response. You can say request and response. So you can compare two things into the comparer, right? So next up coming up is decoder. So you can send anything in decoder and it will decode this whole value, or maybe if you have got the password into the decoded value, there are different decoding language that are base 64, ASCII value, hex value, and you can just decode all of these value. Let's say I wish to decode this value, this letters, into the ASCII value, or let's say hex value, to let's say text to hex. So this random alphabets hex value is this, right? So in decoder you can decode the values into different languages like base 64, ASCII, hex, binary, octal, and a lot like that, right? And then there are some project options that how do you wish to save the projects, and then there are some user options, and then there are alerts, not much interesting one. And then here is the extender. What you can do in extender is that they have a B app store, that is Burp Suite app store, and you can extend a lot of functionalities of Burp Suite with the B app store. Let me just search it up. Okay, let me turn my interception 2 off so that my internet could work properly, and let me turn it to auto detect proxy. Cool. Another thing into the starting, if you have noticed that S equals to Saksham and X equals to Y and Y equals to 0 was showing up after the GET request here. So that was the URL. Anyways, so I was talking about B App Store, Burp Suite. So this is a B App Store. If you wish to buy any individual functionality of Burp Suite, then you can buy it from B App Store and you can just load it up into the extender. Here it is. And you can just add or remove all of that stuff from the B App Store. There are different functionalities that are more into the Burp Suite. Burp Suite is a very vast tool, and this is really the future into the pen testing, bypass WEF and CO2, XML parsing, and a lot of stuff like that are already available here, and that is automated into the Burp Suite. So if you wish to buy something into the Burp Suite, then you can just load it up into the Burp extensions, or you can say extender, right? So it also has a B App Store over here as well. You can just look at it. All of these things are, SQL API and a lot of stuff are right here. So this was a quick introduction to the Burp Suite. I hope I'm clear with all the proxies, spider, scanner, intruder, repeater, sequencer, decoder, comparer, and a lot of like that, right? So you will get perfect when you will work on them or when you will perform any attack with them. And definitely we are going to perform a lot of attacks with the help of Burp Suite. Then you will get more friendly with this Burp Suite and decoder, encoder, and a lot of stuff like that. So that's it for this movie. In upcoming movies, we are going to get started with some attacks that we will be doing with the help of Burp Suite. Don't worry if some of the things are not clear up into your mind. When you will do some live attacks, then it will be clear up into your mind. So that's it for this movie, and thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about a very easy and the most common vulnerability out there, and this is mostly found into the social networking websites or the websites that let you to allow the file upload feature. And it could be like anything, like uploading your own image into a website or into your account, or if you are submitting any file into that account, and a lot like that. Right, so file upload vulnerability is the most easiest one, and we are not jumping onto file inclusion at this moment of time because that is a very detailed topic and I would like to take it in a very detailed manner. So right now we are jumping onto file upload vulnerability, and you will get familiar with Burp suite as well in file upload vulnerability, and Burp suite is really important with file inclusion as well. So let's get started with file vulnerability in this movie, and into the next section we are going to talk about file inclusion, right? So let's get started. Okay, so here is a vulnerability column and it is asking me to upload a file, and there should be some strict filters like, you are not letting anybody to allow anything else than any image, and you are not letting anybody to upload any PHP extension file or any shell and a lot like that. Well, there are a lot of shells out there into the market, but it is not a great idea to upload that shell into our own system. Well, it is definitely great if you are uploading it onto some other website, but not at all good if you are uploading it into our own system, right? And there are a lot of shells that can do a real deadly stuff, like getting all the information, data, deleting any files, and a lot like that. So if you're pen testing on some other website, then you can opt with the other shells that you can find with your research work and Google and whatever the fittest and the best that you find out there into the market. But at this moment of time, that is not safe to upload any third-party shell into our own system. So we are going to create our own shell, right? So first of all, let's try to upload any file into this upload vulnerability column, right? So let's just browse and into my home. Here's an image. Let me try to open this image and upload it. And you can see that this image is successfully uploaded onto this path. And let me just double check if it is exactly uploaded over there. So onto the destination, let's just open a new tab and let's just paste that destination over here. Okay, let me remove this single slash. Okay, if I hit enter, then you can see that it is now successfully uploaded into this directory, right? Okay, fair enough. Now we will try to upload this PHP shell that we are going to create in Weebly. Now you can also create these kind of shells with Metasploit, but we are not on to Metasploit section at this moment of time in this course. We will definitely read about Metasploit as well, but at this moment of time I am using Weebly, which is a great tool out there to create payloads in PHP and a lot of shells like that in PHP. Right, so here's a simple command in terminal for you people to create a shell. So Weebly, and then I'm going to write here as generate, and let me just give it a password saying 123 123. Okay, great enough. And let's just create a shell into our root directory, and let me just get it on desktop so that you people can see it. And let me just name it as shell.php, right? So it is pretty easy out there. Weebly, generate a file with a password that is 123 123 into this directory, and the file name will be shell.php. Okay, if I'll hit enter, then you can see that we have successfully generated a backdoor with password 123 123 into this directory, right? And here is our shell.php. Okay, so right now we are on to the low level security of DVWA. So I am directly going to upload this shell.php into this directory of DVWA. Let me just hit on upload, and you can see that shell.php is successfully uploaded. And this is because this is a very low level of filter of uploading files, like nobody is even tracking that if it is an image or it is any PHP shell, right? Well, we will bypass these filters with the help of Burp suite by increasing its security. But at this moment of time, what I am interested in this shell that I've just now uploaded. Okay, so let's just try to access this Weebly shell that we have just now uploaded. So for that, I'm just going to write here as weebly and then the URL. So URL, let's just copy and paste this one. Let us just drag this once again. It is into this directory, and let me just get this directory over here. Okay, so this is where my shell is, and it is not showing me any request out there. That means it is successfully uploaded. If there must not be any file, then there must be some error from server side, right? Okay, so I'm just going to copy this link and I'm going to paste it over here into my terminal, and make sure HTTP is there and it is a link. And sometimes just this URL, half URL comes up. So make sure it is a proper URL out there with HTTP, right? Okay, the final step is that we have a password in our shell that is 123123, and I'll hit enter, connecting, and you can see that we have successfully opened a session from the shell that we have uploaded. Okay, so you can do pretty much anything. That is username, it's Linux. Okay, let me show you all the possibilities. Let me hit on help, and you can see that there are a lot of options out there into this shell as well, like listing the file, mounting any file, SQL console, and file upload, file enum, file gzip, brute force, backdoor, TCP, reverse TCP, and a lot of deadly things are out here. So we have successfully completed our first challenge, that is getting the reverse connection by uploading the shell into this. And to the next movie, we will learn that how you can increase the security, and after increasing the security, you won't be able to upload this shell this much easily. But okay, we'll find a way out of that, and that's it for this movie. Let's see that how we are going to solve the upcoming hard lessons of DVWA of file upload vulnerability. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now we have left our previous movie over here, and now in this movie we have, let us just say, let's increase the security to medium. Let me hit on submit. Now into the previous movie there wasn't any filter and I was directly able to upload this shell. But let me just give it a try once again and let me see what happens this time. So I'm uploading shell.php into this column over here, and when I click on upload, you can see that your image was not uploaded. We can only accept JPEG or PNG. So now these guys have got a filter over here, great enough, pretty impressive, but there is still a way to bypass it, right? Now as a pen tester, I'll try to intercept and have a look at this request, that how it is getting served to my directory, right? And if I can intercept its request, or you can say even I can manipulate its request, then I'll be able to successfully upload shell.php, right? Now my plan is that I would like to rename it. So let's say PNG over here into the extension. So I'm bluffing this upload functionality over here, and I'm just naming it as a shell.png so that it may look like an image to this uploader over here. So practically I'm just bluffing this uploader over here. Great enough. Now I can intercept this request into my Burp suite, right? So let me open my Burp suite, and another thing, I need to configure my proxy before starting Burp suite, right? Okay, so we have a proxy switcher over here. We don't need to waste much of our time. Let's go to manual, and as you can see that when it is on auto detect, it turns into blue, and when it is on manual, then it turns into red. Okay, great enough. So I have the manual proxy of Burp suite now. So let me just try to upload shell.png. Let me just open it and let me try to upload it. And you can see that the request is successfully intercepted, right? Now I will try to manipulate this file, and I'll trick this file in this request, and I'll again convert it into shell.php. So now the request will be sent in this file where it says shell.php. but here it is shell.png. So this uploader will think that somebody is uploading an image, but the request is intercepted in a way, and the reality is that PHP is going to go onto the upload directory, right? So let us just try to forward this request, and you can see that shell.php is successfully uploaded once again. Even its security is medium and the filters are also there, right? Okay, Burp, you have done a great job out here. Now I would like to get my terminal over here, and now I would like to get a connection of shell.php. Alright, great enough. Now I'm going to run the old command, that is weebly and then the URL and then the password, but this time it is shell.php once again. Okay, let us try to get the connection from it. And you can see that we have successfully got the connection out here, and this session is open up right here into my terminal, and I can do pretty much anything with the directory of this website, you can say. But at this moment of time, it is a practice lab. But if we talk about it into the practical way, then I can do anything with this website. I can delete it, I can download its data, and a lot of important stuff that I can do with this. So that's it for this movie. Into our next movie, we will go on to the higher level of security. But that's it for this movie, and thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now in this tutorial we are going to talk about file inclusion. Now its name defines that what exactly it do. It includes the file that is not at all your property, you can say. There are two types of file inclusion. Now it includes the file that shouldn't get included publicly, and there are two types of file inclusion. First is LFI, that is called as local file inclusion. And in this method, we include a file that is hosted onto your machine, not your server, but that is a local file, right? Because it is hosted into your machine. And next way is RFI. In this attack, we remotely add a file into your browser. So we call it as a remote file inclusion. Now the remote file inclusion, example of remote file inclusion could be the index page of Google, you can say. And into the local file inclusion, you can say any system related file that says pass wd file into your etc directory. Okay, let's do a practical demo into the low level of file inclusion, that how exactly it works. Now first of all, you need to study the URL. Now my URL says that in localhost in dbwa directory into the vulnerabilities directory fi page equals to. Now page equals to refers to the new page that should load up over here, right? So that page is include.php. So include.php must be a file that should be somewhere hosted into my directory, right? So if I click on file1.php, then you can see that in this method, file1.php is loaded, right? And for more thing, you can see that file2.php is included. And here's a very good thing. I needed a password 8 characters long, so I picked Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. Okay, anyways, so the thing is file2.php is right here into our URL, right? Now the thing we can do is that we can get a file that is into the machine of a server that will be considered as a LFI, because we are getting a local file that is hosted into its machine, right? So to go back into the directory, what we do is // Now the best method is, I know you guys won't be able to remember that it is hosted into which file or which directory and how many level ups that you need to go. But the thing is that you can go up to 5 or 6 or 7, maybe. It doesn't really matters, because the time will come that it will never go back because it is already on to the initial level. So you can go for this method, or you can count the directory that 1 level up, 2 level up, 3 level up, and 4 level up, and 5 level up, and somewhat like that. So my main focus is to get a file that is hosted into that machine where my website is hosted, right? So let's say this DBW is hosted into my machine at this moment of time. So I'm going to go into the places, computer, and let me look for a file that I'm going to include into this URL, right? So just for an example, let's pick up the file into the etc folder, and you can pick up any of this file. And let's say the important one is passwd file that you can see over here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to navigate to this file, that is etc/passwd, and I'll hit enter. And you can see that the file that shouldn't show up into my website that is hosted is right here, and I can even intercept the request and can make the changes into this file. But I have already given a lot of examples that how to upload the shells, and I don't promote the malicious activity, so we are not going to upload the shell this time. But the thing is that the important server related files shouldn't show up into my website, right? So that is called as local file inclusion. And in remote file inclusion, what I can do is that I can simply open up a link that is http:// and can go to www.google.com, and you can see that even the file from the Google is hosted over here. So I can also use it as a proxy, and maybe I can do something malicious. So it shouldn't happen into your website, right? So this was the local file inclusion, and this we have easily cracked the low level of file inclusion. Into the next movie, we are going to crack the medium and the high level of file inclusion. But that's it for this video, and thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now we have left this movie over here, and let me just increase the security of my DVWA to medium 1, and let me hit on submit. Okay, let's go to file inclusion once again. So now we are going to crack a medium level of vulnerability. If we have a look at its source code, then here is my source code, and this time he has made the input validation filters into an array, and he has violated to use this code which says http:// and https://. So I cannot do the remote file inclusion with the method that I have previously done. And also he has eliminated the method to go into the directories, that is ... to go a level forward and ... to go a level back, right? Okay, great enough, but we are still going to crack it. And let me just close it up. So what I'm going to show you is that we can abuse the syntax of HTTP. You can notice that it has eliminated the small http://, but I can use http:// and I can go to www.google.com, and we have successfully bypassed it, and very easily. So this is the thing that you need to learn into the ethical hacking, that you need to take care about all the syntax. The hacker should not really trick the syntax that you are using, right? So these are the ways to play with the syntax. Camel case, small letters, capital letters, everything should be eliminated. But let's just increase the DVWA security to, let's say, high, and let me hit on submit, and let's go to file inclusion. Okay, so this time let's have a look at here that what is going on. Okay, now this method is really nice that it says that include.php, or it should be a file, right? And that is pretty obvious. So the file should be mentioned over here, right? But we can still bypass it. The thing is that if you have opened a file into your local computer, then you will observe that there are 3 forward slashes, right? So I'm going to write here as file. I'm starting a file, I'm opening a file, nothing wrong with that. And I'm going to put 3 forward slashes, because if you will observe, if you will open any file that is hosted into your machine, then in that syntax, we use 3 forward slashes, right? Okay, then in 3 forward slashes, I'm going to go with etc/passwd. And if I'm going to hit enter, then again, we have got the access to the file that is into my system, or you can say that into the system of a server where this website is hosted, right? So that's all about the file inclusion. We have cracked all 2 level, security level high as well, into the file inclusion. And that's it for this video, and thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to SQL Injection Master Course. Now in this tutorial, we are going to talk about a major vulnerability, that is SQL injection vulnerability. Now, SQL is structured query language. Now, let us first understand that what exactly the SQL is. And before understanding this, let me just set up a new lab for you that I've just now created, because it has just given us the one challenge with the SQL injection. That is the simple one. You just have to insert the user ID and you will get the information that is inside the ID, and then it is the blind injection. But don't worry, we are going to talk about this as well. But I wish to take this topic into the detailed manner. And just because of that, you need to download a SQL injection lab, right? And I've created that lab just to teach you people. Now, what you need to do is that you need to visit onto this URL, which says www.github.com/Saksham Choudhary. And you can write down this URL. And here you can see into the repositories, you will find an SQL lab, and you can simply go onto this link. And as you can see that I have so many advanced level of SQL injections, starting with a union based, and then there is an header injection, Boolean injection, time delay, and the cookie injection. So we are going to set up all of this into this video. And next up, we are going to learn that what exactly the SQL is and what does it do, right? So now what you need to do, that after going on to this link, that is github.com/SakshamChoudhary/SQL, you need to click on this button which says clone or download. So you're going to download a zip file, and it will get downloaded within some seconds. And it is not a big file. It must be in some MBs. So it is a 10.4 MB file, and what you can do is that you can simply copy this zip file, and as you have already done with the setting up your XAMPP, what you need to do, make sure your XAMPP services are open. Like we have hosted the DBW, you need to host this lab into XAMPP, right? So you need to go in computers, and in other locations, computers, and then in OPT you have LAMP, and in htdocs you need to paste this file. And if you're not aware about XAMPP, you need to visit onto my previous tutorials in which I have done the setup of DVWA and XAMPP, so you'll get the knowledge what exactly the XAMPP is. Now you need to right click on this file, and onto this zip file you will get a folder which says SQL master. You can even rename it. So it was previously downloaded, so it is showing me the one. But anyways, SQL-master, rename it. And now make sure your XAMPP services are up and running. All the XAMPP services are up and running. And you need to open a localhost /, and you need to write down the folder's name, that is SQL master, right? So I'm going to write here as SQL master. And then you need to go on to the directory of SQL master actually. And here you need to go on to the start button. And when you will hit on start button, you will see an SQL injection master lab ready to get set up into your system, right? So to set up the final lab, you need to insert a database, right? And what exactly the database is, don't worry, we are going to read about the database. In this video, we are just going to configure our SQL injection lab, right? So right now what you're going to do is that you are going to click on this start learning, and it will insert a database. And you can see that the first challenge, that is union based, is right in front of you. So we are going to solve this challenge, but before solving this challenge, you need to know what exactly the SQL injection is and how exactly the database looks like, right? So let me show you how exactly the database looks like. I'm going to write here as localhost/phpMyAdmin, where you can see a lot of databases. So in phpMyAdmin, you have a database, right? So you have information_schema, which is a very important file when we will be extracting some data with SQL injection. But anyways, we have inserted a data with DVWA. Let's have a look at that. Now you can see that DVWA is a database, right? And then it has some tables, and when you will expand it, you can see that there are some columns. So the main concept is that there is a database called DVWA in this case, and there are a lot of tables, and let's say guestbook is a table, and your data is going to be fetched from the columns that are inside the table. And let's say index in this case is a column name, right? So we are going to give some reverse command so that the data inside this indexes, or you can say any column, can be fetched. And you know, columns has some important data like username and password of admin, or maybe the user IDs, and a lot of important stuff are there into your databases, right? So this is a major vulnerability in which we will attempt to hack the whole database, right? So we will learn about its mitigation as well, but let's see that how we are going to perform this attack. But in next video, we are going to learn that what exactly the SQL is and what are the different commands that are going to be used for the SQL functions, you can say. But that's it for this video, and thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now in this tutorial we are going to talk about what exactly the SQL is, how it works, what it stands for, or what are the main functions of SQL. So I'm quickly going to clear up your base related to SQL so that you can exactly understand that how the things are rolling up and how the queries are going into the URL, right? So let's get started with that. Now SQL is a structured query language. Now I'm going to write everything into a notepad so that we can play a guess game. Now you might have already guessed that what exactly the structured query stands for. Now just by its name we can guess that structured must be a structural database where things are managed in a well-mannered way, and the query is something that we are using a kind of language to take a query from the database. So it is a structure of database where we take the queries, and the whole set of this system is called as a structured query language. So this is the name of SQL. Now we are going to talk about different common things that are required to know about SQL. Now first thing is select. Now select is a very good thing and you might have already guessed. Now I want you to make some assumptions when I write something. Let's say if I'm writing select, then you need to connect the logic with database and you need to guess that what exactly it is going to do, right? So you might have already guessed that select stands to select something, right? So select is used to select something, or in a technical way I can say that select is used to retrieve the data from database, right? So this is a simple thing that select do. And next is insert. Now insert, you might have already guessed that insert is used to insert simply a value in database, right? So insert inserts the value in database, right? Now connect everything with value and database and everything will be cleared up. You can easily guess what exactly these things are and how the queries are going to be. Now next query is update, right? Now you might have already guessed about this update. Now update is used to update something, right? So in a technical way I can say that it is used to modify the data, right? Or you can say to update the existing value, right? So to update the existing value. Don't worry, whatever I'm writing over here, you can download this text document into the resources, right? Okay, so the next up here is delete, right? Now delete is simply used to delete any values, right? So I can say that delete is used to delete the value of something, right? Okay, next up is order by. Now order by is a very simple thing. We sort something with order by, right? Like we make a queue with a different order, let's say ascending order, descending order, right? So it is as simple as that. Order is used for sorting the columns, right? Now next up is schema. Now we have seen this schema file that is everywhere into the localhost. Like here it is, information_schema, right? Now schema is derived from an English word that is schematic, and it is also called as the structure of database, right? So I can say it is a structure of database. So in this file, you are going to get all the informations related to the structure of database, right? Now next up is a single quote. That is a very interesting one right here. Now single quote, you can say that it is an, you can say SQL values, or let's say commands, which we want to check with the database. So it is used to check this, which we want to check with database. So instead of using single quote, we can also use the backslash as well, right? So I'm making you things understand with the perspective of SQL injection, right? Now next up is also a very interesting one that you must have seen in a lot of URLs, and you can see over here as well. That is db_structure.php ? Now what exactly the question mark is doing right there? Now question mark is used to ask something into the general words, right? So we can say that question mark is used to make a query with database. So I can write as question mark is used to query with database. Right, so these are the simple commands that will come into your use while you are going to perform the SQL injection attacks, right? Now we are going to study about the URL that we usually see while performing the SQL injection attack that you can see over here. And there are a lot of things you might have noticed, a lot of URL which says question mark ID equals to something, right? Now we have seen this over here as well, question mark ID equals to 1. Now what exactly this question mark ID equals to 1 is, why it is coming up into your URL, we are going to talk about it into the next video, but I want you to research a little bit about it, which will give you a great idea that what exactly and how exactly the things are running up here. Right, so that's it for this video. I have cleared up your base that are related to SQL and the queries which we are going to fire while using the SQL injection attack. I'm attaching this text document into the resources file so that you can read about it. In next videos, we are going to study about the URL and what is this ID equals to 1 and how we can inject something, which we can call it as it is vulnerable by SQL injection. But that's it for this video of fundamentals of SQL. See you into the next one. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now in this tutorial, we are going to talk about SQL injection and we are going to solve our first challenge, that is union based. And you can see this great owl bugging you again that, hey, this is a union based SQL injection master lab challenge, and with some great cool animations with these stars. Anyways, now here is an instruction for us that please input the question mark ID equals to some parameter that is a numerical value. Now we are going to do exactly the same. Let's say we are going to write here as question mark ID equals to 1 and let's hit enter. Now after I'm hitting enter, you can see your login name is Saksham and your password is Choudhary. Now let's try some other ID. Let's go with the ID number 2. You can say login name is Salman and password is Khan, right? Third one is Angelina Jolie and password is Jolly, right? And let's go with the fourth one and you can see that the login name is Bread and password is Pet, right? Now let's see what exactly is happening when I'm writing some ID equals to 4. To give you a great example, let me just take an example of a news website, right? So what happens with the news website, whenever you try to visit a website which says https:// and let's say just for an example, this is a site.com/ and there is some article of a news which says news.php, right? And there is some ID that says ID equals to 10. So what this ID is exactly doing into the news article, right? Now you must have wondered that there are some contents that are fetching into your news website. Let's say the content is title and let's say second is that article which says, let's say that is a content, and let's say finally it is the name of author. Now what exactly is happening over here is that when you're running onto the ID number 10 and there is some title on that ID equals to 10 and there is some content individually on ID equals to 10 and there is some author showing up which is already stored into the ID equals to 10, right? Now in this case, what exactly is happening on this website with ID equals to 10? Okay, let me tell you. Now the logic behind this ID equals to, let's say 1, 2, 3 or 10, whatever that is. What this ID is doing is that it is selecting the title and content and author from a table. Now there must be a table from where it is getting the data, right? So it is selecting title, content, author from table where ID equals to, let's say 10 in this case. Right? Now, if you will change the ID, let's say if you are going to change the ID to 2, then it is going to fetch the data of some other title, content, and some other author, right? So likewise, this is the role of ID in this example. Now, let's connect this example with our real life scenario into this lab. Now, when I've written the ID equals to 4, then what it is doing, it is just showing us the login name and the password, right? So in this case, it is showing us the login name. So let's say login name and password from table where ID equals to 4 in this case. So login name and password from table where ID equals to 4, right? In this case, ID equals to 4. So I hope the concept of ID equals to 4 is clear in front of you people, right? So now what I'm going to do next is that I'm going to go with a single quote, right? Now you can see a very good error which says you have an error in your SQL syntax. Check the manual that corresponds to your MariaDB server. Now there are some Oracle servers as well. You will see some other kind of error which says Oracle error, and there are 3 kinds of servers in SQL where you can see 3 different kinds of errors. But in this case, we are running MariaDB server, right? And now you can see that why I've inserted the SQL, because SQL values commands which we want to check within the database. So we have tried checking that there is something with ID equals to 4 with single quote. Now what should exactly happen over here? That I'm sure that there must not be any link which says ID equals to 4 and then single quote. It should show me that this page doesn't exist, but it is not happening in this case. It is just showing me a very great error of SQL, which really gives a great feeling to a hacker, you can say. Hacker can proceed with some other steps into your website which is SQL vulnerable. Now, if this error is coming up in front of your screen, that means that your website is SQL vulnerable one, right? So let's proceed further with its steps, right? Now, what I'm going to do next is that I've got this error and I have to make things all right? And now the law says in SQL that your left-hand side should be equal to right-hand side, right? But we have made some changes into the right hand side by which we are getting some errors. What we can do is that we can ignore these errors by keeping this right hand side query within the comments. Now hyphen is used to comment something into the PHP, right? So let me write it into this text pad. Don't worry, you will get this file into the resources. Now this sign is to make something in a comment, right? So if I'm going to comment over here, this will not be all right in this case, but in most of the websites, the query will join up. Now I hope that concept of joining of this query with the comment is clear up in front of you. But now the problem is that in most of the live websites, it will work, but into this thing, it is not working. The reason is that we need to give a single space, right? But the thing is, everything is URL encoded into the URL box, right? So what you can do is that you know that into the URL encoded thing, %20 is treated as a space, right? So when I'll hit enter, then you can see that my query is now joined up, right? But this is not a permanent solution, right? Now I have a permanent solution. The thing is, you can put a plus sign over here and you can hit enter. Then you can see that query is now properly joined up, right? Now you have learned the 2 ways to join up the queries. That is simple comment sign. And if this sign is not working, then you are going to join up the query with another space, right? So it is really important for you people to join up the query before you perform further steps. But this movie is getting a little longer. So in next movie, we'll learn that how you can identify the vulnerable columns as well. But that's it for this movie. See you into the next one. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now let's move further. We have left this movie over here and now you know that how to join the query, right? Okay, so let's move on with the further steps that we call as a sorting, right? And if you still remember in our notes, we have done the sorting, right? So I've told you that we can sort the columns with a command that is called as order by in SQL injection. So I'm going to do the same. Now we are going to do the sorting of the columns and we need to find out that how many vulnerable columns are there, right? So first of all, I'm going to check one by one. And to check that how many columns are there, I'm going to write a simple command that is called as order by 1, right? So it is showing me something and order by 1, that means this column really exists, right? Now I'm going to go with 2 and this 2 exists as well. Let me go with 7 and you can see a very good error once again which says unknown column 7 in order clause. Now let's try to go with the 6. Well, 6 is working as well. Now, as you can see that 6 is working as well, but 7 is not working, that means column number 7 doesn't exist, but yes, the column number 6 really exists, right? So as you can see that here is the column number 6. Now we know that there are 6 columns and we need to select them all together, and to select something all together we use a very good function that is called as union all select, right? So I'm going to write the same thing over here, that is union all select, and I'm going to go with how many columns? There are going to be 6 number of columns, as we have just now find out that, right? So I'm going to write here as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So I'm going to hit enter, but now this isn't working because the thing is, let me just copy paste this right hand side part into my text pad so that I can explain the things to you pretty well. Okay, so ID equals to 4. Let me paste it from here, and the logic is going to be same, right? Okay, so now what is happening that there are 2 SQL queries and only one SQL query works at a time, right? So this is working over here into my URL. It is selecting a login name, password, and table where ID equals to 4. But the thing is that it is not responding to my second query in SQL, right? So you can say that we are going to go with a query that doesn't exist, right? So let's say we can do something with my ID over here. Now I know that 4 exists, but -4 doesn't exist, right? When I'll hit enter, then you can see that I can see 2 numbers, which means that these numbers are the most vulnerable columns where I can fetch the rest of the data, right? But there is also another thing that -4 doesn't exist. I get it, right? Just to prove you that we have to get something that doesn't exist, I'm going to write so many random numbers that I'm sure that they doesn't exist, right? And if I'm going to hit enter, then also I'm going to get an output that is 6 and 5. So we have to put an ID that doesn't exist, right? But in most of the cases, my favorite one is -4, because I'm sure that in a very random case, 123 might exist as well into a very big website, but I'm sure that -4 isn't going to exist, right? So that is the reason we put minus before the ID, because we know that this doesn't exist, and with the help of this we are getting the output of the right hand side into our web page, right? Now this is very great thing, but what I'm going to do is that I'm going to do a mismatch with these 6 columns, right? So just to show you that columns are nothing more than a box, I'm altering these numbers. Let's say I'm putting here as 9 instead of 5, and instead of 6 I am putting here as 8, right? And I'm going to hit enter, then you can see 2 numbers again, which is 9 and 8. So which means that I'm just filling the columns. It doesn't really matter that what type of numbers or the columns you're writing in a way, or you can say in an order, right? So just to avoid the confusion, I'm going to write in a simple language that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, right? So I'm going to hit enter, but make sure that the 6 columns are filled. That is going to be our main purpose, right? Okay, so now the thing is that my query of right hand side of the URL is getting fetched into my web page, not totally, but yes, the vulnerable thing is getting fetched into our website, right? So I can see that now I can see that there are 2 outputs. One is 5 and second is 6, right? So I'm going to fire rest of the commands in column number 5 and column number 6. But in some cases, you need to fire the commands into a column number that is most visible onto this web page, right? So let's write database instead of 5, and let's give it a function. And as you can see, when I've written the database instead of 5, then the name of my database is right in front of your eyes, right? And instead of 6, if I'm going to write version and its function, then it is going to show me the PHP version of my database, that is MariaDB, which we have noticed into the starting of getting error with a single quote, right? So now we have successfully extracted the name of our database and the version name. But I hope your concept must be really clear that how the things are getting fetched up into the most vulnerable columns, which is a very sincere vulnerability. And as you know that somewhere there is an admin credential into the table, which is really the important one, and you cannot afford to lose them, right? So yes, we can fetch almost anything that is present in our database in these vulnerable columns that are showing up into your own website, right? So yes, we are going to do this into the upcoming video, but this video is getting a little longer, so see you into the next one. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now we have left this movie over here and let's proceed further. Now let me scroll it up a little bit. You need to understand a little bit of more things now. Now what you have done so far, you have successfully extracted the name of a database, and in database, as we all know, that we are going to get the information from tables, and in tables there are going to be a lot of rows where you can get some important credentials. And if you don't know much about SQL and if you are not familiar enough about SQL, then you can consider database, table, rows like an Excel sheet. Let's say database is a name of a college and it has some information of a student, and into the rows it has some personal information of the students, let's say age, contact information, or email address, you can say. So let's consider database as our college, table as our student, and the information that are really important, or you can say personal, are into the rows, right? So it is going to be a step-by-step process. You can say, first of all, we have already got the name of our database, but now we need to extract the information from tables, right? And now in previous movies, we had a little conversation about schema. As you all know that schema is a structure of database and database is a structure of rows and columns, you can say. So in this step, what we are going to do is that we are going to talk about information underscore schema, where we have a set of tables and columns, right? So we have a set of tables and columns. Now we are going to extract the information from this. Now we need to understand that how you can catch the class of tables and columns. So the things are going to be inside information underscore schema. And to catch the class of table, we use a dot sign. In CSS as well, we also catch the class with dot. So same is going to happen here as well. Dot tables, and like this, you can catch a class of tables, right? But if you still remember, like let's say just for an example that I'm telling you to post this letter to somewhere, right? If I'm not telling you the address that where do you need to post this letter, then it is not going to be of any use, right? So we are going to catch a class and we are going to get the information from a variable called table underscore name, right? So that is going to be our variable in this case. Now same is going to happen for columns as well. So let's say I'm going to write here as information underscore schema, and I'm going to replace table with columns, right? And in variable as well, to get the information of columns, I'm going to write here as column underscore name, right? So things are pretty simple. Just for a revision, we have got the name of the database. We are going to hunt for a table, and from there you are going to hunt for the rows, right? So we are going to follow this step to extract the information of our table name, right? So let me make it normal. Let's say I'm going to write here as 5 and 6. And now we are going to extract everything into the 5 and 6, right? Okay, great enough. Now, first of all, as I've told you that we need to extract the table name, right? So I'm going to extract a table name from a variable that is table underscore name. And from where do I need to get this information? From information underscore schema, right? So I'm going to write here as from information underscore schema, and I need to catch a class of tables individually, not the whole information underscore schema. So I'm going to write here as dot tables, right? And here's a misspell, information. Okay, it's good to go now. So table underscore name from information underscore schema dot tables. Now make sure you don't get confused. In variable, there is no S because variable is a single thing, and information underscore schema dot tables, there are a lot of tables over there. So I'm going to write here as S, right? So when I'm going to hit enter, you can see that the first by default table name is right in front of you. But the thing is, we are not precise enough. That is why it is showing us the default first table name. We need to be precise enough, right? So to get precise enough, we have extracted the name of our database. So we are going to use that now, right? So I'm going to write here as where table underscore schema, and I'm going to give it a name of a database. Now my name of the database is master, as we all know from the previous movies. And I'm going to hit enter. Then it is showing me the contact ID. Great enough. Now it is again showing me the by default first table name, right? So I need something else, and for that I'm going to use a very good function that is called as limit, right? So limit 0 and 1 is right over here, but it is here by default. But let's say 1 of 1 is going to be a reference. If I'm going to change it likewise, let's say 2, it is going to show me the other name of the table, right? But the thing is that hackers are not really much handy, and they don't do much hard work in such a way. They love to automate everything when it comes to extract the data, right? So for them, we have a very good thing that is called as group concat. Group concats gives the data all together, and you need not to give it a hard work like group underscore concat, and group concat function will get me all the table names all together, and I need to put table underscore name into a function in this way. So group underscore concat, and I'm going to put table underscore name inside the brackets because it is considered as variables now. So let's try to hit enter, and you can see that we have extracted all the tables all together, that is contact ID, referrers, user agent, and users, right? Now by looking at these table names, I can really consider that I can get some juicy information from users, right? Because I can get some user credential and a lot of that. So I am writing users into my notes, and I'll use these users table name so that I can extract the information. So the thing is that I've successfully got the important table name, that is users in this case, and now I need to look for the information into the columns, right? So I'm going to write here as column underscore name. I'm going to replace table with column name from information underscore schema dot tables, and I'm going to write here as columns, right? I've replaced table with column here as well, where table underscore schema is not going to be in this case because we already know the table name, and the table name is users, right? We need to get the information from users, which is important for us. So I'm going to write here as users, and I'm going to hit enter. Then you can see that again I've got a lot of really important credentials that you can say user, password, and a lot of like that. So I'm going to copy and paste this into my note so that you can easily see that what exactly has happened. And you can pause this movie, and here is the next step, right? Okay, so let's have a look at this once again. Union all select 1, 2, 3, 4, and here I have done the group concat of columns this time from information underscore schema dot columns. And we already knew the table name, and we wanted to get the data from this table name. So I've written here as where table underscore name equals to users, right? As simple as that. Okay, let's proceed to the final step, and let's say that I need to get the email and the password, which is usually used to log in, and which could be really dangerous if we can get that, right? Okay, so now what is going to happen? Let's say group underscore concat, and I can write here as email. You can see that email is right here. So I'm going to extract the emails. So let's say email, and now I don't need a lot of that thing, and we don't require much things from information underscore schema. So I'm going to remove it all, and I'm going to simply write here as from. And instead of writing here, I can do one thing, that here is a 6 that is empty. I can extract the information over here as well. So I'm going to get the information of group underscore concat and email IDs into the 5th number, and into the 6th number I'm going to get, let's say, passwords. So let's hit on group underscore concat, and I can write here as password from users, right? So what I've done in this case, into the fifth name, I am getting all the group concat information of emails, and into the sixth number, instead of sixth number, I'm going to get the group underscore concat information of all the passwords from users, right? So when I'll hit enter, you can see that I've got all the login names, or you can say email IDs, that is abc@gmail.com and whatever that is, and all the passwords are right here. So let's say abcgmail.com has the password of Choudhary, and let's say beergmail.com has the password of Jolly, abcgmail.com has the password of Pet. So likewise, your data gets leaked out, and it has happened a lot of times when the important user credentials or the password of your some website is stolen. So this is the malicious activity that hackers usually do, of which I'm really against, but you can make a lot of bounties by reporting such vulnerabilities, because such vulnerabilities are considered as really the high ones. And you can make a lot of money by reporting the vulnerability, because we don't promote any illegal activity. But let me just copy this step into the notepad for you people so that you can have a look at this last important step. Don't worry, this text file is going to be attached into the resources and you can have a look at it. So that's it for the SQL injection, and I'll see you into the next type of SQL injection into the next video.
Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now we have successfully solved our union based challenge. Now next up is I would like to take the Boolean injection, because that is a great topic and we can take it into a detail, and that is one of the major vulnerability again. So you simply need to click here onto the Boolean injection, and you can notice the URL once again. You can also directly write here into the URL as Boolean_injection, and this exercise file will be right in front of you. But before starting to fire the commands related to Boolean injection, you really need to understand that how exactly things works into the Boolean injection. So to understand that, you need to understand about some of the common queries that you can fire up while doing the monitoring of SQL services into your terminal. So to understand that, let me clear up your fundamentals related to the commands that we are going to fire up into the Boolean based injection. So for that, you really need to make sure that your MySQL database services are up and running. So to get the monitoring of MySQL services into your terminal, you need to write a simple command over here, that is opt/lamp/ben/MySQL. You simply need to navigate to this directory and you need to open up a file which says MySQL simply, and you need to open this file as a root user. So -u is for user and you're going to write here as root. So now it says that welcome to the MariaDB monitor. Great enough. Now, as you all know that we have a lot of databases. Into the DBWA we had a database, and right now our SQL injection lab is also having a separate database. So into our previous movie, you must have observed that the name of our database was master. So for that, first of all, I need to give a command which says that use master as my database, because there are a lot of database into the MariaDB server. So I'm going to say that use master. So you can see that the database is now changed to master. So this is the way that you can select a database, or even you can select a database by simply writing here as select database, and into the null functions you need to end the query, and you can see that here is one database, that is master. Great enough. So to observe that if you are into the master database, you will see that there was none written over here into the MariaDB, and after selecting the master as our database, master is written over here. Okay, great enough. That's how you select the database into the MySQL. Now we are going to fire up the further queries that are related to Boolean based SQL challenge. So I can simply write here into my previous query that was of selecting a database. And if I want to know about the length of a database, then I'm going to write here as length, and I'm going to close my previous query into a bracket. So here the bracket, I'm starting and I'm closing the bracket over here. So make sure you don't have any confusion related to the brackets. Make sure everything is closed properly.
So I'm going to hit enter and it has shown that, hey Saksham, there are 6 characters into your database, and yes, hey is right, because you can see that MAS3 TER3 again. So it is a 6-character database. Okay, great enough. Let's make some additions into this query. So I can also use a very good command, that is substring command, that is called as also subster. That's how we use it. So I have started the bracket and I'm going to close the bracket once again. So if I'm going to hit enter, then you can see that, hey, here is an error. Okay, the problem is when you're starting a substring, you need to remove the length and you need to write here as in the limit of 1 of 1. So I'm going to write here into the limit of 1 of 1. So if I'm going to hit enter, then it is showing me another error. Select substring database 1 of 1, and the error is because we have forgotten to put the comma over here, and let me hit enter. Okay, now we have a output and our query was really very simple. We need to select a substring database and we need to find out the first character of our first database, that is M. Okay, great enough. If you know about substring, that substring is used to use the multiple functions, and we can use even 3 functions at a time. So you can read more about substrings into the SQL queries. But at this time, I would like to make some extra additions. So what I'm going to do that, if you have heard the name of AskI, then I'm going to use the function of AskI. If you don't have a knowledge about AskI, then let me tell you about it briefly. That AskI is a value that machines use to convert the letters into the numbers, right? So suppose there is a letter M, then its AskI value will be 119. That is understandable by machine. Machine doesn't really understand the letters directly. So machines usually convert your letters into the AskI value, and that is some number right there. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to put another command, that is AskI, and I'm going to keep everything into the brackets once again. So starting of a bracket and ending of a bracket. Great enough. So right now this query says that, hey, select the AskI value of substring of a database of, let's say, first database, and you need to show me the AskI value of the first letter of my first database. Okay, so eventually it is going to show me the AskI value of this M, you can say. So let me hit enter and you can see that the AskI value of M is 109. Okay, great enough. Let me modify this query once again. So this time let me just select an AskI value and let me give it a condition into the end. Let's say if this is, so right now I don't know its AskI value. I'm just giving it a blind shot. So let me just give this condition that my left hand side condition is greater than 119. That means you can see that the output of this command was 109. So eventually I'm writing a query that 100 is greater than 119. Let me hit enter. Then the answer is in Boolean, that is 0. Now in this case, we already had an idea that the name of our database is master and M stands for 109. So this time the Boolean answer is 0. So let me give it a true condition this time, and let me change the greater than sign to this one. And let me ask it once again that if the first letter of my database M is smaller than 119, that it says, yes Saksham, the first letter of your database's name is smaller than 119. So this is again considered as a flaw in SQL. One can easily guess everything into the blind shot by hitting about it again and again, that what exactly the true number of your database name is. And likewise, we are going to build up the logics that we are going to fire up into the live website, or you can say the live SQL lab that I've made for you people. But hopefully I think so that all the logics that I have just now fired up about knowing the first letter of your database name with some conditions and all of this stuff is clear to you people. So we are going to fire up these commands into our live website from the next movie, so that you can really understand that how do we use these reverse commands into the real life scenario to know about the name of database and maybe the name of, you can say, columns and the username and the password as well. But that's it for this movie. I hope that fundamental queries related to Boolean based injection are clear enough into your mind. But that's it for this movie, and thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now let's talk about Boolean based injection, and into our previous movie I hope the concepts related to Boolean based queries are clear up, and I've cleared up all the fundamentals. If you haven't yet understood those, please feel free to watch that movie again, because we are going to use all those commands once again into this movie while giving it a live example. Alright, great enough. So let's talk about the Boolean based injection into the real world. So first of all, I'm going to give it a parameter. Let's say $ID equals to 1, like every time. Now you must have observed that after giving it a parameter, I'm noticing a line which says let's start rolling, and also our Mr. Owl is prompting us again and again that it is a Boolean based SQL injection. Anyways, great enough, Owl, I'm coming up to you. So now I'm going to break the query and then I'm going to join the query as usual. So first of all, I'm going to put a single quote, and you cannot see any SQL syntax error. Well, this is the second case in which you don't really see the SQL injection syntax error. What you can notice is that if there are any changes on this web page, so you can observe that I'm removing the single quote for you. So when I remove the single quote, you can see that you can get a line which says let's start rolling. And if I am inserting a single quote, you can see that that line has vanished. That means the data isn't fetching up properly from that column and it is giving it some error onto your home page, which means the queries are still getting injected, but it is not showing us the great output. But yes, it is making some destruction to our home page, which means yes, there is an SQL injection which is possibly running out here onto this link. Okay, great enough. So now I'm going to give it a query like we have done into the last movie. So I'm going to give it a query to the database and 1, and 1 here stands for the true, as you all know. And I'm going to ask it that, hey, is there any error? 1 is for true. So it says, yes, there is an error and we have successfully fixed, or you can say joined up our query. Great enough. So if I say that 0 is for false, and if I write here as 0, if there isn't any error, because our statement is false this time, then you can see that we are getting an error onto our web page. But if we are talking to our database with 1, then yes, there are some errors because the query is joining up. Great enough. Now the things are very simple. We are going to fire up the commands that we have used into the Boolean based injection instead of 1, because we are talking to the database into the Boolean based challenge with the help of end and our rest of the query. So end and the rest of the query. Right, let's proceed further. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to repeat the same thing. Let's say database, right? Make sure everything is properly encapsulated, otherwise there are high chances that you will face a lot of errors, right? So if you still remember, we were writing, or we were getting the name of our database with the help of substring. So I'm going to write here as substr as the substring, and I'm going to encapsulate this, and I have started the encapsulation and I'm going to end it. But before ending it, I still remember one thing. Okay, let me just end it up at this moment of time. But what I am really getting up into my mind, that into our last movie, I was getting all the queries into the AskI values, right? So I need another function which says AskI, and I'm going to encapsulate this as well. So before encapsulating, I still remember that after the database, I was asking the AskI value of my first database, and I was asking its first character. So that's why I have, you can say, given it a limit of 1, 1, and I have asked the name of a database. Okay, great enough. Now you must be wondering that what AskI value is. Now, as you all know that our machine doesn't really understands the letters directly. So it first converts the values into the ASCII value, and then it is getting fetched into the server, or you can say database. So you can simply write on Google which says ASCII value converter, and you can visit onto the first link, or even you can write down this URL which says www.unit-conversion.info/texttools/ASCII. So I already know that the name of my database is master in this case, but if you don't know about it, then you have to hit and try again and again. So I'm just inserting a data of, let's say, m, and I'm interested to know the value of, or you can say ASCII value of just m. So as you can see, 109 is the ASCII value of m, right? Great enough. Now what I can do is that I can insert a very good function which is called as select, and I'm going to encapsulate my whole query. So I'm going to encapsulate it, and I'm going to recheck it if there are any errors. Select ASCII and substring and then database, and I have given it a limit of my first database's first character name, and I need to close it. Okay, great enough. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to ask it in a Boolean value, like I have asked that if there are any errors. If yes, then it is going to show us the real query. If not, then it is not going to show us the error content that we were getting onto this web page. Okay, let's give it a condition. Let's say that the name of my database, which is onto the left hand side, is smaller than 102. Now it was 109, right? And we are giving it a 102. So when I'm going to hit enter, then it is going to show me that false answer. Left hand side is not smaller than 102 and your statement is incorrect, right? But as you all know that 109 is the ASCII value. So let me try to give it a 110 and let me hit enter. And again, you cannot see anything. But if I can change the sign that, hey, this is greater, then okay, I'm getting error because I haven't closed or encapsulated my whole query. I've started the bracket but didn't ended it. Okay, this error was right. Okay, when I hit enter, then you can see that the true answer, yes, your query is right, and there are not any error onto the pages, which means that your query is right, Saksham, and your statement, or you can say the condition that you have just given up, that your left hand side is smaller than 110. Okay, so likewise we can keep on guessing that what is the exact value. So to get the exact value, you are not going to use the smaller than or greater than sign, you are going to use the exact equals to sign. So if I'm going to hit enter, then it is showing me the false, because let's start rolling has vanished away, which means there is an error into our query. But to be very precise, I'm going to check nearby 110 because I have done that mathematics quickly with the greater than and smaller than sign. So let's say I'm giving it a 109 this time, and it says that yes, this query is right. So to be very precise, your database's first character name is equals to 109, as you know that the name of my database is master and the first character is m and 109 is the ASCII value. So yes, this statement is right, and likewise you can interrogate with the database into the form of Boolean based. So that's how you run the Boolean based challenge, and we are about to complete our SQL section. And into the upcoming movies, we are going to learn that how you can really automate the SQL injection attacks with a tool called SQL Map. So that's it for this movie. Before starting the next movie, make sure you do some research about SQL Map. Thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now we have successfully completed our two of the main challenges into the SQL, that is union based, and second one was the Boolean based. And yes, there are a lot of challenges in SQL injection, and we are going to have an individual course where we are going to learn a lot of more web attacks and the SQL injection attacks. But currently my SQL lab is still under construction and I need to make a lot of challenges related to SQL. But in this video, as promised, we are going to talk about SQL Map. So let's talk about SQL Map. SQL Map is an integrated tool into your Kali Linux. This is used to extract, or you can say automate, the SQL injection. And you can extract the table name, columns, and the database name, and pretty much everything. You can dump the whole data with SQL injection. Now you must be thinking that, hey, why you haven't yet told us that we can do it directly from the SQL map? Why do we need to learn all of that? But yes, from my point of view, if you are going to become a real good ethical hacker, then you should really know about the fundamentals and its mitigation as well. You really need to know that what exactly is happening when you are firing up the queries into your URL. Okay, great enough. Now let's jump onto the SQL map, and your feedback is really valuable for me. I hope you're enjoying this series so far. So make sure you just give a review into this course. Alright, so let's proceed to SQL map. So I'm going to write here as SQL map, and our traditional way to use any tool, that is SQL map --help. So I'm going to hit enter, and you can see that here are all the options that you can use while using the SQL map --dump to dump the whole database table entries, to dump the columns --column, DBS, and a lot of things like that. Okay, great enough. Now, first of all, let's look at the useful thing, that is SQL maps usage. So this is a Python script, but you need not to write Python individually because you have already Python inbuilt into your operating system of Kali. You simply need to write here as SQL map, and then you need to write any of the options that are verbose, version, you need to know the PHP version, and a lot of like that. Most importantly, you need to write as -u, and then you need to give the URL in between double quotes. Okay, and here is a Google Doc, which is really the great thing out there. The Google Doc works exactly into the URL part. Let's take a demonstration quickly about it. So if I need to find a URL which says ID equals to 1, then I'm going to write here as in URL, and maybe the name of that website. I'm going to write the name of that website. Let's say www.xyz.com. So my Google Doc is directly going to search in the URL, right? So same as like if I'm going to write here as $ID equals to 4. Then into the Google Doc, you will find in which the URL is ending up with $ID equals to 3. So you can do that for any individual website, but not in the website where you don't have the permission. And make sure you don't run the SQL map if you don't have the permission of that website, because SQL map is going to brute force and with a lot of attacks, and that is going to happen with the same IP. You might get blacklisted, or you might face some trouble for doing a lot of attacks with the SQL map. So make sure you have the proper permission about it. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go with -u for URL. So let me write here as SQL map and -u for URL, and then I'm going to paste the URL over here. And as you can see that I'm just pasting my union based URL. And you must have observed that this time it is 127.0.0.1, which is the same thing. As you can see, let me just give you a quick check that my XAMPP is hosted on 127.0.0.1. But as a matter of fact, that 127.0.0.1 is the by default localhost address, or you can say IP. So if you're going to write here as localhost or this IP address, that is going to be the same thing. Okay, so what I've done, I have just copied this whole URL and I'm going to paste it in between the double quotes. So I'm going to paste this over here, and I'm going to extract the name of the database. So for that, I'm going to use the option to extract the database, that is --dbs. You can read all the options and you can use any one of these options to extract the password, tables, and a lot of like that. So this is the usage of SQL map. I'm going to hit enter and it has started working. And as you all know that our master is the database of this SQL lab. And also we have a DBWA database into this Apache server. So you can see that we have successfully extracted all the database names. So likewise, you can use other options as well. You can dump the whole data and you can also dump the whole column details, tables, password, and a lot of like that. So you can see that into the SQL map. If you can read the query, then it says title MySQL 5.0. That is the version of my PHP, and it has detected that it is an error based, and now it is firing up the query with end selecting. Now you must have observed that here is 2050 and some stars and into 717. Now these are called as the mod permission, which is used to manipulate the syntax, and this just happens into the SQL map only. Sometimes it converts the simple thing into the hex value. So no need to get the confusion over here. We have already done the union based SQL attack from the very basics. So this is what it is firing up into the SQL map. So yes, here is the backend DBMS is MySQL Web Application Technology PHP 5.6.31 into an Apache server, and here it has successfully extracted all the database name. So this is an easy and automated way of detecting the SQL flaw. So that's it for this movie, and thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now in this tutorial we are going to talk about XSS, which is a very serious and major vulnerability out there. How we are going to read about that. But first of all, let's talk about what exactly the XSS is. Now there are three types of XSS. The first one is DOM, that is Document Object Model. The second one is the reflected XSS, and the last one is stored XSS. Now we are starting this from the reflected XSS because that is the most easiest one, and then we are going to jump to the stored XSS, and finally we are going to jump to the DOM based XSS. So let's talk about the XSS, that is the reflected one. So what exactly the XSS says that if there is any HTML tag or if there is any JavaScript tag that is getting executed into this box, then it shouldn't happen, and which is pretty much logical. The user should hit the query, not the codes, right? So if the user is hitting up the codes right here and they are getting executed into this box, then this is really the major and the serious vulnerability out here. Let's look at here for an example that what is your name? Let's say my name is John and I'm submitting this, then it says hello John. But to see that if my HTML tags are actually getting executed inside it or not, what I'm going to do is that pretty smartly I'm going to use a h1 tag and I'm going to write John under it, and I'm going to end this tag. And this is an HTML tag, as you already know that it is the HTML tag for the heading. So I'm going to put John inside the h1 tag and I'm going to hit submit. Then you can see that here is a change into the John, and that means that it is using the header tag and it has resized my query that was of John. So this is a pretty serious vulnerability. My code is directly getting executed inside the source code. For the further proof, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to hit Ctrl U to see the source code. And as you can see that there isn't any John into this page, but this John has just now got executed inside my source code. So I'm going to hit Ctrl F to find, and I'm going to write here as John, and as you can see that my query is getting executed with my HTML tags that you can see over here. The h1 tags that we have just now used while inserting the query of John, which is pretty dangerous right here. Okay, great enough. Now let's work like what exactly the XSS is and how exactly it works. Now, according to the XSS, it should prompt me with something which says a dialog box with the help of some JavaScript. So what I'm going to do that I'm going to prompt an alert box with the help of JavaScript, and I'm going to write the JavaScript this time instead of HTML. So what I'm going to do is that this time I'm going to initiate the script tags like we normally do with the JavaScript, and into the script tags I'm going to write here as alert. Let me try to prompt 1. And you can write anything instead of 1, but we are just keeping it simple and small. So when I'm going to hit enter, okay, here it is. This time it is prompting me with the 1. Let's try something else. So instead of 1, let me just write here as Saksham and let me hit submit. And this time it is not getting executed because the reason is it is just prompting me with the numbers, which is pretty strange, but usually it doesn't happen. But there might be some filters into the backend code. But all I can say is that the JavaScript is getting executed inside this source code, which is a pretty dangerous vulnerability, and it should not happen according to the ethics of a website, right? So there are a lot of cheat sheet that you can find on Google related to XSS. And let me just quickly surf onto the Google. And on Google, you can simply write here as XSS cheat sheet. And after that, simply you're going to write here as OWASP. So you can get the great XSS filter evasion cheat sheet. So what actually happens is that sometimes the text doesn't get closed up, and you can see that there must be a lot of queries that we'll see into this page. And you can even write down this URL which says www.owasp.org/index.php/xss_filter_evasion_cheat_sheet. Okay, so here are a lot of XSS that are related to image XSS that you can give it a try. And there are some XSS with HTML entries, and there are a whole lot of so many XSS that you can give it a try. So according to the filters, you can just, let's have a look at over here. You can see that, and to here the codes are completely closed, but sometimes what happens is that these brackets doesn't usually get closed up easily, so that you can easily try all of these cheat sheets, you can say. And there is another very good cheat sheet where you can find that is not an OWASP, and you can find this onto the brute logic. So here is a set of a lot of XSS commands that are on mouse over. These all are just JavaScript codes, but according to the ethics, they shouldn't get executed, and they do get executed. So which is a great flaw out there, and this is what exactly our reflected cross-site scripting is. But that's it for this movie. In the next movie, we are going to read about the stored XSS, and then finally we are going to jump onto the XSS that is DOM based. Greetings to internet citizens, and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now in this tutorial, we are going to talk about the stored XSS, and we have a very interesting story related to stored cross-site scripting. So this is pretty interesting, and what exactly happens in cross-site scripting is that when you write a name over here that is Saksham, and it is usually found into the message boxes. So I'm going to run a JavaScript once again over here. And usually it happens when you are making any account into a website, and you are, instead of writing your name or instead of writing your phone number, you are writing a JavaScript, and that is successfully saved. Then what will happen is that whenever you will visit your account, you will get a prompt like if we were getting into the XSS. So let's say instead of message, this is your number that you need to store into this website. So what you can do is that instead of writing that number, what you can do is that you can simply write here as JavaScript. So let me just initiate it into the Angular brackets, script tag, and this time I'm going to alert. And there are actually two interesting cases that I'm remembering by writing the alert. And this time I'm going to write here as document.cookie, and I'm going to end it. And I'm going to add my script tags as well. So writing over here, I'm going to click on sign guest book. So as you can see that it is showing me all the credentials that are stored into my cookies, that are PHP session ID, KN8C, and some random number. And also you can see that the security is low at this moment of time. So what I really remember that some years ago, there was a major and critical flaw into the Yahoo when you were able to manage to get a flaw like this. What was exactly happening is that you were getting the cookies because it was actually getting stored, and when you were executing that JavaScript, this document.cookie was helping the attackers to send this infected link. And if you are logged in from your Yahoo account, then he was successfully able to steal your account cookies, and this way your whole Yahoo account was getting hijacked. So just by clicking on a link that is the infected one, your whole account can be hijacked, and in this way you can steal the cookies, which is really a very deadly attack out there. And it was there into the Yahoo for like 2 to 3 years, which is really a strange thing. But anyways, let's click on OK, and let's have a look at the beauty of this attack is that it is showing me up again and again, and finally it is gone. But what you will notice that there isn't any strange thing into this URL. Still, when I'm trying to reload it, Then you can see that, let's say recent, and you can see that again it is prompting me my PHP session IDs, which means that this code is now stored into this message body. And whenever you will visit this link, even after logging it out, and whenever you will visit this XSS stored link into your DVWA, this prompt will appear up into your screen, which means that this XSS is now stored. Now, somebody has found this kind of flaw into Google, and he has reported to Google that you have a stored cross-site scripting, and he has got the reply from Google that one cannot do any major harm with this kind of flaw. So we are not accepting it as a bug bounty flaw. And what that guy has done, that instead of prompting this box, he has prompted a box which says that Google is shutting down, we are bankrupt, and we need your donation which can save your wonderful and the most favorite search engine google.com. So please donate $1, and he has got a collection of like a lot of $1 million. And he has returned all of those money to the Google, and eventually that was refunded to all the users out there. But what his intention was to make Google realize that yes, this is a super serious vulnerability out there, and if there is a stored cross-site scripting, then it shouldn't happen, and it is not only getting executed inside the code, or you can say your website's front-end body, it is actually getting executed or penetrating into your cookies as well. So it's all about writing the smart JavaScript code, and you can even steal the cookies, and you can prompt almost anything which can play with your reputation as well. So yes, XSS, stored XSS is a big and the major vulnerability, and the serious one as well. But that's it for this movie. I hope you're enjoying these movies so far. See you into the next one. Greetings to internet citizens, and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now we have decided to learn more about XSS, and you can say DOM based XSS, which is actually a document object model based XSS. But before that, I have taken an initiative to introduce you people to a very new thing that is actually made by Google, and this is a great step taken by Google App Security team. So you can simply write on Google, and you can hit a query on Google which says Google App Security XSS. And yes, Google is taking these XSS issue very seriously. You need to click on this first link, and here you can do the detailed study about XSS, and you can see the table of content, and here everything is right here into a great way. So here is a note that you should really read, that don't be devil. This document provides information that could be used to assess the security of website against cross-site scripting vulnerabilities. Do not use what you learn or to test or to worse attack websites without permission from their website's owner. Okay, great enough. We have already discussed about this issue that you need not to perform any attack when you don't have its permission. Great enough. So first of all, as you can see that here is the basic example of XSS, where you can see that all the detailed instructions are given over here, and you can see that even the solutions are given over here as well. So this is the basic XSS that we have learned into the first movie. That was the reflected XSS, you can say. And when I'm going to hit it over a go, and first of all I need to click on demo, and I need to click it over here, then you can see that the page says hello, which is a simple XSS right here. And every detail related to this XSS is given over here. And again, this is a persistent payload XSS that we have recently talked about, that you can almost execute anything into these boxes like document.cookie. And you can take it to the next level by creating a document with the create element tag. So you can read all about it, and if you are really strong in JavaScript, then it will be really helpful to you. If not, then don't worry. You just need to look at it all, and we are going to talk about the DOM based XSS. So let's hit on show demo, and you can see that here are different images. And what you can do is that you can simply copy and paste this into the URL. Now what it says that it is loading up an image which says image src_x, and one error will alert if it can load up the image, and if you can say it can destroy up the image, then you will see something strange will happen onto this web page, which is called as document object model, because it is destroying a document, or you can say object model of a document, and document is website in this case. So you really need to go with the URL, and after that URL you need to execute this image src, and you can go with the X image src, or you can find out whatever the name of that image is, and you can give it an error with an alert of DOM based XSS. So this is a simple JavaScript code starting from Angular braces, image, and a lot of that. And if we'll hit go, then you can see that it has successfully affected our image, which is called as it has affected the model of our document. So this is called as document object model. But let's talk about how you can prevent the excesses. You can have a look at about that, how you can really mitigate this vulnerability. And also I still remember that we will use a lot of automated tools by which you can show up the mitigation, and you can make a great report out there of the web application for which you are pen testing. So yes, there are a lot of tools like Vega and Acunetics, and a lot of tools are right there. So you need to read all of this document if you want to actually look about its mitigation. But yes, there are a lot of automated tools where you can see its mitigation, and you can even scan all the vulnerabilities and can make a nice Excel sheet with all its vulnerabilities into a website and the mitigation as well. So yes, we are going to read about that automated report as well, but as of now I want you to read all of these, and you can see that nothing is foolproof and what you can do to prevent the excesses. So if you have a great knowledge about JavaScript, then you can easily see that how you can prevent your website to happen such kind of nasty things. And this usually happens when you take the template from any random place over the internet, and you just download a free template and you make a website with that. Then there are high chances that in that website you can face such kind of vulnerabilities. So if you take the code from anywhere onto the internet, make sure it is vulnerable, because safe code writing is an art to stay away from the exploitation or like these kind of attacks. So that's it for this movie. In this movie, we have successfully completed the DOM based accesses with a great source, that is Google. And yes, Google team is really very serious about this attack after this happening that has happened with them that we have discussed into the last movie. But that's it for this movie, and thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens, and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. So finally, this is going to be the last section of our pen testing series related to web applications. And now as you can see that you have a username and the password over here. So this is a brute force technique, and brute force simply means that you are trying a lot of combinations of the password. And whenever there is going to be the right password, it is going to change its length. But all of this stuff might sound jargon to you at this moment of time. So let's talk about the fundamentals of brute force. Okay, so as you can see that we have a fundamental of our brute force right over here, and you can see that we are going to talk about the brute forcing fundamentals. So what actually happens into the brute forcing fundamentals, that you request something, and most probably into the brute force you usually guess the password, you guess the correct password. And what exactly happens when you insert a password into a query? So let's have a look at this logic. When you request an authentication, then of course it is going to verify your authentication password secret key, right? And into the functions, if the answer key is correct, then it is going to allow you the authentication. But what actually happens is that right now it is a null function, but whenever there is a right password combination that is inserted into this null function, that means that there is going to be some letter that is going to exist into this column, or you can say this function, right? So to be very precise, to see the example of it, I have written the right logic of this, and as you can see that the bytes are changing when I am going to go with the right authentication. How is that? Let's have a look at that. Right now there are no bytes that are inserted into this box, right? But when my authentication's password secret key is written over here correctly, that let's say ILO is my password, right? So when this right authentication password key is inserted, then that means there are some letters that are going to be existed into this logic. And as you know that each and every character holds some bytes, you can say. So these bytes are going to get inserted over here, and this query is going to change the all over bytes, which means that you can see that it has now some of the characters, and it is going to count the characters, which means that the length of the whole query is going to be changed, and let's say that this time into this box the whole length of this query is 58 bytes, but the length of this query where there isn't any password inserted into the right authentication, its bytes is just 50. So whenever there is a correct password key inserted, it will hold some value. Yes, letters hold some value as well and some length as well, and lengths are, and with the help of value and lengths we make the bytes, so that means there will be change in the length. In this fundamental, the whole brute forcing actually works. But now how do we actually perform the brute force? So let's jump on to our Burp suite. Okay, so here we are onto this screen once again. So let's try to intercept the query once again, and now you must be really thankful of me that you already know about how to intercept the queries and how actually the things works into this Burp suite and what exactly the Burp suite is. And if you are watching this section directly, then I would recommend you to directly jump onto the Burp suite section so that you can clear up your fundamentals related to Burp suite. Alright, so let's get started and let's try to solve this challenge which says vulnerability of brute force. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to change my manual proxy so that I can intercept the request. And let's say my username is admin and password is a password, as you all know, but I'm going to hit here as a wrong username, let's say HIHI, and any random password, let's say ASD. So what I am going to do is that let me make sure that into my proxy my interception is on. Okay, great enough. Now I'm going to hit on login and I'm going to catch this query over here. So let me zoom in a little bit and you can see that my password that I've inserted over here is HIHI, that is showing up into my Burp suite, and the password ASD is also showing up over here that I've just now inserted. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to send it into the intruder, and here I have a lot of options by which I can attack. So as you can see that it has detected my attack of a target, and you can see that the host is a local host, and if there is any website then it will eventually write the name of that hosted website. And of course it is going to find the port number as well. And now you need to go into the positions, and it has selected a lot of things, but what we are going to do is that we are going to clear it up all. And yes, there are different types of attacks. Into the OTP brute forcing, into the OTP password cracking, and the brute forcing we use sniper, and we are going to talk about OTP brute forcing and payment gateway bypass as well. But right now we are going to solve this challenge. So right now we are going to go with the cluster bombing. That means that it is going to guess a lot of password. It is going to do all the great bombing of the password with different combinations. So I need to do this cluster bombing onto my username and password because I wish to crack the username and the password of this particular panel, or you can say login panel. So I'm just going to select HIHI. Very carefully I'm going to select this column, which means that I am selecting this box of my login page. So HIHI, here into this box I'm going to do the brute forcing. So I need to add this box. Okay, great enough. And I need to add password box as well. So I'm going to select it very carefully and I'm going to add this. So make sure only these two things are selected, not the other things are selected, otherwise it is going to brute force on them as well, which we really don't want, and it will mess up our whole process. So just select the username and the password field, and you can do that by intercepting it, and again you're just going to select your query. Great enough. Now we are going to move on to our payload module. Now we have set two payloads. Our first payload is the username and second payload is password. You can select as much payloads as much you can, and into the OTP you can guess that we are just going to select our one payload set. So right now as you can see that we have two payload set. First we are going to configure our username payload set, that is set to number 1, and onto the list we are going to use the option of brute forcer, that is over here, because we are going to brute force this with a lot of combinations. Now, as you have observed that my payload count is a lot of big number and it is going to select it all. What it is happening, if you have read the permutation and the combinations, then what exactly it is doing, that it is finding out all the possible conditions from all the letters and all the numbers. But right now we have given it a length of 4, and you need to observe over here that whenever I'll just change the length, let's say I'm changing the minimum length to let's say 4 and maximum length to let's say 8. then you can see that there are countless payloads. But let's say I'm just writing here as 4 or let's say 5, then you can see that my payload count is increased. That means it is going to select more of the combination of these passwords. So it is going to hit all the combinations, and let's say we are done with our first one. And let's say I know that it is admin, so I'm going to set it as 5. And let's say 5 over here, and minimum length is 5 and maximum length is 5. So in this case, we already know that admin is going to be our username. So I have very smartly selected the minimum length to 5 and the maximum length to 5. But I know that in admin there are no numbers. So as you will observe that whenever I'll remove the number, these payload counts will be decreased, because now it is going to go with the less combinations of password. It is not going to include the number. So right now here is like, a lot of combinations starting from 60, and whenever I'm going to remove it, this letter is now decreased from 60 to 11. So likewise, if you will remove any letter, even a single letter, then there will be difference into the payload count. So this is how it works. Okay, so likewise, we are going to configure it for our second payload as well, which is our password in this case. And we are going to go again with the brute forcer, and we are going to give it a character set, whatever you wish to, whatever the minimum length that you wish, or you wanted to guess, or you wanted to hit it with a trial of, a lot of combinations. And finally, you're going to go with a start attack. And let me ignore this free combination error. Okay, so as you can see that it is trying all the possible conditions. And yes, your question is pretty much legit that, hey Saksham, by this method we are going to need like 4 or 5 days. But yes, usually the supercomputers do this, and with the normal computer this trick was proven a foolish one, because we really don't have that much of time that I'm going to keep my computer on for like several weeks to just guess a password. But yes, it is done pretty quickly by the supercomputers. And what you need to observe here is that whenever it will hit a right password with its combinations and guessing, then this status code will be changed to 300, right? And as you will see that whenever there will be right password inserted, you will see, or you will observe the change in the length will be increased. So likewise, you can see, and you can even go with a detailed study of this, and that's how you brute force something. And this is going to take a real long, so I'm just closing it up. And this is how you brute force. And into the next video, we are going to learn about that how there were a lot of victims like Facebook, Uber, and State Bank of India, Paytm, and a lot of people like that were brute forced very smartly with the OTP brute forcing. Yes, you heard it right. OTP can be brute forced, and even the payment gateway bypass can be breached with this great tool and with this great brute force technique. So yes, guessing somebody's password is kind of stupid trick to brute force, but guessing somebody's OTP can be a proven smart trick with the help of brute forcing. But that's it for this movie, and in next movie we are going to learn about how you can brute force the OTP. And yes, this has happened long years back with the Facebook, that somebody has brute forced the Facebook account's OTP password, and yes, that was a serious issue. Almost every account was at the risk. And this vulnerability was reported, and into the next movie we are going to learn all about it. But that's it for this movie, and thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens, and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now in this tutorial we are going to talk about how you can brute force the one-time password, and secondly then we are going to talk about how you can bypass the payment gateway. Now these are two major vulnerabilities. If you are bypassing somebody's one-time password and the payment gateway as well, then the whole account can come onto a risk, and that person can face a lot of big crisis into his bank account. So let's talk about that how the Facebook account was vulnerable some years ago with the one-time password vulnerability. So let's take a quick case study about it, and then we are going to go with the best possible demo that I can provide you, because this vulnerability is now fixed from Facebook. But yes, this was happening some years back, and the one-time password from Facebook was easily brute forced. So let's talk about it. So as you can see that I have a video about it, and we are going to look at the live example that how the Facebook was vulnerable some years back. So as you can see that the domain is beta.facebook.com. Yes, facebook.com was still secure, but beta.facebook.com wasn't secure, and beta.facebook.com is a place where they usually test everything related to Facebook, and also it is a place where pen testers can use their skill to pen test this website. So it was a beta.facebook.com, and here we used to recover the password. And yes, even I have tried this attack and it was 100% working. That is why you have a video right in front of you people. So what we used to do that onto the recover page, we used to turn on the interception, and onto the recover page, we used to brute force it, right? So here you can see that this is a recover page of Facebook. And over here, you simply write, I cannot sit for quite a long time, but just to prove that yes, the OTP was brute forced, I have just taken a random number, let's say 154898, which is not a right number. This is not a right one-time password, but let's say 15000, which is a random one-time password. And I have intercepted this request. Now let's have a look at that, how you can do the part till here. So let me insert my password. Okay. So let's suppose that my username is admin, and let's say my password is 123 in this case. So let's say I'm writing here 123123, and let me just turn my interception to on, and I'm just going to concentrate onto this second field, right? So I'm going to go with the manual proxy, and I'm going to hit on login. Then as you can see that I'm going to focus on this 123123, and like into the video you can see that we have sent this one-time password to the intruder, right? So things are pretty simple and same like the last video, but there are a little bit of changes. So I'm going to right click over it, and I'm going to send this to intruder, and into the intruder you can see that this is the host name and everything, pretty much something that you're all familiar with. So I'm going to select admin. But in this case, we have two fields. That's why I have to forcefully select the admin. So I'm just adding it. But in this case, the password. So I am adding it. And let's say this password is a OTP field. Let's suppose this password is a OTP field. So here somewhat like, let's say 123456 is the right password. So this time I'm going to go with the sniper attack. And the reason that you can remember with the sniper attack, that sniper usually hunt for just for the one person. So into the OTP, you are going to use the sniper attack, right? I'm just giving you the best possible demonstration. So staying into the legal aspect, this is what best I can provide you. Anyways, into the OTP brute force, you need to use the sniper, and you need to select the box where the OTP is displayed. And then you need to go onto the payloads, and you can either use the brute force option, otherwise you can use, let's say, numbers. So I'm going to go over and find the numbers. So let's say your correct OTP is 1234, right? So I'm going to start the digit from, let's write over here that, let's say 1000 is my right OTP. So what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to give it a range from, let's say 800 to, let's say 1100. So 1100, and I'm going to complete it in one step. So you can see that it will start hitting onto the OTPs, and my correct OTP is 1000, which we see into our mobile phones. So we are going to select this range from 800 to 1100. This is not a blind box testing. This is the white box testing. And the difference between the black box and the white box testing is that we know the attack and we know the answer into the white box testing. So this is considered as the white box testing, and into the black box testing, we don't know the vulnerability, or you can say the right answer. So yes, this is a white box testing. So I'm going to hit on start attack, and whenever there will be right OTP, then you will see that its length will be changed. So here it will keep on hitting so many of the OTPs. But let's have a look at its live example, which has happened into this Facebook. So what it has done, it has intercepted the request like we have done some seconds ago, and it has just selected the OTP. You need to look at over here carefully that it has just selected the OTP, right? It has added it, and then it has used the sniper attack, right? Now it has used the numbers, as I've just now mentioned some seconds ago, and it has given some range, And now you must be thinking that, hey, if we already know that what the correct one-time password is, then we don't need to give the range and we can catch the right thing with the brute force as well. Yes, that is the main concept, that if there are not any limits given onto the one-time password attempts, then its OTP can be easily brute forced, which is the main concept. But just to save our time, we usually use the sniper attack by giving the range of the right OTP. So it should just stop responding. It should not keep on and taking the request successfully, right? So that is the main issue over here. So it has given some range between the right OTP, and then it has keep on finding, and into the end, you can see that you need to look at over here carefully, that into the status row. Now onto the correct OTP, onto the right status, it is stating that 302 request is successfully given over here. And as I have mentioned some videos back, that its length will be changed. So this is what has happened right here. So what I can assume by this is that this is the right OTP, which is 154898. And what a victim will do is that he will note down this OTP, and he onto this OTP column, he will write the correct OTP and will forward the packet. Or eventually he can even use it by directly writing over here. So by writing the correct OTP that we have just now brute forced, and you can get insight to that account, right? So this is a quick overview that how you can brute force the one-time password, which has actually happened onto the Facebook, and what pattern you can observe onto the other website, that it has happened onto the Uber as well. It has happened onto the State Bank of India as well. It has happened onto a lot of more websites. And the thing that we need to notice is that the way by which the OTP is brute forced, the method was almost same into the every attack, whether it is an Uber, whether it is in Facebook, every place the attack was done in the same fashion. Well, now we are going to talk about the payment gateway bypass, which is really a super easy trick. All you need to do is that onto the payment gateway bypass, I've just taken a screenshot of one of my website that our organization has just now developed, and it has a payment gateway bypass. So I cannot give you the full details or the live demonstration, which will come onto the security of that website, but I have just managed to get the screenshot out of it. So onto the payment gateway page, you need to intercept the request, and then you can see that it was a website of picking up a cab. So you can see that it is asking me for the pickup city, which is Indore in this case, right? And drop city is Itarsi, and it has ordered an hatchback, and all the information are given into the interception, right? And you can see that here is a line which says basic fare is 3419, that is 3,419 rupees in Indian currency, with a tax of 200 rupees. So to bypass the payment gateway, what I can do is that inside this packet, I can edit this 3,419 rupees to 1 rupees, and then I can forward this packet, and eventually you will see that the total sum of amount is changed from 3,500 to 200. Now the thing is that how you can prevent the OTP and the payment gateway bypass. Okay, let's talk about that. The simplest thing that you can do to prevent is, let's say what our DBW is doing, you can restrict the number of attempts that somebody is hitting on us. So let's try to do that. Let's hit the security to impossible, and let's try. And now when you will try to brute force it, let's say ASD, and let me do it quickly so that video cannot be of much longer time. Let me turn the interception to on. Okay, just by doing this, that alternative, the account has been locked because of too many failed attempts. And if this is the case, please try again in 15 minutes. So when you will try to brute force the one-time password, it will kick you off from the server for giving so many attempts, right? And yes, the second prevention is that the OTP should be expired within a certain number of time. Let's say 5 minutes is the limit of a time by which the OTP will be expired. So in this way, you can prevent the OTP brute force as well. And also you can see that you can prevent the payment gateway bypass as well, which is really a major issue. And for that, there is a simple mitigation that, let's say while checking out onto the step 1, the cookie is 123. And when there is a step 2, while going from page 1 to page 2, let's say instead of writing step, let me write page over here and page over here as well. Okay, so what I want to tell you people is that onto the page 1, let's say cookie is 123, and the payment given here is, let's say 2000 rupees into the Indian currency. While moving on to the page 2 of the confirmation, the cookie should be changed to, let's say, 231 or any random cookie, and then the 2000 rupees payment should be forwarded. Because the thing is, if somebody will try to manipulate it over this level, and if the cookie will be changed, it will verify both the cookies amount, and hence if the cookie is changed, that if somebody is trying to breach it into the midway, then it will eventually say that authentication of this cookie doesn't matches with this cookie, and eventually it will throw you out of the server. So yes, cookie should be changed onto the every level of payment gateway, which is the only way to get the prevention from the payment gateway bypass. So that's it for this video. I hope you're enjoying these videos so far. We have successfully shown you the demonstration that how you can do the payment gateway bypass and how you can brute force the OTP. And yes, this is how the Facebook was hacked some years ago. But that's it for this movie, and thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens, and welcome to the final section of this web pen testing series in an ethical hacking master course. Now in this section, we are all going to talk about the automation and how you can create the reports, and finally you can submit those reports to the clients, and how you can describe about the mitigation. So everything has a process and you need to follow that. And if you're working into a corporate field, then reports are the most necessary and the impressive part that client always wishes to see, and everything should be like really well managed. And for that, we are going to look onto some of the tools that really automate our vulnerability, and also give us an example that how you can really develop a great pen testing report. So my favorite one is Paros, and you can use it easily, and it is implemented nowadays into Kali Linux. So they have just now implemented it. It doesn't used to come into the earlier days, and after the update of Kali Linux 2017, the new edition, they have implemented the Paros. Yes, there were some amazing tools that I really miss, that are Vega and W3AF, and those two tools are missing from web application analysis list. So we are going to talk all about the automation and how you can develop a great pen testing report, and how even you can create the POCs. So let's have a look at that. Now we have already learned about the Burp suite. I'm just going to take you through the tools that I really love. So, and you already know about SQL map, and right now we are going to read about Paros. So first of all, you really need to know that how you can configure the Paros, and after configuring the Burp suite, configuring the Paros is super easy for you now. Now, how is that? First of all, you need to go into the tools, and then you need to go under the options. And first of all, you need to set up a proxy like you have done into the Burp suite. So you're going to go into the local proxy, and here you need to write here as localhost, or even you can write here as 127.0.0.1, which is a by default proxy of localhost. You can give it a port number of 8080. Make sure these two looks exactly same like this. And then you can use an outgoing proxy server as well, but you need not to use this, or you can even use this, and you can give it an port number before starting the scanning. So you need to check onto these two things. Use an outgoing proxy server, and you can define it as a 8080 port. And the most importantly, you need to define about the local proxy. So the local proxy is 127.0.0.1 with a port address of 8080. So you need to click on OK. And after this, you can see that exactly like Burp suite, our manual proxy is 127.0.0.1 and our port number is 8080, exactly like we have configured over here into the tools. Let me just recheck it once again, and yes, everything is fine. Okay, great enough. Now what I'm going to do is that I have switched it on to the manual proxy, so my results will be going into this Paros tool. So I'm going to reload this, and whatever website you will reload, and they will appear up into here into the sites column, right? So after getting this, what you can do is that you can click over here, and let me look at the DBWA security of mine. Okay, here is a problem that it is now set to impossible. So how will it find the flaws? Anyways, let's go to home. And I've successfully set the security level to low. Okay, so now I'm going to click on new session, and let me click on OK. So everything is now back to normal. Everything is cleared up. So you're going to go with the manual proxy once again, and you're going to hit on reload so it can catch the signals, or you can say proxy. So yes, we have a proxy of 127.0.0.1, which is a proxy of our DVWA. And you can see that yes, here is my DVWA, but what I wish to analyze the whole link. What I can do is that to start the scanning, I'm going to go into the analyze, and to spider. Spider is usually used to find out all the related directories that are hosted on under this IP address, or you can say website. So that is the work of spider. Scan all is going to scan all of these links, and just if you are going to click on to, let's say, DVWA, or let's say if you just wish to click on to any individual CSS image, or let's say CSS or JavaScript code, then it is just going to scan that individual link into the just scan report. But we are going to scan all of these links, so I'm going to click on scan all. So as you can see that it has started scanning, and what I love most about Paros is that his reports are really awesome. So scanning is completed. Let's hit on OK and let's analyze the report. Now it says last scan report, which you can find over the root, and you will be pretty impressed that how it has made the report in such an impressive way. So I'm going to go under the computer. It says that you can find your report under the root directory. So here is my root directory inside Paros. So inside Paros, into the sessions. So here are my sessions, and you can have a look at my last, you can say latest scan report. So you can see there are two medium type of vulnerability. We haven't yet selected the different link, otherwise it could have shown us the CSRF and other links as well, but we have selected the home link of DVWA, so it has just given us the two reports. Anyways, the thing that you need to notice is that if you are going to give a report like this to your client, I'm sure he'll be pretty impressed. And even if you are reporting under any bug, then you need to make a POC, and POC stands for proof of concept. So you can see that how you need to define risk level and number of alerts, and what kind of risk level it is, high, medium or low. Finding about the directory browsing and the description, the infected URL, solution and the reference. So this is how you create the POCs and reports. Now there is a difference between POCs and reports. If you are submitting the whole report to a client, then you need to submit this kind of report, right? And even you need to write down your name, and in fact you can edit it more into the Excel sheet, and you can write down your organization's name into the end. So this is how you give the report to your client. But if you wish to submit a POC, that is a proof of concept, and into the bug bounty, you don't really submit the reports, you can say. You only report the POCs, and POCs is a proof of concept. So likewise, into the POC, you are going to go with the same method, and you are going to go with the risk level and the number of alerts, and you are just going to point out the flaw that is over there. So you can give the alert detail with a flaw name, and finally you can write down here with the main heading which says POC, that is a proof of concept of a flaw onto your website. And likewise, you can create a POC and can submit it on to the individual organization. So if you're going to be professional enough into your life, then I'm pretty sure then the clients will love your work. And in most of the time, if you will report the bugs into a professional manner by creating a POC, then it will be accepted easily, and it will be considered, and it will give the reflection that you are professional enough. So yes, for bugs, you're going to submit the POCs, and for the whole report of a client or an organization, you are going to submit a report like this. So there is not much difference between POC and report, but yes, this is how you present the bugs. So this was one of my favorite tool, that is Paros, and to the upcoming videos, we are going to talk about some of more automated tools. And unluckily, yes, Vega is gone, and W3AF is also gone from Kali 2017. But yes, we have already taught you about the SQL map, which is the most used automated vulnerable tool, and we are going to talk about the Zap, which is an OWASP project, into the next movie, which is another fine tool that you can use for the vulnerability. But that's it for this movie, and thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now in this tutorial we are going to talk about another very famous and the most demanded automation tool, that is OWASP Zap, which is a project of OWASP. So let's explore this tool. You can find this tool under the application, web application analysis, and then you need to click on OWASP Zap, right? So let's click on it and it will launch up in front of your eyes within few seconds. So here it is, and sometimes things takes time into your Kali, so you need to be a little patient out here. So it is loading up its module and the patterns. Okay, so OWASP Zap is finally in front of our screen. So as you can see that this is the front end of OWASP Zap, which is developed into the Java, and anybody can easily guess by its interface that it is developed in Java. So it is super easy and super simple. What all you need to do is that you need to copy your vulnerable link and make sure the connection is active, your internet connection is active, and you need to paste this link over here into this URL to attack box, and you need to click on attack. But before clicking on attack, there are 3-4 parameters that you need to take care of. And the first one is safe mode, which you can try almost in every website. Next one is protected mode, where you need to whitelist your IP address and then they can identify you and there will not be any trouble to you. The third one is standard mode, which is not pretty much impressive, but yes, it do find the flaws, but not with that much of power, you can say. And it is also recommended that you don't scan the websites of which you don't have the permissions. But the most important one and the most impressive one is attack mode. So you can find so many vulnerabilities into the attack mode. So after clicking on attack mode, you need to click on attack. Now what it will do is that first of all, it will scan the whole website and it will spider all the related directories. So make sure it is 100% completed, and I'm fast forwarding this movie so that it can be 100% completed from here. So from this button, I've intentionally stopped this loading up all the URLs into the spider because we didn't had much of the time, because it was taking literally hours and sometimes it takes minutes. It depends on to the number of URLs that it can found. It has already found the 2700 URLs within just 23% of scan. So I've stopped it and the signals are now jumped onto the active scan. As you can see that here are some of the scans that it has made, and we might not get the best output because we have stopped the spider in between. But yes, then the signal jumps to active scan and finally then you can see the output over here. So likewise, you're not able to see the great outputs because the active scan is still running and we haven't yet spidered all of the URL. But anyways, you can see all the output over here, and in fact you can see all the vulnerabilities into the alert box. So you can see that cross-domain JavaScript source file inclusion, which we have read about the file inclusion. This is a simple file inclusion, and it is also prompting us with the cookie that there is no HTTP only flags, that cookies are not changing up. Yes, we do accept it. That is why we have learned that the CSRF was possible into this DVWA platform. And web browser is not XSS protection not enabled. Yes, this is also vulnerability, and it gives the basic vulnerability. You can see that onto the right hand side you can see the URL from where it has found the vulnerability, and then it gives you the description of that vulnerability, and then it gives the other information of it, and finally it also gives you the solution of it, and for the reference it also gives you the link for the further mitigations. So that's what I love about Zap. It covers almost every parameter that it can, and it gives the best solution, and it is good with the mitigation, and it finds the basic things out there. And if you have the set of skills that you can, if you know how to attack which things and how to connect some attacks, and if you can connect the attacks and these errors, if you know about these attacks, like if you know about file inclusion, and if you know that your cookie based injection, or you can say that the CSRF happens due to this cookie based no HTTP only, and if you have that knowledge that we have just now learned into a course, you can do these attacks manually as well. But it gives the basic information, and it gives the most important information that you need to deliver to your client, that hey, there should not be only HTTP, you need an HTTPS certificate for your website, and likewise like this. You can also check the request and the response into the website. You can just like the Burp manipulate the things and can see the response. But yes, we love Burp for that. But that's all about this movie. That's how you automate the flaws, or you can say the vulnerabilities with OWASP Zap. And yes, I too love it. So that's it for this movie, and thank you so much for watching. Greetings to internet citizens and welcome to Ethical Hacking Master Course. Now in this tutorial, I would like to introduce you to the 3 more tools, and I would like to give the overview of them because that is not practically possible with the legal aspect to show their live demonstrations, but I would like to give their overall overview so that you can use them whenever you need them. So first of all is httrack, and this is a tool that is used to copy the whole website. You can copy the whole source code of a website. So its usage is really simple, and you can find this vulnerability. One should not allow the httrack to open up, or you can say to copy or download the whole source code. So you're simply going to write into your terminal as httrack, and then you're going to write the URL of the file that you wish to copy, and it will bring up all the HTML, CSS and JavaScript related files. And finally, then you're going to give the options with hyphen options. So there are a lot of options, and I mostly use the option of mirror, that is hyphen mirror, to mirror the whole website, which will get you everything out there. And yes, here are the options. Yes, here it is. Make a mirror of a website. You can make a mirror of a website. You can mirror all the links in first level page, and there are a lot of options that you can go through them. And you can copy the whole source code of a website. And now the problem is just for the one people who are serving the website templates. There are a lot of people and websites that are selling you the website templates of HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Now, I wouldn't like to name that website, but yes, I have reported the vulnerability on that website. That is world's #1 website which is providing the HTML and CSS themes, and that is pretty famous out there, and this bug still exists into that website. So I'm not naming that website, but yes, that website is selling the HTML, CSS and JavaScript themes, and you can easily get the access of their paid themes with the help of this httrack. So I wouldn't recommend you this way, but make sure if you're selling themes or somewhat like that, one shouldn't be able to mirror your website, and you can find the documentation of how you can prevent the website from getting mirrored into the OWASP. So yes, the first tool is httrack, and the second tool is pretty interesting one as well, and that is under the web application analysis, and that is WP Scan. So this is an interesting tool, and you use it by simply giving the URL. So there must be the use of it. Okay, so here is the use of it, but it is pretty confusing. So let me show you the live demonstration of it. So what you need to do is that first of all, you need to write here as WP Scan. And mostly the WordPress websites are not vulnerable enough until and unless it is using the outdated version of WordPress. So the first tip to you people, that if you're running a website onto WordPress, make sure you fix it. You fix all the bugs, and yes, that framework is running pretty well out there, and their team is keeping care of all the bugs. So they keep on updating it. So to stay secure with the WordPress website, you need to update it onto the regular basis. Anyways, still what you can do is that you can write WP Scan --URL, and then you need to write the name of that website. Let's say www.xyz.com is some website, and you can hit enter, and you can use any of these options that are, you can say, custom plugin directory. It will eventually search the directory because there are some vulnerabilities into the plugins as well. So yes, there are verbose, there are threads, username. It will eventually brute force the default username, word list, and basic authentication of the username and password. Some people keep admin as their username and the password, or sometimes they keep the common passwords like 123467889. So that is also considered as a weak password vulnerability. So likewise, you can scan the WordPress websites with this tool called WP Scan. Okay, so lastly, I would like to introduce you to a very great tool out there, but I'm not using it in front of you because that is a paid tool, but that is really worth buying it, and its name is Acunetics. So Acunetics web vulnerability scanner, and you can even try for 14 days. And this is really a great tool that I've ever come across into my life as of now in 2017. So you can simply download it. And to know that how you can use the Acunetics, it is pretty simple though. Like we have just now used the zap, it is exactly like that. You just need to paste the link and you can start finding the vulnerabilities. But anyways, you can go into the learn section and you can read the manual. And yes, if you are moving in professionally into the web vulnerability section, then yes, it is worth buying it and you can make a great report out of it. So these were the tools that usually the web pen testers use, and Acunetics is one of the finest ones. Zap is pretty impressive as well. So yes, this was the list, and that's it for this video, and this section is now getting over. And finally, this was the last section of this course. So I hope you guys have enjoyed this course, and finally easily you are able to make the difference that yes, there are a lot of vulnerable websites out there into this world, and pen testing is really more of like a IT business risk more than just a security. So yes, you need to take care about this IT risk, and it should not hurt your reputation as well. And I have easily taught you that how just by looking at the website you can easily feel the difference that what kind of flaws can exist into this website and how you can secure it. So congratulations for completing this course, and finally you are now a great pen tester out there. I'm happy to see your reviews and the feedbacks. So see you into my next course. Into the next course, we are finally going to release a course with a Python, in which we are going to give a great training out there in Python, because the reason is that SQL map and a lot of security related softwares are using Python, and it is really a great dynamic language. So I am surely going to announce you soon about my next programming course, and we'll be back to you with some more amazing courses. So that's it for this journey, and see you into my next course.